Hey, English learners! Welcome back to Jay and May English Podcast. I'm May. It's a beautiful day to learn English. Today, I want to give you a big gift. This is a very long video with many conversations. You don't need to search for more videos. Everything is here for you. You can listen to this when you are busy or when you want to relax. Listen while you walk, when you cook, or even while you are sleeping at night. It is so easy to learn this way. So hit play and let's enjoy learning English together. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast. I'm May, and today, oh my gosh, today's topic is so good. We are talking about how to learn English very fast, even if you're a beginner, even if you think English is too hard for me.
And I'm Mr. J, and May, I love that you're excited because honestly, this topic is one of my favorites because almost every person learning English asks the same question. How do I get faster? How do I stop feeling stuck?
Yes, that is exactly how I felt. Mr. J, can I be honest with everyone?
Please, always.
Okay, so when I first started learning English, I studied for like 2 years, 2 whole years, and I still couldn't have a simple conversation. I felt so stupid.
You are not stupid, and I want everyone listening right now to hear that. Feeling stuck doesn't mean you're bad at English. It means nobody showed you the right way yet. That's it.
And that's literally why we're doing this episode today, because the right way, it's not what most people think.
Exactly. Most people think learning English fast means study more grammar, memorize more words, read more textbooks.
And that doesn't work?
It works very slowly. There's a much better way, and today we're going to talk about it like friends. No textbook, no boring lecture, just real talk.
Real talk. Okay, so Mr. J, before we go deep, can you just tell everyone why this even matters? Like, why does it matter how fast you learn?
Great question. Think about this. English is the language of opportunities. Jobs, travel, YouTube, movies, making friends from other countries. The faster you get comfortable with English, the faster your whole world gets bigger. It's not just a school subject, it's a key. And we want to help you use that key as fast as possible.
I love that. A key, not a homework assignment.
Exactly, not a homework assignment.
Okay, and hey, real quick, if you want tips like this every single week, make sure you subscribe to the Jay and May English Podcast. We drop new episodes every week to help you improve your English fluency step by step in a way that actually feels good. Okay, Mr. J, let's go.
Let's do it. All right, so the number one thing I want to talk about, the first big secret is this. Stop studying English. Start using English.
Wait, stop studying?
Stop studying the way most people study. You know, open a book, read a rule, close the book, forget everything.
Oh, wow, that is literally my whole childhood.
Right? So here's an analogy, and I want everyone to really think about this. Imagine you want to learn how to swim. Can you learn swimming by reading a book about swimming?
No, you drown.
Exactly. You have to get in the water. You have to feel it. You have to splash around, maybe swallow a little water. But that's how your body learns. English is the same. You have to get in the water.
So you mean actually speak it? Actually use it, even when it's scary?
Even when it's scary, especially when it's scary. Because that feeling, that nervous feeling, that's your brain working hard. That's learning happening.
Okay, wait, here's the best part, and I want everyone to pause and really hear this. Mr. J, what does using English actually look like for a beginner? Because I think people hear just use it, and they think, okay, but how?
Perfect. So let's make it very practical. For a beginner, using English looks like this. Number 1, talk to yourself in English every day.
Talk to myself?
Yes. When you wake up in the morning, look in the mirror and say, "Good morning. Today is Monday. The weather is hot. I want coffee. Simple sentences about your real life.
Oh, that's actually really easy. I could do that.
Everyone can do that. And it sounds small, right? But this changed everything for me when I was learning. Because you're training your mouth. You're training your brain to think in English, not translate from your language into English.
Oh, the translation thing is so real. I used to think in my language first, then slowly translate in my head, and by the time I finished, the conversation was already over.
Yes, everyone does this at first. And the way to break that habit is to just start living small moments in English, even if nobody hears you.
Okay, I love the mirror technique. What else?
Number 2, and this one is huge, consume English content that you actually enjoy.
You mean like movies? Music?
Movies, music, YouTube videos, podcasts like this one. Anything in English that makes you feel something, happy, excited, curious. Because when you feel something, your brain remembers better.
Wait, why? Why does feeling help you remember?
Great question. Think about your life. What do you remember better? A page you read in a textbook, or the first time you heard a song that made you cry?
Oh, wow. The song. 100% the song.
Because emotion locks memory. When you laugh at a joke in English, even if you only understand half of it, your brain is working, it's connecting, it's storing.
So the lesson is make English feel like something, not just look like something on a page.
Beautifully said, May. That's exactly it.
Look at me learning and teaching at the same time. Okay, Mr. J, I have a tough question because I know someone listening right now is thinking this.
Go for it.
What if my English is so basic that I don't understand the movies or the songs? What if I feel lost?
This is so important. Okay, so here's the rule, and it has a name. It's called comprehensible input. That's a slightly complicated term.
You mean like stuff you can almost understand?
Exactly. Stuff you can almost understand. Not too easy, not too hard. Maybe you understand 70% and 30% is a little mysterious. That sweet spot, that's where learning happens fastest.
So I shouldn't watch like a super advanced political debate in English on day one.
Please don't do that to yourself.
Start with something easier.
Start with cartoons. Start with cooking videos. Start with simple YouTube channels made for beginners. Start with, honestly, podcasts like this one, where we speak slowly and clearly on purpose.
Oh, I love that. We speak slowly on purpose for you guys because we want you to actually follow along.
Always. Okay, so we have talk to yourself every day and consume content you enjoy at your level. Let's go to number 3. And this one, wait, here's the best part. This one surprises people every time.
Ooh, okay. I'm ready.
Number 3, find one English friend or one English conversation partner.
Just one?
Just one. It doesn't have to be a native speaker. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can be someone from your own country who also wants to practice English. Someone online. Anyone. The goal is you have one person you speak English with, even for 10 minutes a week.
Why does that help so much?
Because humans learn from humans. When there's another person, there's real communication. There's emotion. There's pressure, the good kind of pressure, where you think, I need to actually say this. I need to be understood. That pressure makes your brain focus like nothing else.
Okay, that's actually true. I feel like I learned so much more once I started actually talking to real people versus just doing exercises alone.
Exactly. And you know what? Even your mistakes in those conversations, especially your mistakes, those are the lessons that stick.
Wait, really? Mistakes are good?
Mistakes are gold. Every time you say something wrong and someone corrects you, or you notice yourself, oh, that didn't sound right, your brain files that away. It remembers. Perfect people don't learn. People who try and fail and try again, they learn.
I really needed to hear that when I was starting out. I was so afraid of making mistakes, so afraid people would laugh.
And that fear is the biggest wall between you and fluency, bigger than grammar, bigger than vocabulary. Fear is the enemy.
Okay, so how do you fight the fear?
You do it scared. That's the honest answer. You feel the fear and you speak anyway. And the first time is the hardest. The second time is a little easier. By the 10th time, you forget why you were scared.
You do it scared. I'm writing that down. Actually, everyone listening, write that down. Do it scared. That is life advice, not just English advice.
It really is. Okay, so let's talk about one more big idea, and this one is about time.
Time?
People say, I don't have time to learn English. I'm busy. I have work, family, life, and I understand that. I've been there. But here's what I want to challenge.
Oh, he's about to challenge us. Go ahead, Mr. J.
How many minutes a day do you look at your phone, scrolling, social media, random videos?
I mean, maybe an hour? Maybe more? I'm not going to say exactly.
Right. So what if, just what if, you took 20 of those minutes and made them English minutes?
20 minutes a day?
20 minutes of real active English practice every single day. Do you know what that adds up to in 1 year?
A lot?
Over 120 hours of practice in 1 year, just from 20 minutes a day.
That's actually kind of shocking when you say it like that.
Consistency beats intensity. A little bit every day beats a big study session once a week. Your brain needs regular contact with English, like watering a plant. A little water every day keeps it alive. One huge bucket of water once a month, the plant dies.
Okay, the plant analogy just hit different. Water your English brain every day, people.
Every single day. It doesn't have to be long. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be consistent.
Consistent. Okay. Mr. J, I want to ask you something kind of personal. When you were learning, because you weren't always this smooth and fluent, right?
Oh, absolutely not. I remember one time I was trying to order food at a restaurant and I got so nervous speaking English that I accidentally ordered something completely different from what I wanted. I just smiled and ate it anyway.
No. What did you order?
I don't even want to say. But the point is, I survived. Nobody laughed at me. The waiter was patient, and I learned 3 new food words that day because of that experience.
See? Mistake. Gold. Just like you said.
Exactly. Every embarrassing moment is a lesson wearing a costume.
Every embarrassing moment is a lesson wearing a costume. Mr. J, that is a quote. That is going on a poster somewhere.
Feel free. Okay, so let's bring it all together. May, what did you get from today?
Okay. Let me try to say this in my own words. So, learning English fast is not about studying more. It's about using English more, in real life, even in small ways, like talking to yourself in the mirror every morning. That's a real thing you can do starting tomorrow.
Love it. Keep going.
And then, you should watch and listen to English stuff that you actually enjoy, not boring textbook stuff that makes you feel happy or curious or excited, because feelings help your brain remember.
Perfect.
And then find one person to practice with, just one, because real conversations teach you faster than anything else, even when you make mistakes, especially when you make mistakes.
You've been paying attention.
And the last one, 20 minutes a day, every day. Don't try to study for 5 hours on Sunday and then forget about English all week. Small, consistent, daily contact, like watering a plant.
May, you just taught the episode.
I learned from the best. Okay, and I want to add one more thing. The mindset thing. Do it scared. Don't wait until you feel ready, because that feeling never comes. Just start. Messy and imperfect and real. That's how it works.
That might be the most important thing we said today.
Honestly. Okay, everyone, we're wrapping up. And before we go, Mr. J and I have a question for you, and we actually want you to answer this. In the comments or wherever you're listening and can leave a message, tell us.
What is the one thing that scares you most about speaking English?
Is it the pronunciation, making mistakes, people judging you, not finding the words? Tell us, because you are not alone. And when you write it down, something changes. It gets a little smaller, a little less scary.
We read every comment, and your answer might even inspire a future episode.
And if this episode helped you, even a little bit, share it with one friend who's also learning English. Because the best thing you can do for a friend is give them something that actually helps.
Until next time, keep speaking, keep trying, keep going.
And remember, do it scared. Bye, everyone.
See you next week.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May, and today we're talking about something so many of you have asked about, English learning tips for busy people.
And I'm Mr. J. If you've ever said, I want to learn English, but I just don't have time, this episode is literally made for you.
Yes, because honestly, that used to be me. Like, I'd open my textbook, look at it for 2 minutes, and then just close it.
We've all been there, May. But here's the thing. You don't need hours. You just need the right moments.
Ooh, the right moments. Okay, Mr. J, I'm already curious. What does that even mean?
It means English can fit into the life you already have. No extra time needed.
Wait, so I don't have to wake up at 5 in the morning to study?
Absolutely not. No 5 a.m. alarm required.
Okay, I already love this episode.
And before we dive in, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. We drop weekly English tips to help you grow your fluency, little by little, every single week.
Yes, we make it fun, we make it simple, and we make it real. Okay, Mr. J, let's get into it. Why is this topic so important?
Great question. Think about it. So many people want better English for their job, for travel, for making new friends, but they feel stuck because they think learning takes hours every day.
And that's just not realistic for most people, right? Like, some people have kids, have work, have a whole life happening.
Exactly. So when someone tells you, study for 2 hours a day, your brain immediately says, nope, not happening.
Yeah, my brain says that a lot.
But what if I told you that 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, done consistently every single day, can actually change your English level?
10 minutes? Like the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee?
Exactly that. The time it takes to drink your morning coffee.
Okay, that sounds way less scary. But Mr. J, does it actually work? Like, really?
It really does. And today, we're going to show you exactly how. Real tips, real examples, no fluff.
Love it. Okay, so where do we even start?
Let's start with something called micro-learning. It's a big word, but the idea is super simple.
Micro-learning. You mean like small learning?
Exactly. Micro means small, so micro-learning means learning in very short, focused sessions, 5 to 15 minutes at a time.
Oh, so instead of one big 2-hour class, you do lots of tiny sessions throughout the day?
You got it. And here's what makes it powerful. Your brain actually loves short bursts of learning. It's easier to focus, easier to remember, and way easier to keep doing every day.
Okay, wait, that actually makes so much sense. Because when I try to study for a long time, I get tired and nothing sticks anyway.
Right. Long sessions feel productive, but often they're not. Short sessions that happen every day, that's where the real magic is.
So it's like going to the gym. You don't try to lift 100 kilograms on your first day.
Perfect analogy, May. You start small, you build up, and before you know it, you're strong.
I like that. Okay, so where do busy people actually fit these tiny sessions?
This is my favorite part.
Let's talk about the commute. Do you take a bus or train to work or school, May?
Yeah, I take the bus most days. Usually I just scroll through my phone the whole time.
Okay, so what if, instead of scrolling, you put in your earphones and listen to an English podcast for just 10 minutes?
On the bus? That's actually so easy. I'm already sitting there doing nothing useful.
Exactly. You're turning what I call empty time into learning time. And you don't even have to try that hard. You just listen.
So, like, commute time is actually secret study time?
Secret study time. I love that. Yes, exactly.
Okay, this is kind of blowing my mind a little bit.
And it's not just the commute. Think about walking to the shop, waiting in a queue, even sitting and waiting for a friend who's always late.
Oh my gosh, yes. My friend Lena is always 15 minutes late. That's 15 minutes of English right there.
See, Lena's lateness is now a learning opportunity.
I'm going to thank her. Okay, so we use the commute, we use the waiting time. What kind of content should we actually listen to?
Great question. For beginners, I always recommend simple English podcasts. Something like this one, actually, where the language is clear, the topics are interesting, and you're not lost every 5 seconds.
Yeah, because I tried listening to a news podcast in English once, and I understood maybe 3 words.
That happens. The key is to find content that's just a little bit above your level. Not too easy, not too hard. Just enough to challenge you and keep you interested.
Like a video game difficulty setting. Easy is boring, hard is frustrating. You want medium.
That is such a good way to put it. Medium difficulty. You learn best right at the edge of your comfort zone.
Okay, I'm writing that down. Edge of comfort zone. Got it.
And here's another thing you can do while commuting. Repeat phrases out loud, or quietly if you're on a crowded bus.
Wait, like talk to myself?
Kind of. You hear a phrase you like, say it. Say it again. Put it in your mouth, as we say.
Put it in your mouth. That sounds a little weird, but I know what you mean.
It means make the phrase feel natural when you say it. Your mouth needs practice just like your brain does.
Oh, okay. So hearing it isn't enough. I have to actually say it too.
Exactly. Hearing plus speaking, that's a powerful combo for beginners.
This is so good. Wait, here's the best part. I feel like we haven't even gotten to all the tips yet.
We're just getting started. Let's talk about something I call the dedicated English space.
The dedicated... Okay, what's dedicated mean? Like special?
Yes, dedicated means set aside for one purpose only. So a dedicated English space is one specific spot where you only do English.
Like my kitchen table?
Exactly like your kitchen table. You sit there, no phone distractions, and you spend 5 minutes reading something in English. A short article, a work email, anything.
Just 5 minutes?
Just 5 minutes. But here's the psychology behind it. When you always sit in the same spot to study, your brain starts to connect that place with learning. It becomes a trigger.
Oh, like how I always feel sleepy in my bedroom because my brain connects it with sleep?
Perfect example. Same idea. Your kitchen table becomes an English zone. Your brain shifts into learning mode automatically.
That is so smart. It's like tricking your brain into being ready.
Friendly brain tricking, yes. And the best part? After a few weeks, you actually start to look forward to it. It becomes comfortable.
Okay, but Mr. J, what if I sit down and I just don't know what to study? That happens to me a lot. I sit there and then I waste all 5 minutes deciding.
This changed everything for me. Preparation. Before you sit down, know exactly what you're going to do. Pick it the night before.
Oh, so I decide in advance, like tomorrow I'll read this article.
Yes, remove the decision in the moment. When you sit down, you just start. No thinking, no scrolling, no choosing. Just go.
Oh, wow, that's actually really practical because, yeah, half my study time is me trying to figure out what to study.
We've all done it. But when you prepare, that 5 minutes becomes 5 minutes of real learning.
Okay, love that tip. What's next?
Next is one of my personal favorites, daily integration. This means replacing one thing you already do with the English version of it.
Oh, like instead of watching the news in my language, watch it in English.
Exactly. Or instead of listening to music during breakfast, listen to a short English lesson. Or instead of reading random stuff on your phone, read one short English article.
So I'm not adding more to my day, I'm just swapping things.
Swapping, that's the word. You're not doing more, you're doing the same things, just in English.
Okay, that is such a relief to hear because I always thought learning English meant adding more to my schedule.
That's the biggest myth in language learning. You don't need to add, you need to swap.
The biggest myth. Okay, that needs to be on a poster somewhere.
Write it down. And here's a really fun swap for speaking practice, voice notes.
Voice notes, like the audio messages on my phone?
Exactly those. Before bed, record yourself describing your day in 3 sentences in English.
3 sentences? That's it?
That's it. Today I had a meeting. It was long, but good. I learned a new word. Deadline. Done.
Okay, that is genuinely the least scary thing I've ever heard. 3 sentences.
And here's why it's so powerful. You're practicing speaking and listening at the same time. You record, then you play it back, and you hear yourself.
Oh, and then I can notice my mistakes?
Exactly. And here's a surprising fact. Busy people who use voice notes improve their speaking 3 times faster than people who only read.
3 times faster just from talking to my phone before bed?
3 times faster because speaking activates a completely different part of your brain than reading or listening.
Okay, wait, that's wild. I always thought reading was the most important thing.
Reading is great, but speaking is where confidence actually comes from.
This changed everything for me, honestly. I've been too scared to speak because I thought my grammar had to be perfect first.
Oh, this is so important to talk about. So many learners do this. They wait. They say, I'll speak when my grammar is perfect.
Yes, that's literally me. That was literally me.
But here's the truth. Your grammar gets better by speaking, not by waiting to speak. Mistakes are part of the process.
So, mistakes are good?
Mistakes are necessary. Think about a baby learning to walk. They fall down like 100 times. Do we say, stop walking, you're doing it wrong?
No, we cheer them on.
Exactly. We cheer, we encourage. You need to be that cheerleader for yourself.
Oh, okay, that actually made me feel better. I'm going to cheer for myself.
Yes, every time you try to speak English, even if it's messy, that's a win.
Every try is a win. Okay, I really needed to hear that.
Now, let's talk about vocabulary, because this is where a lot of busy people waste time.
Ooh, what do you mean waste time?
They try to learn random vocabulary, like big lists of words with no connection to their real life.
Oh yeah, I have one of those lists. I think I learned the word submarine in my 2nd lesson. I've never used it once.
Classic. And submarine is a fine word, but if you don't need it, your brain won't keep it.
So I should learn words I actually use?
Words you actually need. Job words if you work, travel words if you travel, parent words if you're a parent. Relevant vocabulary sticks because your brain sees the value immediately.
So like if I work in a cafe, I should learn cafe words, coffee words, customer service words?
Exactly. And then practice using them. Read one short article about your industry in English during your lunch break, find one new word, and use it in a sentence about your day.
And that's it? That's the vocabulary tip?
That's it. One article, one word, one sentence. Small, but powerful.
Okay, you know what? This whole episode is just proving to me that simple is better.
Simple is sustainable. Complicated is what makes people quit.
Simple is sustainable. I love that. Can we talk about something you mentioned earlier, spaced repetition? Because that sounds very science-y, and I want to know what it means.
Okay, so spaced repetition, let me break it down.
Imagine you meet someone new today and they tell you their name. If you never think about that name again, you forget it in a week, right?
Yeah, totally. I forget people's names so fast. Sorry to everyone I've ever met.
But if you think about that name the next day, then again 3 days later, then again a week later, you remember it forever.
Oh, because you kept coming back to it.
Exactly. Your brain strengthens memories each time you return to them. Spaced repetition is just reviewing things in short sessions spread out over time.
And that works better than just studying everything at once?
Way better. Research shows reviewing in short bursts strengthens memory around 200% more than cramming everything at once.
200%? That's double, more than double.
It's incredible, right? And it fits perfectly into a busy life because you're not cramming for hours. You're doing 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, spread across your week.
So flashcard apps, like the ones on your phone, those use spaced repetition.
Exactly. Apps like Duolingo, Anki, they show you words right when you're about to forget them. It's like a little reminder at the perfect moment.
Oh, wow. So the app is doing the hard thinking for me?
The app does the scheduling, you do the reviewing. It's a great team.
I need to re-download Duolingo tonight.
Do it. Even 5 minutes during your lunch break. It adds up so fast.
Okay, Mr. J, we've talked about commutes, dedicated spaces, swapping habits, voice notes, vocabulary, spaced repetition. Is there anything else?
One more thing, and this one is about ending your day right. A short reflection routine.
Reflection, like thinking back on your day?
Yes. At the end of your day, think of 3 sentences about what happened. In English, you can write them, say them out loud, or record them.
Just 3 sentences?
Just 3. Today, I had a busy morning. I spoke English with my colleague. I felt nervous, but I did it.
Oh, that's actually kind of nice. Like a little English diary?
Exactly like a diary. And here's why it works. You're using English to talk about things you already know, your own life. So you're not searching for what to say, you're just translating your reality.
Oh, so the content is easy because I lived it. I just have to find the words.
Perfectly said. And when you do this every night, after 30 days, you'll be amazed at how much easier it gets.
30 days. Okay, I feel like that's like a challenge, a 30-day challenge.
I love that. The 30-Day English Reflection Challenge.
Someone screenshot that, write that down. We just made a challenge.
And you know what? Even if you skip a day, that's okay. The goal is consistency, not perfection.
There's that word again, perfection. We're not chasing it.
Never. Progress over perfection, always.
Okay, Mr. J, I feel like I've learned so much today. Can I try to recap what I understood, like in my own words?
Please, go for it.
Okay, so learning English when you're busy is not about finding more time, it's about using the time you already have. Your commute, your waiting moments, your lunch break.
Yes, great start.
And instead of long study sessions, you do short ones, like 5 to 15 minutes, and that's called micro-learning, and it actually works better because your brain can focus.
Exactly right.
And you can set up one special spot, like a kitchen table, where you always study, so your brain gets into learning mode automatically. And you decide what to study the night before, so you don't waste time choosing.
Perfect. Keep going.
You swap one daily habit for English, like English news instead of regular news. You practice speaking by recording voice notes before bed, just 3 sentences. And you learn vocabulary that's relevant to your actual life, not random words.
You were clearly paying attention.
And spaced repetition. Review words in small sessions spread over time, not all at once, because your brain holds it 200% better that way. And at the end of the day, 3 sentences about your day in English as a little reflection diary.
May, that was genuinely impressive. You hit every single point.
I think I'm getting better at this.
You are, and that's exactly what these habits do. They build your confidence along with your skills.
Okay, I genuinely feel motivated right now, like I want to start today.
That's the best feeling. And remember, you don't have to do all of this at once. Pick one tip, just one, and start there.
One tip. Start small, build from there.
Simple is sustainable.
Simple is sustainable. Okay, I'm keeping that one forever.
And before we close, if this episode helped you, please share it with one person you know who's trying to learn English. One person, that's all.
Yes, because honestly, so many people feel stuck and they just need to hear that it doesn't have to be this huge, overwhelming thing.
It really doesn't. 10 minutes a day, that's your starting point.
10 minutes. You can do 10 minutes.
Okay, so our question for you today, and we really want to hear your answer in the comments.
What is one daily habit you're going to swap for English practice? Is it your morning commute, your lunch break, before bed?
Tell us in the comments. We read every single one.
We really do. And if you haven't subscribed yet, do it now. New episodes every week, made for you, kept simple, always fun.
Thank you so much for spending this time with us today. Keep going, keep practicing. Every small step counts.
We'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May, and today's topic is Stop Studying Grammar.
Yes, you heard that right. Stop studying grammar.
And before anyone panics, Mr. J, are we really saying grammar is bad?
Not bad, just maybe not the first thing you should focus on.
Okay, that's already making me curious. I have so many questions.
Good, because today we're going to talk about what actually works, and it might surprise you.
It already surprised me when Mr. J first told me about this. I was like, wait, what? No grammar?
Her face was priceless. But honestly, so many learners feel stuck because they study grammar every single day and still can't speak naturally.
That was literally me. I had a whole grammar notebook, color-coded and everything.
And how was your speaking?
Not great. I knew the rules, but when someone talked to me fast, my brain just froze.
Exactly, and that's the problem we're solving today. So, May, tell the listeners, what are we doing differently today?
We're talking about what to do instead of only studying grammar, and honestly, it's kind of a game changer.
Big time. And if you want tips like this every single week, hit that subscribe button right now. We drop new episodes to help you actually speak English with confidence, not just pass a test.
Okay, Mr. J, let's get into it. So first, why do so many people think grammar is everything?
Great question. Think about school. What did most English classes focus on?
Oh, definitely grammar. Fill in the blank, circle the correct verb, memorize the tenses.
Right. So learners grow up thinking, if I know all the rules, I'll speak English perfectly.
But that's not how it works.
Imagine this. You want to learn how to ride a bike. Would you sit in a room and read a book about balance, wheel angles, and physics?
No, I would just get on the bike and fall a few times.
Exactly. Grammar is like reading the bike manual. Useful? Maybe a little, but it doesn't teach you to ride.
Oh, wow. So grammar is the manual, and actually speaking English is riding the bike.
You got it. And here's the thing. When you ride every day, your body learns balance naturally. You don't think about physics while you're riding.
Just like how fluent speakers don't think about grammar rules while they're talking.
Exactly. The grammar is there. It just developed in the background while they were using the language.
Okay, so what should learners do instead? Like, what's the first big thing?
The first big thing is called, and this is a slightly technical term, but May, help me make it simple, comprehensible input.
Okay, that's a long word. What does it mean in simple English?
It means listen to and read English that you can mostly understand. Not too easy, not too hard.
Oh, like when I watch a show and I understand maybe 90% of it?
Perfect example. Researchers say the sweet spot is understanding about 90 to 98% of what you hear or read.
Wait, so if I'm watching something and I understand almost nothing, that's not actually helping me learn.
Not much, no. Your brain needs to connect new words and phrases to meaning. If everything is confusing, the connection never happens.
That explains so much. I used to watch super advanced English movies and feel terrible about myself.
We all did that. But here's the better move. Find content that's just a little bit above your level. One or two new things, not 50.
So, like, if I'm a beginner, I should watch beginner-friendly shows or podcasts?
Yes, and guess what? This podcast right here counts. We use simple English on purpose.
We do. Okay, so comprehensible input is step 1. Get lots of English you can understand. What's step 2?
Step 2 is called task-based learning, and this one is really fun.
Task-based? Like homework tasks?
No. Real-life tasks, like plan a trip to another city using only English, or call a coffee shop and ask about their menu in English.
Oh, so instead of doing grammar exercises, you do real things in English.
Exactly. Studies actually show that when learners do real tasks in English, their fluency and their grammar both improve.
Both? At the same time?
Both at the same time, because your brain is focused on completing the task, not on being perfect. And that pressure-free space is where real learning happens.
Okay, wait. Here's the best part of what Mr. J just said. Your brain stops panicking about grammar, and somehow your grammar gets better. That sounds almost too good.
I know it sounds backwards, but think about it this way. When you're nervous about every rule, you freeze. When you're focused on just saying the thing, you get it out, and slowly it gets smoother.
I actually felt that. The first time I just tried to speak without worrying, I made mistakes, but I kept going, and it felt amazing.
That feeling is everything. That's fluency starting to grow.
So, Mr. J, I have to ask the tough question here, because I know what some listeners are thinking right now.
Go for it.
If I stop doing grammar exercises, won't my grammar get worse?
This is the most common worry, and it's completely understandable. But research on communicative teaching, meaning learning through real communication, shows that accuracy actually improves over time when you get lots of input and do real tasks.
So you don't lose grammar, you just build it differently.
Exactly. And here's the key part. Teachers or learning partners can give you light feedback. Not wrong, that's the wrong tense, but more like you say something, they respond naturally using the correct form.
Oh, so you hear the correct version and your brain kind of absorbs it.
Right, quietly, without a big red pen.
I hated the red pen era of my life.
We all did. Okay, let's talk about some myths, because there are a lot of beliefs out there that are actually hurting learners.
Ooh, yes, myth-busting time. Hit me, Mr. J.
Myth number 1, I must master grammar before I speak.
Oh, I believed this for so long. I kept saying, I'm not ready yet.
And how long did not ready last?
Years, genuinely years.
And that's the trap. Waiting for perfect grammar before speaking means you never really practice speaking, and speaking is the only thing that makes you better at speaking.
It's like waiting to be fit before you go to the gym.
That's a perfect analogy. You go to the gym to get fit. You speak English to get better at English.
Okay, myth number 2?
Myth number 2, grammar drills are the fastest way to fluency.
Okay, so grammar drills can't be totally useless, right?
They're not totally useless. They can help you notice patterns. They might boost your score on a grammar test.
But
But Speaking fluently in a real conversation is a completely different skill. If you only drill grammar, you get good at grammar drills, not at conversations.
So, test scores don't always equal real ability.
This is such an important point. So many learners, especially in school systems that test grammar heavily, think their score is their English level. It's not.
That's kind of a scary realization, actually.
It is, but it's also freeing because it means you can start building real English skill right now, not just study for the next exam.
Okay, this changed everything for me. Can we talk about the confidence piece? Because I feel like that's huge.
It is huge. There's actually a research-backed idea that fluency should come first, not as a trick, but because confidence keeps learners going.
Right. If every lesson makes me feel stupid, I'm gonna quit.
Exactly. But if every lesson makes you feel like you communicated something, even imperfectly, you want to come back and do more.
And when you keep coming back, you improve. It's like a good cycle instead of a bad one.
A virtuous cycle. The more you speak, the more confident you get. The more confident you get, the more you speak. And quietly, grammar accuracy builds up underneath all of that.
Okay, Mr. J, here's a myth I personally believed. Number 3. If I stop grammar exercises, my grammar will never improve.
How long did you believe that one?
Long enough to fill a notebook with grammar rules I never used in real life.
Here's the reality. Studies on task-based and communicative teaching show that accuracy improves with fluency when learners get real communication practice and some light, focused feedback.
So it's not zero grammar, it's grammar in context.
Yes. Think of it like seasoning in food. A little bit at the right moment makes everything better. A whole bowl of seasoning? Not so good.
I love that. Grammar is seasoning, not the main dish.
Write that one down.
Okay, myth 4. Native level grammar is the goal.
This one is very important, especially for adult learners.
Because most of us are not trying to sound like Shakespeare, right?
Right. For most people, the real goal is to communicate at work, while traveling, with new friends. You need to be understood, not perfect.
That's actually such a relief to hear. Like the goal is connection, not perfection.
Exactly. And social media makes this harder, honestly. People see perfect English content and feel like anything less is failure.
When really getting your message across clearly, that's already a massive win.
A massive win. Celebrate that.
And the last myth, myth 5. Apps and worksheets alone are enough.
Okay, apps can be great. I'm not anti-app.
Same, I use apps, but
But apps usually don't give you real interaction. You tap a button, you get a point, you move on. There's no back and forth. No one asks you a follow-up question.
no one reacts to what you said in a real human way.
And research points very clearly to this. For strong speaking skills, you need interactive tasks, real conversation, and social strategies, like asking for clarification, saying, "Can you say that again?" Or, "Do you mean?"
Oh, those are actually really useful phrases. Can we do a quick vocab moment here?
Absolutely. Let's go.
Okay, so fluency. What does that mean in simple terms, Mr. J?
Fluency means speaking smoothly and naturally, without long pauses or freezing up. Like, my goal is to improve my fluency in English.
Easy. Next, accuracy.
Accuracy means using correct grammar and words. But here's the thing. Don't worry about perfect accuracy when you speak. Say it first, fix it later.
Love that. Okay, comprehensible input. We talked about this earlier, but let's make it stick.
You need lots of comprehensible input, easy English you can understand, English that's just a little above your level.
Task-based learning.
Today, we will try task-based learning with a small speaking task. Real life, real goals, real English.
Make mistakes.
It's okay to make mistakes when you speak. Say it with me. Mistakes are part of the journey, not proof that you're failing.
Feel confident.
This method can help you feel confident in conversations. And confidence is not a gift, it's built through practice.
Focus on meaning first, not on every small rule.
Ask yourself, did they understand me? Yes? Great, that's a win.
Practice regularly.
If you practice regularly, your grammar will slowly improve. Keyword slowly, but it will improve.
And the big one, communicative competence.
Our aim is communicative competence, using English to understand and be understood. That's the real finish line.
Okay, I love those. Those are phrases I'm actually going to start using.
That's the point. Use them in real sentences, in real life.
Mr. J, I want to bring up one thing before we do the recap. You gave me a challenge once, a 30-day challenge, and I want to share it with the listeners.
Go ahead.
The challenge was, for 30 days, stop grammar worksheets. Instead, do one real English task every day. Send a voice message in English, plan something in English, have one small conversation in English.
And what happened?
Honestly, the first thing that changed was my confidence, like within the first week. My grammar, that came later, but I stopped being scared of speaking.
That's exactly what the research predicts. Confidence first, accuracy follows.
So if any listener wants to try it, we're challenging you right now. 30 days, one real English task per day. Tell us in the comments what task you're going to start with.
We'd love to hear from you.
Okay, recap time, because I want to say what I got from today in my own words.
Take it away, May.
So, studying grammar isn't evil, but if it's the only thing you do, you're going to know a lot of rules and still freeze when someone talks to you.
Mm-hmm.
The better way is to get lots of English you can actually understand. Not too hard, not too easy. Do real tasks in English. Speak even when you're not perfect, and let grammar grow quietly in the background.
That's it. That's the whole episode.
Should I have just said that at the start?
No, because the journey is the point. Understanding why is what makes it stick.
True. And we also busted some big myths, like master grammar before you speak, or apps are enough, or I need native level grammar to succeed.
The goal is communication, not perfection.
The goal is connection, not perfection. I like that better, actually.
Even better. You're good at this.
I learn from the best. Okay, before we go, Mr. J has a question for you. Every episode, we leave you with something to think about.
Here it is. Imagine you know every grammar rule in your textbook, but when a native speaker talks to you, you freeze completely. Why do you think that happens? And what's one real thing you could do this week to change that?
Drop your answer in the comments. We read every single one.
And if today's episode helped you see English learning differently, share it with one friend who's still buried in grammar books.
They need this conversation. Trust us.
Until next time, keep speaking, keep learning, and remember,
The goal isn't perfect English, it's real English. See you next episode. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast.
the place where we learn English and actually have fun doing it.
I'm May, and I'm so excited about today's topic because, honestly, it's something I really struggle with.
And I'm Mr. J, and trust me, May is not alone on this one.
Today, we're talking about how to remember everything you read.
Everything. Like, actually keep it in your brain.
Because I read a whole book last month, and now I remember almost nothing.
Almost nothing. That's actually very normal, May, and that's exactly why we're here today.
So if you've ever read something and then completely forgot it 5 minutes later...
This episode is for you. Let's go.
Okay, Mr. J, so first, why does this even happen? why do we forget so fast?
Great question. So there's this thing called the forgetting curve.
The forgetting curve. That sounds kind of scary.
It is a little scary. It basically means your brain starts deleting information almost immediately after you learn it.
Wait, seriously? Like right away?
Right away. Without any strategy, most people forget about 70% of what they read within 24 hours.
That's wild. So I'm not just bad at reading, my brain is just doing its normal thing?
Exactly. Your brain isn't broken, it just needs the right tools.
Okay, that actually makes me feel so much better.
And here's why this topic really matters right now. We're in 2026, right? There is so much information everywhere.
Oh my gosh, yes. AI tools, social media, articles, videos. My brain is constantly full.
So the people who know how to actually retain what they read, they have a huge advantage at work, in school, in life.
It's like a superpower, honestly.
Exactly like a superpower. And the good news is anyone can learn it,
Even beginners like me?
especially beginners like you.
Okay, before we dive in, if you're new here and you want to improve your English fluency every single week, subscribe to the podcast right now. We drop new episodes weekly and they're all this fun, I promise.
All right, so May, let's start with the biggest, most powerful concept. Ready?
Ready, hit me.
Spaced repetition.
Spaced repetition. Okay, break that down for me.
So repetition just means doing something again and again, but spaced means you do it with gaps in between.
Oh, so not all at once?
Exactly. Instead of reading something 10 times in one day, you read it once today, once in 3 days, once in a week.
And each time you review it, your brain locks it in a little more.
Exactly that. It's like watering a plant. You don't dump all the water in 1 second.
Oh, I love that. If you dump all the water, the plant just dies.
The plant dies. Same with information. You have to give it time to grow.
Okay, wait, here's the best part. There are actually apps that do this for you automatically, right?
Yes, apps like Anki or Duolingo use spaced repetition behind the scenes.
So the app decides when to show you something again?
Exactly. It tracks what you know and what you're forgetting and brings it back at just the right time.
That's actually genius. I've been using Duolingo and didn't even know that's what it was doing.
Most people don't know. Now you do.
Okay, what's the next one? I'm hooked.
Active recall. And this one changed everything for me personally.
Oh yeah? What is it?
So most people read a page and then read it again and again. They think that's studying.
That's literally what I do.
I know, we all do it. But rereading is actually one of the weakest ways to remember something.
Wait, seriously? But it feels like it's working.
It feels like it's working because the words look familiar, but familiar is not the same as remembered.
Oh, wow. That's actually kind of mind-blowing.
Active recall means you close the book and then you try to remember what you just read without looking.
Oh, like a self-quiz?
Exactly like a self-quiz. You ask yourself, okay, what did I just read? What were the main points?
And if you can't remember something, that's actually good because then you know what to go back to?
You got it. The struggle to remember is actually where the learning happens.
That's so counterintuitive. It feels hard, so we think it's not working, but it's actually working.
Studies show active recall is about 50% more effective than just rereading. 50%!
50%. Okay, everyone listening, stop rereading. Start quizzing yourself. That's the tip right there.
She's already teaching. I love it.
Okay, Mr. J, what about people who are more visual, like me? I always need to see things to understand them.
Perfect, because the next concept is made for you. It's called dual coding.
Dual coding. Okay, what does dual mean?
Dual means two. So dual coding means using two things together, words and visuals.
Oh, so like drawing a picture next to a new word?
Exactly. When you read something and then draw a little diagram or picture that represents it, your brain stores it in two places.
Two places means two chances to remember it.
Bingo. And you don't have to be a good artist. Even a stick figure works.
Okay, good, because my drawings are terrible.
Mine too. It doesn't matter. The act of drawing it is what helps your brain process it.
This is like changing how I think about taking notes. I always just wrote words. Now I'm going to draw more.
And in 2025 and 2026, there are so many apps designed exactly for this, visual note-taking tools that combine text and images.
Yeah, I've seen people use Notion or Miro for that kind of thing.
Perfect examples. The tool doesn't matter as much as the habit.
Okay, wait. I want to go back to something. You said your brain stores things in two places. Is that like a real thing?
It's very real. Your brain has different systems for processing language and for processing images.
So if you use both at the same time, it's like double the power?
Double the power, exactly right.
I love how you explain things, Mr. J. It never feels complicated.
That's actually our next technique.
Wait, really?
It's called the Feynman technique, named after a very famous scientist named Richard Feynman.
And what's the idea?
The idea is, if you can explain something simply, like to a child, then you truly understand it.
Oh, so if I can explain it to someone else in simple words, that means I actually got it?
And if you can't explain it simply, that tells you exactly where your understanding is still fuzzy.
That's so smart. It's like explaining forces you to actually process the information.
Right. You can't fake your way through an explanation.
So instead of just reading a chapter and moving on, I should try to explain it out loud after?
Even to yourself. Sit there and say, okay, what did I just learn? Let me explain it.
Like talking to an imaginary friend.
Exactly like that. No shame. It works.
I'm going to start doing this with English vocabulary. Like, instead of just reading a definition, I'll try to explain the word in my own simple words.
That right there is going to triple your vocabulary retention. I'm serious.
Okay, everyone, are you taking notes? Because this is gold.
And speaking of notes, let's talk about chunking.
Chunking? You mean like breaking things into chunks?
Yes. When information comes in big walls of text, your brain gets overwhelmed.
Oh, I know that feeling. I see a long paragraph and I'm like, nope.
Everyone does that. But if you break that big paragraph into small pieces, 3 to 5 ideas, suddenly it's manageable.
It's like eating. You don't put the whole meal in your mouth at once.
That's the best analogy I've heard. Exactly that.
You eat one bite, you chew it, you swallow. Then the next bite.
And with reading, you read one chunk, you process it, maybe you do a little active recall on it, then you move to the next chunk.
So, slow reading with understanding is better than fast reading with nothing?
Every single time. Speed means nothing if nothing sticks.
This is honestly making me rethink how I study English. I've been trying to go so fast.
A lot of learners do that. They feel like speed means progress, but depth is progress.
Depth over speed. I'm putting that on my wall.
Please do.
Okay, here's a question I have. What about when you're reading something and it's just really boring, like a textbook?
Ah, the real enemy.
Right? How do you remember something you didn't even enjoy reading?
So this is where elaborative encoding comes in.
Elaborative encoding. Okay, that's a big phrase. What does it mean in simple English?
It means connecting new information to something you already know and care about.
Oh, so like if I'm learning a boring grammar rule, I try to connect it to something from my real life.
Exactly. Your brain remembers things that have personal meaning, so you make the boring thing personal.
Like if I'm learning the word negotiate, I think about a time I had to negotiate with my mom about staying up late.
Perfect example. Now that word has a story attached to it. It's not just a word anymore.
That actually works so well for vocabulary. Instead of just memorizing definitions, attach a memory to it.
And the more emotional or funny the memory, the better it sticks.
Okay, so be dramatic when you study. Got it.
Be as dramatic as you want. Your brain loves drama.
I have a very dramatic brain then. Perfect.
Wait, here's the best part. All these techniques work even better when you combine them.
Oh, you mean like use spaced repetition and active recall together?
Exactly. So you read a chunk of text, you close the book, you recall what you read, you draw a quick picture, and then you come back to review it in 3 days.
That's like a whole system.
It becomes a system, and once it's a habit, it feels completely natural.
Okay, what about the memory palace? I've heard people talk about that, and it sounds so cool.
Oh, the memory palace. This one is ancient. People have used it for thousands of years.
Thousands of years? Seriously?
Greek and Roman speakers used it to memorize long speeches without any notes.
Okay, that's incredible. How does it work?
You imagine a place you know really well, like your house, and you place pieces of information in different rooms.
So, like I walk through my house in my mind, and each room has a vocabulary word.
Exactly. Your brain is very good at spatial memory, remembering where things are. So you trick it into using that skill to remember information.
You're not even tricking it. You're working with how it naturally works.
That's so cool. I want to try this for English vocabulary right now.
Do it. Pick 10 words, place them in 10 spots in your bedroom, then close your eyes and walk through it.
Okay, I'm genuinely going to do this tonight.
Come back and tell us if it worked.
I will. Okay, so we've covered so much. Spaced repetition, active recall, dual coding, the Feynman technique, chunking, elaborative encoding, the memory palace.
And there's one more I want to touch on quickly. Interleaved practice.
Interleaved. Okay, does interleaved mean mixed together?
Exactly right. Instead of studying one topic all the way through, you mix different topics in one study session.
Oh, so instead of spending an hour only on grammar, I mix grammar and vocabulary and reading.
And it feels harder in the moment, but the research shows it actually creates stronger long-term memory.
Because your brain has to work harder to switch between topics?
And that extra work is exactly what builds the connection. The challenge is the learning.
This is such a theme today. Everything that feels hard is actually working.
That's the big lesson. Comfort is the enemy of memory.
Comfort is the enemy of memory. Okay, that's going on the wall next to depth over speed.
Your wall is going to be full. Okay, I want to bust a myth before we close, because someone told me once that you only remember 10% of what you read. Is that true?
Total myth. No scientific evidence for that at all.
I knew it felt wrong.
Retention depends completely on your method. With the right strategies, you can remember far, far more than 10%.
So it's not about your intelligence or how good your memory is. It's about your strategy.
Strategy beats talent every time.
I love that because it means everyone listening right now, no matter your level, can get better at this.
That's the truth. The techniques work for everyone. You just have to actually use them.
Okay, so let me recap what I got from today.
Go for it.
So, basically, our brains naturally forget things really fast. That's the forgetting curve, and it's totally normal. But we can fight it.
Keep going.
We use spaced repetition to review things over time, not all at once. We use active recall to test ourselves instead of just rereading. We use dual coding to add pictures to our words. We explain things simply with the Feynman technique. We break big texts into chunks. We connect boring information to personal memories with elaborative encoding. We can use a memory palace to place information in familiar spaces. And we mix topics together with interleaved practice so our brain has to work harder.
That was perfect.
Okay, everyone, here is your question for the comments. Which technique are you going to try first and why? Tell us below.
We read every comment, so we'll see you there.
And if this episode helped you even a little bit, share it with one friend who struggles to remember what they read, because that's basically everyone.
That is basically everyone. Thank you all so much for listening.
Stay curious, keep learning, and we'll see you in the next episode of the Jay and May English Podcast.
Take care, everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast.
Today we are talking about something huge, AI and 2026.
And I mean huge. Like, this is happening right now, in your phone, in your school, in your job.
Honestly, when I first heard AI, I thought robots, like from the movies.
Everyone thinks that at first.
But it is so much more than that, right?
So much more. And today, we're going to break it all down in simple English, no big words, no stress.
Perfect, because I have so many questions.
And I have answers, maybe.
Okay, so Mr. J, why should we even care about AI? Like, why today? Why 2026?
Great question. Think about the last time you used Google Maps or got a video recommendation on YouTube.
Yeah, literally every day.
That is AI. It is already in your life. You are already using it.
Wait, seriously? I thought AI was something new and complicated.
That is the big surprise. AI is not new to your life. It's just getting bigger and more powerful now.
Okay, that actually makes me feel better, less scary already.
Right? And here's why 2026 is special. We're moving from AI is cool and exciting to AI is real and changing things.
Like real? Like jobs and school and everything?
Jobs, school, hospitals, government, everything. 2026 is the year the world is asking, okay, AI, show us what you can actually do.
And can it? Like, is it delivering?
Some parts yes, some parts still figuring it out. And that's exactly what makes this conversation interesting.
I love that. Okay, before we go deeper, if you're new here, subscribe to the Jay and May English Podcast.
We drop weekly episodes to help you improve your English fluency naturally, like a real conversation, not a textbook.
Exactly. Okay, Mr. J, let's start simple. What is AI in the most basic way possible?
Okay, imagine you have a very smart assistant. Not human, but it learned from billions of human examples.
Like, it studied us?
Exactly. It read books, articles, conversations, pictures, millions and millions of them.
So it learned from humans, but it's not human.
Perfect. And now it can do things like write, answer questions, translate languages, even recognize your face.
That's actually kind of amazing and kind of creepy at the same time.
Both feelings are correct. Both are totally valid.
Okay, so here's something I always wondered. Is AI the same as a robot?
Oh, this is a great one. No, not the same.
Really? Because in movies they always look like robots.
A robot is the physical body, the machine you can touch. AI is the brain, the thinking part.
Oh, so a robot with AI is like a body with a brain, but AI alone is just the brain floating somewhere?
Yes, that is a perfect way to say it. The brain floating in a computer.
Okay, I love that. So most AI we use every day has no body at all.
Exactly. Chatbots, translation apps, recommendation systems, no body, just intelligence.
Wait, chatbots. I use one to practice my English, actually.
And that is one of the coolest uses of AI for language learners right now.
Is it actually helpful, though? Like, really helpful?
Here's what the data says. AI tutors and chatbots in 2026 can personalize your learning.
Personalize? You mean like made for me specifically?
Yes, it sees your mistakes, your weak points, and gives you practice based on that.
That's so different from a textbook that's the same for everyone.
Exactly. A textbook doesn't know you. AI can learn you.
Okay, wait, here's the best part. So AI is basically a personal English coach that never gets tired?
Never tired, never bored, available at 3 in the morning.
Honestly, that sounds perfect for me because I always want to study at weird hours.
Most learners do, and this is why AI in education is growing so fast in 2026.
Okay, let's talk about the scary stuff though, because I know people are worried.
Yes, let's go there. What worries you most, May?
Honestly, jobs. Like, will AI take everyone's jobs?
This is probably the number one question in 2026, and the honest answer is it's complicated.
Complicated how?
AI is replacing some tasks, not whole jobs, but specific tasks, like sorting data, writing simple reports, answering basic customer questions.
So the boring, repetitive stuff?
Mostly yes, but here is the thing. When one task disappears, new tasks appear.
Like, what kind of new tasks?
Checking AI's work, prompting AI correctly, managing AI tools, thinking creatively, things AI cannot do well yet.
Oh, interesting. So the creative and critical thinking stuff is still very human.
Very human, and actually more valuable now because AI handles the routine.
This changed everything for me, honestly. I always thought AI comes in, humans leave.
That's the myth. The reality is more like AI comes in, your job changes, you need new skills.
So the advice is learn to work with AI, not fight against it.
Perfectly said. That is exactly the mindset for 2026.
Okay, I need to ask about something I keep hearing deepfakes, because that word sounds terrifying.
It does sound scary, and it is a serious topic.
What even is a deepfake?
A deepfake is a video or audio that AI creates. It looks and sounds real, but it is completely fake.
Like someone's face on another person's body?
Yes, or making someone appear to say something they never said.
That's actually dangerous. People could believe it.
That's exactly the problem. And in 2026, governments are working hard to make regulations, rules around this.
Regulations. Okay, so like laws specifically for AI?
Yes, countries around the world, the US, China, European countries, all creating new rules for AI safety.
Is it working? Like, are the rules actually helping?
Honestly, it's early days. The technology moves faster than the laws.
That sounds like a problem.
It is, but the fact that governments are even having these conversations is progress.
Okay, so I also want to talk about something more everyday, like AI in podcasts.
Very meta. Yes, AI is huge in podcast production in 2026.
How? Like, what does it actually do?
Editing audio, removing background noise, generating transcripts, even helping with scripting and analytics.
Analytics, you mean like who's listening and what they like?
Exactly. AI can show a podcaster, your listeners stop here. They love this part. Try more of this.
That is wild. So AI is like a silent partner behind the scenes of most shows now.
Most professional shows, yes. A silent partner that never asks for credit.
The most low-maintenance partner ever.
But also, this is important, the human voice, the human story, the human connection, AI cannot replace that.
That's actually kind of beautiful. Like the warmth is still ours.
Always. That's why people still listen to human hosts, human conversations.
Okay, let's talk about data privacy, because I feel like this is something people ignore.
Yes, and they should not ignore it. This is one of the biggest issues in 2026.
Data privacy, so like AI using my personal information?
Exactly. Every time you use an AI tool, it may be collecting data about you, your habits, your preferences, your words.
That sounds like a lot.
It is. And the question is, who owns that data? What are they doing with it?
And do we even know?
Often not fully. This is why reading privacy policies matters. I know, boring.
Very boring, but important.
Very important. One tip, use AI tools from companies with clear, transparent privacy rules.
How do I even know which ones those are?
Look for companies that tell you exactly what data they collect, how long they keep it, and if they share it.
Okay, that's actually a useful tip. I never thought to check that.
Most people don't, and that's how companies quietly collect more than people realize.
Okay, I want to do something fun. Let us go through the key words from today really fast.
Love it. Hit me.
Artificial intelligence.
Machines that can do smart tasks, reading, writing, deciding, using data.
Automation.
When a machine does a task that a human used to do, simple, repetitive tasks especially.
Chatbot.
A program you can talk to, type or speak, and it responds like a person.
Algorithm.
The set of rules AI follows to make decisions, like which video to show you next.
Bias.
When AI makes unfair decisions because its training data was not fair or balanced.
Deepfake.
Fake videos or audio made by AI that look or sound completely real.
Regulation.
Governments make rules to control how AI can and cannot be used.
Data privacy.
Your right to control your personal information and who can access or use it.
Future of work.
How jobs and skills are changing because of AI and automation.
And AI-powered tools.
Apps or software that use AI inside them to help you work, learn, or create faster.
Okay, I feel like my brain just leveled up.
That is the goal every episode.
All right, light bulb moment time. Let me tell you what I actually understood today.
Go for it.
So, AI is not robots from movies. It's already in my daily life. Maps, recommendations, chatbots.
Perfect start.
And in 2026, it's getting more serious, moving from, wow, cool, to, okay, this is real life now.
Exactly right.
Jobs are changing, not disappearing completely, but changing. So I need to learn new skills, especially creative and critical thinking.
You got it.
Deepfakes are a real danger, and governments are trying to make rules, but the laws are still catching up to the technology.
Very well said.
And AI is a tool, a powerful tool, but the human part, the warmth, the creativity, the connection, that is still ours.
May, honestly, that was better than most explanations I have heard.
Maybe I should be the teacher.
Do not get too confident.
Okay, before we close, we always love to hear from you. So here's today's question.
What is one thing in your daily life that you now realize uses AI?
Tell us in the comments. We really read them, and sometimes we use your answers in future episodes.
And if today's episode helped your English or gave you something to think about,
share it with one friend. That's how we grow this community.
thank you so much for spending this time with us today.
Keep learning, keep curious, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone.
See you next time.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May, and today, oh my gosh, today's topic is so important. We're talking about something that affects every single one of us every single day. Mr. J, tell them what we're talking about.
Okay. Today we are talking about time, specifically how to not waste it. And May, before we even start, I have to ask you something honest.
Uh-oh, okay, go ahead.
How many times this week did you pick up your phone just to check one thing, and then suddenly it's been 45 minutes?
Why would you attack me like that on a podcast in front of everyone?
Because I do it too. That's the whole point. This isn't about being perfect. This is about being honest. We all waste time. The question is, do we know we're doing it? And more importantly, can we stop?
Okay, yeah, that's actually a really good question, because sometimes I don't even realize I wasted time until like the end of the day, and I'm sitting there thinking, what did I even do today?
Exactly. And that feeling, that empty, kind of guilty feeling at the end of the day, that's your brain telling you something important. We're going to talk about that today.
I'm already feeling seen, and it's been like 2 minutes.
Good. That means we're on the right track.
So, Mr. J, let's be real with our listeners. Why is this topic so frustrating? Like, why is wasting time such a big problem?
Great question. So here's the thing about time that's different from everything else in your life. If you lose money, you can earn it back. If you lose your phone, you can buy a new one. But time is the only thing you can never get back. Never. Not 1 second.
Wow, okay, that actually hit different.
And the frustrating part is nobody teaches us how to use time well. Like in school, they teach us math, they teach us history, but nobody sits you down and says, hey, here's how to manage your day so you don't feel like a zombie at 9 p.m.
That is so true. I remember being a student and just feeling busy all the time, but not actually doing anything useful. Like I was running, but going nowhere.
Running on a treadmill. Yes, that's actually a perfect way to describe it. Lots of movement, zero progress.
A human treadmill, that's me. That was me, I should say.
And look, this is why we wanted to do this episode, because once you understand how time really works, and once you learn a few simple habits, everything changes. Your English improves faster, your work gets better, your stress goes down, all of it connects.
Wait, how does it help with English specifically? Because our listeners are here to improve their English, right?
Great point. So when you manage your time well, you create space for focused practice. Instead of studying English for 5 minutes here, 3 minutes there, which honestly does almost nothing, you start studying for 20 solid focused minutes. And those 20 minutes worth more than 2 hours of distracted studying, way more.
Okay, that actually makes so much sense. Quality over quantity.
Exactly. And that phrase, quality over quantity, means it's better to have less of something good than a lot of something bad. Or in this case, less time but more focus.
I love when you explain phrases like that. Okay, so time management literally helps you learn English better. Got it. All right, so before we go deeper, and honestly, this conversation is already so good, if you're listening right now and you want more tips like this every single week, make sure you subscribe to the Jay and May English podcast. We drop new episodes regularly, and every single one is designed to help you speak more natural, confident English. Just hit subscribe, it's free, it takes 2 seconds, and honestly, don't waste that opportunity.
Very smooth, May, very smooth. Okay, let's get into the good stuff. So I want to start with a story. Is that okay?
Always, I love your stories.
Okay, so a few years ago, I had a friend, smart guy, really smart. And every time I asked him, hey, how's your project going? He would say the same thing. I'm going to start tomorrow.
Oh no.
Every single time. Tomorrow, next week, after the holidays, when things calm down. And you know what happened?
He never started?
He never started. And the sad part wasn't that he was lazy. He wasn't lazy at all. He was actually really busy. The problem was that he was busy with the wrong things. He was spending his time on things that felt productive, but weren't actually moving him forward.
What do you mean by felt productive? Can you explain that?
Yes, good question. So productive means useful. It means getting real results. And there are things we do that feel like work, but actually aren't. Like reorganizing your desk for an hour when you should be writing your report, or researching the perfect study app instead of actually studying.
Oh my God, I do that. I spend so much time looking for the best way to study that I never actually study.
We all do it. There's actually a name for it. It's called productive procrastination. Procrastination, that's a bigger word. It means delaying something you should do. And productive procrastination means you're delaying the important thing by doing small, easy things that still feel like progress.
So it's like we choose the easy path because it feels safe.
Yes, and that's very human. That's not a flaw. Our brains are literally designed to save energy and avoid hard things. It's biology. But when you know this, you can fight it.
Okay, this is changing the way I think about this. Like, I always thought I was just being lazy when I procrastinate, but it's actually my brain trying to protect me from difficulty?
Exactly. Your brain is saying, hey, this hard task is scary and uncomfortable. Let me find something easier. And your job is to say, I hear you, brain, but we're doing the hard thing anyway.
I love that. Talking back to your own brain.
It sounds funny, but it works. Awareness is the first step. Once you catch yourself doing it, you have a choice.
Okay, so Mr. J, I have a tough question, and I'm asking this because I know a lot of our listeners are probably thinking the same thing.
Go ahead, hit me.
What if you genuinely don't have enough time? Like, some people have jobs, kids, school, family responsibilities. It's not like they're choosing to scroll Instagram. They're actually just exhausted.
That is such an important point, and I'm really glad you asked it, because this conversation isn't about blaming people. Life is hard, people are tired, and yes, sometimes you genuinely don't have much free time.
Right.
But here's what I've noticed, and this changed everything for me. It's not always about having more time, it's about being honest about the time you do have.
What do you mean?
Okay, so let's say you have 30 minutes of free time in a day, just 30. A lot of people will spend those 30 minutes on their phone because they're tired and they feel like they deserve a break. And look, sometimes that's okay. Rest is important. But if this happens every single day, and you also keep saying, I don't have time to work on my goals, then we need to have an honest conversation.
So it's less about having time and more about deciding what to do with the time you have.
Yes. Choosing intentionally. Intentionally, that means on purpose, with a clear reason, not just doing whatever feels easy in the moment.
Okay, I feel like that word intentionally is going to stick with me. Like living intentionally, choosing intentionally.
It's a powerful word, and honestly, just asking yourself, am I doing this on purpose or just by habit? That question alone can change your whole day.
Wait, here's the best fart coming. I can feel it. Mr. J always has this moment where he drops something really practical. What's the tip?
Okay. So here's something simple that I actually use. It's called the Big Three.
The big three. I like it already.
Every morning or the night before, you write down just 3 things. Not 10 things, not a huge list, just 3. The 3 most important things you want to finish that day.
Only 3?
Only 3. And here's the rule. Those 3 things come first, before you check your messages, before you scroll social media, before anything else. You protect those 3 things like they're the most important part of your day.
Because they are.
Because they are. And what happens is, even if the rest of your day goes completely sideways, you know that expression, sideways, meaning everything goes wrong or gets chaotic.
Yeah, like your whole plan falls apart.
Right. Even if the whole day falls apart, you already finished your 3 most important things. So the day wasn't wasted. You moved forward.
That's so simple. Why does it work so well?
Because most people fail at time management, not because they're disorganized. It's because they try to do too much and end up doing nothing well. The Big Three forces you to make a decision. What actually matters today?
I feel like I've been making 10-item to-do lists my whole life and then feeling terrible when I only finish 3 things. But maybe those 3 things were always the right number?
You just figured it out yourself. That's exactly it.
Okay, I feel very smart right now.
Let me tell you one more thing, and then I want to hear what May thinks about all of this.
Yes, go ahead.
Time is not just about productivity, it's also about regret. There's a study. Researchers asked elderly people, people at the end of their lives, what they regretted most. And you know what most of them said?
What?
They didn't say, I wish I had watched more TV. They didn't say, I wish I had spent more time scrolling my phone. They said, I wish I had spent more time with the people I loved. I wish I had tried the things I was afraid to try. I wish I hadn't waited so long.
That's heavy.
It is. And I share that not to make anyone feel bad, but because, look, we all have the same 24 hours. Every person on this planet, the billionaire, the student, the parent, the dreamer, same 24 hours. The difference is what you choose to do inside those hours.
And the word choose is really important there because it means we have power.
We always have more power than we think. Even in hard situations, even when life feels out of control, you can almost always find one small choice to make better.
This is genuinely one of my favorite conversations we've had on this podcast. I mean it.
Me too.
Okay, so let me try to recap what I got from today, in my own words, because that's how I actually remember things.
Go for it.
All right, so time is the one thing you can never get back. Unlike money or stuff, time is gone once it's gone. And a lot of us waste it not because we're lazy, but because we're choosing comfort over progress. We do things that feel like work but actually aren't, like organizing instead of creating, or searching for the perfect app instead of just studying.
Perfect so far.
And the fix isn't some complicated system. It's just being honest, asking yourself, is this actually moving me forward? And then using something simple like the big 3, just 3 important tasks a day to make sure you actually do what matters.
Excellent.
And the biggest thing I'm taking away, we all have the same time. The question is whether we're using it on purpose or just letting it slip away while we're scrolling or waiting for the right moment that never comes.
May, that was genuinely excellent. You explained it better than I did.
I learned from the best.
And I want to add one tiny thing to what you said. The right moment, it never comes on its own. You have to create it. The best time to start is always right now.
Right now. I love that. Okay, before we close, Mr. J, any final thought for someone who's listening to this and thinking, yeah, but my situation is different. I really don't have time.
I'd say this. Start small. Don't try to change everything at once. Just try the big 3 tomorrow morning. Write down 3 things, finish them before you do anything else. See how it feels. One day. That's all I'm asking.
One day. You can do one day.
You can always do one day.
I love that so much. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for spending your time with us today. And I mean that in a very literal way, because after this episode, we all know how valuable that is.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, genuinely.
And before you go, here's your question for the comments. We want to hear from you. Think about this honestly. What is one thing you do regularly that wastes your time, but you keep doing it anyway? Maybe it's your phone, maybe it's a habit, maybe it's waiting for the perfect moment. Tell us in the comments. No judgment here. Remember, Mr. J admitted his phone problem in the first 2 minutes of this episode.
I did. Full transparency.
We're all in this together. Drop your answer below, and we will see you in the next episode of the Jay and May English Podcast. Take care of yourselves and take care of your time.
See you next time, everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast. I am May, and I'm so happy you're here with us today.
Hello, hello. Great to be here. How are you doing today, May?
I'm good, Mr. J, but honestly, I want to ask you something before we even start today's topic.
Of course. Go ahead.
Has this ever happened to you? You wake up feeling totally fine. You're happy, life is good, and then you open your phone and suddenly, within like 5 minutes, you feel like your whole life is behind.
May, you just described something that happens to millions of people every single day.
Right? And the crazy part is, nothing in your life actually changed. You just looked at someone else's life and suddenly yours felt small.
That feeling has a name, and today that's exactly what we're going to talk about.
Today's topic is something we all do, but almost nobody talks about honestly. We're talking about comparison, specifically why we compare ourselves to others, what it does to us, and how to stop letting it steal our peace.
And I think this is one of those topics where people will be nodding along the whole time thinking, yes, this is me.
Totally. So, Mr. J, let's just jump right in. Where does this even start for most people?
I want to start with a small story. A few years ago, I had a friend. Let's call him David. David had a good job, a nice apartment, a great relationship. By any measure, his life was going well.
Okay, sounds like he was doing fine.
He was, until he started spending a lot of time on social media. And slowly, week by week, he started to change. He became quieter, more irritable, less grateful.
Wait, what changed? Did something bad happen to him?
Nothing bad happened to him at all. He just kept watching other people's lives online. Someone got a promotion, someone bought a house, someone traveled to Bali, and every time he saw it, he felt a little smaller.
That's so sad because, like you said, his life didn't change, but his feelings about his life completely changed.
Exactly. And that is the power, the dangerous power of comparison. It doesn't need real facts. It just needs for you to look to your left or your right and start measuring.
So why do we do it, though? Like, is it just a bad habit, or is there something deeper going on?
There's actually a psychological reason for this. Our brains are wired to compare. It goes back thousands of years. Early humans needed to know, am I safe? Am I strong enough? Do I belong in this group?
Oh, wow. So comparison was actually useful once.
It was a survival tool. Checking where you stand in a group helped people know if they were okay. But here's the problem. Today, our group is no longer 20 people in a village.
Right. Today, our group is like the entire internet.
Exactly. And the internet never sleeps. So instead of occasionally checking your rank in a small group, your brain is now doing that check constantly. Every scroll, every like, every post.
That's honestly exhausting just thinking about it.
It really is. And the research supports this. Studies show that heavy social media use is strongly connected to higher rates of anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem, especially in young people.
And I think what makes it worse is that social media isn't even showing us real life, right?
This is one of the most important things to understand. What you see online is a highlight reel. People post their best vacation photos, not the flight delay, the argument with their partner, or the credit card bill afterward.
Nobody posts a photo crying in the hotel bathroom.
Nobody does. But in real life, that moment exists. The problem is that we compare our full, messy, behind-the-scenes life with someone else's carefully chosen, filtered best moments.
That is so unfair to ourselves. We're playing a game where the rules aren't even equal.
Very well said, May. It's not an equal comparison at all. And yet, we take it personally. We think, why isn't my life like that? Without realizing we're not even seeing their real life.
Okay, I want to stop here for a second because I know our listeners are feeling this. If you've ever looked at someone else's life and felt like yours wasn't enough, you are not alone. That feeling is incredibly common. And heck, if these conversations are helping you think a little differently about life, make sure to subscribe to the Jay and May English podcast so you never miss an episode.
Good reminder, May.
Okay, Mr. J, so we know comparison is natural. We know social media makes it worse, but here's what I want to understand. Does comparison always hurt us? Like, is there ever a good side to it?
Great question. And this is where it gets interesting. Not all comparison is harmful. There are actually two directions comparison can go.
Two directions? What do you mean?
The first direction is what psychologists call upward comparison. That's when you look at someone who seems to be doing better than you. The second is downward comparison, looking at someone who seems to be doing worse.
Okay, so upward comparison makes you feel bad about yourself, and downward comparison makes you feel better. Is that right?
That's how most people use them, yes.
But here's what most people don't realize. Both can actually hurt you if you're not careful.
Wait, even downward comparison? Like feeling better because someone else has it worse?
Think about it. If the only way you feel good about yourself is by finding someone who's struggling more than you, that's a fragile kind of confidence, and it can quietly damage your empathy and your relationships.
Wow, I never thought about it that way. It's like building yourself up by stepping on someone else's story.
Very well said. Now, upward comparison, looking at someone doing better, can actually be motivating, but only under one condition.
What's the condition?
The condition is your interpretation. If you see someone successful and think, I'm a failure, I'll never be that, that's destructive. But if you see the same person and think, wow, they did it, that means it's possible. What can I learn from them? That's inspiring.
So the comparison itself isn't the problem. It's the story you tell yourself about what the comparison means.
That is exactly it. Same situation, two completely different emotional results. One crushes you, one motivates you. The only difference is the thought you attach to it.
That's actually kind of empowering because you can't always control who you see or what they're doing, but you can work on how you interpret it.
And that's a skill, a real learnable skill. It takes practice, but it is absolutely possible to change that automatic response.
Okay, Mr. J, here's something I want to bring up because I think this is a mistake a lot of people make, and I know I've made it. We compare ourselves in areas that don't even matter to us personally.
Say more about that.
Like, I don't even care that much about having a fancy car. I never really think about it. But then I see a friend post about their new car, and suddenly I feel behind. Even though, why? I don't even want that.
This is such a real and important point. We absorb society's measuring sticks without even questioning if those are our measuring sticks.
Exactly. Money, looks, popularity, followers, those are the things the world says matter, but maybe they're not what actually matters to you personally.
And when you constantly measure yourself against standards that don't even reflect your real values, you will always feel behind because you're running someone else's race.
Okay, that phrase, running someone else's race, I love that because that's exactly what it feels like sometimes.
And here's a question worth sitting with. What does your race look like? What are the things that genuinely matter to you? Not to society, not to your family, not to social media, but to you.
That takes some honest self-reflection, doesn't it?
It does, but it's one of the most freeing things you can do. Because once you're clear on your own values, comparison starts to lose its grip. You look at someone else's life and you can genuinely think, that's great for them. That's not my path.
And I think there's something else here, something we haven't talked about yet. What about the person we forget to compare ourselves with most often?
And who is that?
Ourselves, our past selves.
Now that is a powerful shift. Tell me more about what you mean.
Like, instead of asking, am I better than her, or am I as successful as him, what if the question was, am I better than the person I was last year?
This is what I consider the most honest and most useful form of comparison, because it's the only truly fair comparison you can make.
Because you have the same starting point, your own history.
Exactly. No one else had your childhood, your challenges, your resources, or your experiences. When you compare yourself to someone else, you're ignoring all of that context. But when you compare yourself to your past self, all of that context is already there.
And sometimes the growth is small, right? Like, it's not always, last year I couldn't speak English, now I'm fluent. Sometimes it's just, last year I would have panicked in that situation. This time I handled it.
Those small moments of growth are everything. They're the building blocks of real confidence. Not the kind of confidence that comes from being better than others, but the kind that comes from knowing you are moving forward on your own path.
I think a lot of people underestimate those small wins because they don't look impressive compared to other people's big milestones.
And that is the trap again.
The moment you bring someone else into the picture, your small but real progress starts to feel invisible. But your progress is real. It counts. It matters.
This is the part of the conversation where things start to really land for me. Like I can feel a shift just talking through this.
Let's also talk about something practical, because I know some people will ask, okay, but what do I actually do? How do I stop the comparison habit?
Yes, give us the real tools.
The first step is simply noticing. Most comparison happens automatically. You feel bad and you don't even know why. So the first skill is catching the moment. Oh, I'm comparing right now.
Just naming it already helps, doesn't it?
Significantly, because once you name it, you're no longer just inside the feeling, you're observing it. And from that small distance, you have a choice.
And I think the second step is asking yourself that question you mentioned earlier. Is this even something I actually value?
Yes, and the third step is redirecting. Instead of staying with the thought, they're doing better than me, you ask, what's one thing I can do today to move forward on my own goals?
So you're not trying to force yourself to feel grateful or happy, you're just gently redirecting the energy toward your own path.
You don't suppress the feeling. You acknowledge it, you question it, and you redirect it. That's the cycle.
Okay, I love this. And I think one more thing worth saying, this is a habit, not a character flaw. Like, if you compare a lot, it doesn't mean something is wrong with you as a person.
That is so important. Comparison is one of the most universal human behaviors. Every single person does it. The goal isn't to become someone who never compares. The goal is to not get stuck there.
To notice it, learn from it when it's useful, and let it go when it's not.
Beautifully said.
All right, let's do something really fun that our listeners love, the vocabulary spotlight. We're going to revisit 5 key words and phrases from today's conversation and make them stick.
I enjoy this part. Let's go.
Word number 1, highlight reel. Mr. J, what does this mean?
A highlight reel is a collection of only the best moments. In sports, it's the best plays. In life, it means the most impressive or beautiful moments someone chooses to show the world. For example, her Instagram is just a highlight reel. It doesn't show the hard days.
And if you want to practice saying it, say highlight reel. Go ahead.
Word number 2, upward comparison. This means comparing yourself to someone who seems to be doing better than you. For example, he made an upward comparison when he looked at his classmates' grades and felt discouraged.
Word number 3, this one is mine, running someone else's race. This phrase means chasing goals or standards that belong to someone else, not you. For example, she realized she was running someone else's race when she noticed she didn't even want the things she was working so hard for.
I love that one. Word number 4, downward comparison. This is comparing yourself to someone who seems to be doing worse, usually to feel better about yourself. For example, he used downward comparison to feel okay, but it didn't fix the real problem.
And word number 5, personal growth. This means improving yourself over time based on your own progress. For example, she measured her personal growth by comparing who she was this year to who she was last year. Personal growth, a beautiful phrase.
These 5 phrases give you real vocabulary for talking about your own emotions and choices in English.
Okay, we're almost at the end, and I always love this part. My light bulb moment.
What was yours today, May?
So many moments, honestly. But I think the biggest one for me today was this idea that comparison feels like a fact, but it's actually a story. You see something, your brain makes it mean something, and that meaning, that's where the damage happens, not from what you saw itself.
That is a real insight. The event is neutral. The suffering comes from the interpretation.
And the other thing that really got me was the idea of running someone else's race. Like, how often do we feel bad about not having things we don't even truly want? We've absorbed other people's finish lines as our own.
And the remedy to that is self-awareness, knowing your own values, building your own definition of progress, and measuring yourself kindly against who you were, not who someone else is.
I think if someone is listening to this and they feel like they're always behind, I just want to say you might just be on a different track, and different doesn't mean behind.
Different doesn't mean behind. That is worth writing down.
So here's our question for you today, and we would genuinely love to read your answers. Think about this. When is the last time you compared yourself to someone else and felt small? And what is one thing about your journey right now that you are actually proud of?
Write it in the comments, really, because sometimes the simple act of writing it makes you see it more clearly.
Yes. And hey, if today's conversation added something to your day, share this episode with someone who needs to hear it. And subscribe to the Jay and May English podcast so we can keep having these kinds of honest, real conversations together.
Thank you for spending this time with us. Remember, the goal is not to be better than everyone else. The goal is to be better than you were yesterday.
That's it for today, everyone. Take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and we'll see you in the next episode. Bye!
Goodbye, everyone. Take care.
Hey, everyone! Welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm so happy you're here with us today.
And I'm Mr. J. Happy to be back as always.
So, today we're talking about something that I think a lot of people secretly feel, but don't always talk about.
And what's that, May?
Feeling lost in life. Like, you wake up one day and think, wait, what am I even doing? Where am I going?
Ah, that feeling. Yeah, I know it well.
Mr. J, honestly, have you ever felt that way? Like, genuinely lost?
More than once, and I'll tell you something. The first time it happened to me, I thought something was seriously wrong with me.
Really? But you seem so put together.
Well, that's the thing about feeling lost. It doesn't always show on the outside. You can look completely fine to everyone around you and still feel totally confused on the inside.
Okay, that actually hits different, because I think that's exactly what I've been feeling lately, and I couldn't even explain it to anyone.
Tell me more. What does it feel like for you?
Like, I have a routine, I show up, I do the things I'm supposed to do, but somewhere deep inside, there's this little voice asking, is this really it? Is this really what I want?
That little voice, that's not your enemy, May. That voice is actually trying to help you.
Wait, really? Because honestly, it feels more like an annoying alarm that won't turn off.
I love that description. But think about it. An alarm doesn't go off for no reason. Something triggered it.
Okay, so the feeling of being lost is actually trying to tell us something?
Exactly. And that's really the heart of today's conversation. Feeling lost is not a sign that you are broken or failing. It's often a signal, your inner self saying, hey, something needs to change.
Wow, that actually makes me feel a little better already.
Good. And I think a lot of people listening right now might feel the same way. Because here's the thing. This is one of the most common human experiences, especially in your 20s and 30s.
Okay, before we go deeper, if you're new here and this is your first time joining us, welcome. And if this is the kind of conversation you love about life, mindset, and personal growth, make sure you subscribe the channel because this is exactly what we do here every single week.
We really do, and we love that you're here.
All right, Mr. J, so let's really get into it. Why do people feel lost? Like, is there one main reason, or is it more complicated than that?
It's definitely more than one reason, but let me start with something really simple, identity confusion.
Identity confusion. Can you break that down?
Sure. Identity is basically your answer to the question, who am I? What do I believe in? What do I value? What kind of person do I want to be?
Okay,
That sounds simple enough, but I guess a lot of people don't actually know the answer.
Exactly. And here's the interesting part. Most people have never really sat down and seriously asked themselves that question. They just follow the path in front of them.
Oh, wow. That's kind of scary to think about.
There's a psychologist named Eric Erikson. He studied how people develop across their whole life, and he said that one of the biggest challenges in early adulthood is figuring out your identity. If you don't really work through that, it can cause confusion later in relationships, in work, in everything.
So it's like building a house on a weak foundation?
That's a perfect way to say it. If you don't know who you are, it's very hard to make decisions that feel right because you don't have a clear inner compass.
Okay, so identity confusion is one big reason. What else?
The second one is lack of purpose, and this one is huge.
Like not knowing what you're living for?
Yes, a lot of people are going through the motions. They get up, go to work, come home, go to sleep, repeat. But inside, they're asking, what's the point of all this?
Oh, the Sunday night feeling.
Exactly the Sunday night feeling, that quiet dread before the week starts again. You're not unhappy exactly, but you're not excited either. You feel empty.
And I think social media makes that so much worse because you look around and it seems like everyone else has a purpose and a passion in this amazing life.
Most people don't realize this, but that comparison is one of the biggest traps. What you see on social media is a highlight reel. It's the best 1% of someone's life. The other 99%, the confusion, the doubt, the empty feelings, that's all hidden.
That is so true. And yet our brains still compare, like automatically.
Because that's human nature. We're wired to look around and measure ourselves against others. It's an old survival instinct. But in the age of Instagram and LinkedIn, it can really hurt us.
LinkedIn is honestly the worst for that. Everyone's getting promoted and starting companies, and I'm just here trying to decide what to have for lunch.
You know, I want to share a scenario that I think a lot of people can relate to. Imagine a 22-year-old. Let's call her Sarah. She just finished university. She studied hard, got good grades, landed a job that looked amazing on paper.
Sounds like a success story so far.
Right? But 3 months in, she's bored. She questions her whole major. She scrolls through LinkedIn and sees classmates doing different things, and she starts thinking, did I choose the wrong path? Did I make a mistake?
Oh no, that's painful and so relatable.
And here's the thing, Sarah didn't make a mistake. What's happening is that she's experiencing something called a quarter-life crisis.
Quarter-life crisis. Okay, I've heard this term before, but what does it actually mean?
It means that in your mid-20s to early 30s, a lot of people go through a period of serious questioning about who they are, what they want, whether the path they're on is the right one.
And it's actually a real thing, like scientifically studied?
Completely. There was a review published in 2024 that found quarter-life crisis is actually very common in early adulthood. It's linked to higher anxiety, higher depression, and in some cases symptoms that look a lot like emotional trauma.
Wow, so it's not just being dramatic or overthinking.
Not at all. It's a real psychological experience. And the important thing to understand is it doesn't mean your life is ruined. It means you're at a crossroads, and crossroads are actually opportunities.
Okay, I really like that framing. A crossroads is an opportunity, not a disaster.
Exactly. Now, here's another idea I want to bring in, and this one is really practical. It's called self-determination theory.
That sounds very academic.
It is, but the idea is beautifully simple. Psychologists say that every human being has 3 basic psychological needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness.
Okay, let's go one by one. Autonomy first. What does that mean?
Autonomy means feeling like you have a choice in your life. Like your decisions are actually yours, not just things other people told you to do.
Oh, so if your parents basically chose your career, your autonomy is low.
Precisely. And when autonomy is low, you feel like you're living someone else's life, which is a very specific kind of lost.
Okay, competence?
Competence means feeling capable, feeling like you're good at what you do, or that you're growing and improving.
And if you feel terrible at your job every single day, your competence need isn't being met.
Right. And that creates this constant quiet feeling of, I'm not enough, or I don't belong here, which again makes people feel lost and stuck.
And the third one, relatedness?
Relatedness is connection, feeling like you belong somewhere, feeling like people around you know you and care about you.
And I think this one is actually really underrated. Like, people can have a great job and still feel completely alone.
That's such an important point. You can be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly lonely if those connections aren't genuine. And loneliness is one of the quietest but most powerful ways people feel lost.
This is where things change for me personally, because I've had periods where I checked off all the success boxes, good grades, busy schedule, friends around, but still felt totally empty inside. And now I understand why.
Tell me, which of those three needs do you think was missing?
Honestly, autonomy. I was just doing what was expected of me, not what I actually wanted.
And that's more common than people realize. A lot of people spend years, sometimes decades, living a life that was designed by other people's expectations. And then one day they wake up and feel completely lost in a life that doesn't feel like theirs.
That's kind of heartbreaking, actually.
It is. But here's the hopeful part. Recognizing it is the first step out. You can't change direction if you don't know you're going the wrong way.
Okay, I want to talk about something you mentioned earlier, values changing, because I think that one might be the sneakiest reason of all.
Sneakiest, yes, that's exactly the right word. Here's the idea. Sometimes you feel lost not because your life is wrong, but because you have changed and your life hasn't caught up yet.
Can you give an example?
Sure. Imagine someone who spent their whole 20s chasing money. That was their goal. Earn more, save more, buy more. And they were very focused, very driven.
Sounds like they had direction, not lost at all.
Right. But then, at 35, something shifts. Maybe they become a parent. Maybe they lose someone they love. Suddenly, money doesn't feel as meaningful. Now they care about creativity, or time with family, or making a difference in their community.
But their whole life is still built around money, the job, the schedule, the choices.
Exactly. And now they feel lost, not because they failed, but because the person they've become no longer fits the life they built for the person they used to be.
Oh, wow. That's actually a really profound kind of lost.
And the solution isn't to throw everything away. It's to slowly, intentionally start realigning your daily choices with your current values, not your old ones.
So, like, you have to keep asking yourself, what do I actually care about right now? Not 5 years ago, but now.
Yes, and most people never ask that question. They just assume that what they wanted at 22 is still what they want at 32 or 42.
We kind of treat ourselves like we're a finished product, when actually we're always changing.
That's beautifully said. You're not a finished product. You're always in process. And feeling lost is sometimes just the moment between who you were and who you're becoming.
Okay, I really needed to hear that today.
I think a lot of people do. And here's one more misconception I want to clear up, because I hear this a lot. I just need to find my one true passion, and everything will fall into place.
Oh yes, the follow your passion advice. Everyone says it.
And while I understand the intention, the research actually shows that it's not quite right.
Purpose doesn't have to be one single magical thing. It can be plural. It can be multiple areas of meaning: your relationships, your work, your creativity, your community.
Oh, that's actually a huge relief because I've been stressing about finding the one thing for years.
Right? And the pressure of finding that one perfect calling can actually make people feel more lost because they're searching for something impossibly specific.
So it's less about finding one big purpose and more about building a life with multiple small meanings.
Perfectly said. Meaningful engagement in general is what protects mental health and well-being, not one magic answer.
Okay, Mr. J, I want to bring up one more scenario before we wrap up, because I know a lot of people have experienced this one. What about when a big life change, like a breakup or moving to a new city, suddenly makes you feel completely lost?
Ah, yes, this is one of the most immediate and raw ways people experience feeling lost.
Because it's like your whole routine disappears, your identity disappears almost.
Exactly. Think about someone who goes through a big breakup. For years, part of their identity was being someone's partner. Their weekend plans, their social circle, even how they introduce themselves, all of that was connected to that relationship.
And then suddenly it's gone, and you're left wondering, who am I without this?
And that question, as scary as it is actually a very important one because it pushes you to find out who you are as an individual, separate from any role or relationship.
So even painful transitions can be useful.
Deeply useful. Some of the most important growth in a person's life happens right after they lose something that was defining them, because now they have to find a definition that comes from within.
That honestly reframes so much. Loss as an opportunity to find yourself, not just as a tragedy.
And I'm not saying loss isn't painful. It absolutely is. But pain and growth can exist at the same time. You don't have to choose.
Okay, I feel like I need to just sit quietly for a moment and process all of this.
Take your time.
All right, let me try to bring it all together in my own words, because I think that's how it really sinks in.
Please do.
So, feeling lost in life is not a sign that you're broken or a failure. It's a signal that something inside you has changed or something you need isn't being met.
Go on.
It can come from not knowing who you really are, identity confusion, or from not having a clear purpose, that what's the point feeling, or from missing one of those three basic needs: autonomy, competence, or connection.
Very well said.
And it often happens during big life changes, graduations, breakups, moves, which is why your 20s and 30s can feel especially disorienting. But it doesn't mean something is wrong with you. A lot of people feel exactly this way.
And the research absolutely backs that up.
And maybe most importantly, you don't have to find one perfect passion or have it all figured out. You just have to keep asking yourself what actually matters to you right now, and slowly, gently start moving in that direction.
May, honestly, that was one of the best summaries I've heard. You explained it beautifully.
Thank you, Mr. J. I think it's because this topic really spoke to me personally.
And that's what makes it powerful. When something resonates, you don't just understand it intellectually, you feel it.
Okay, so before we close, I want to leave everyone with a little question to think about. Actually, Mr. J, do you want to do the honors?
I'd love to. Here it is. Think about those three basic needs we talked about: autonomy, competence, and connection. Right now, in your life, which one of these three do you feel is most missing? And what's one small thing you could do this week to start meeting that need?
I love that question because it's not overwhelming. It's not fix your whole life. It's just one small thing.
One small step is all you need to stop feeling completely still. Even the tiniest movement changes your direction.
Drop your answer in the comments. We genuinely love reading them. And if today's episode made you think or helped you feel a little less alone in this, please share it with someone who might need to hear it.
Because sometimes the most powerful thing you can do for someone is show them that what they're feeling, you feel it too.
That's it from us today, everyone. Thank you so much for spending this time with us. Take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves, and remember, feeling lost just means you're in between chapters.
And the next chapter, it's yours to write.
See you next time on the Jay and May English podcast. Bye, everyone.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. Today we're talking about something so many of you have asked us about, the fastest way to learn English.
And honestly, Mr. J loves this topic because there are so many myths around it. People think there's some secret shortcut, like a magic pill.
Right, and spoiler alert, there is no magic pill. But there is a smart path, and that's what we're breaking down today.
Exactly. We're going to give you a real, honest roadmap. No fake promises, no fluent in 7 days nonsense.
If you've ever felt stuck, slow, or just confused about where to even start with English, this episode is literally made for you.
And Mr. J wants you to know something before we begin. Feeling stuck doesn't mean you're bad at English. It usually just means nobody showed you the right method yet.
That hit me hard, actually, because I remember feeling that way too. Like, why is everyone else getting it and I'm just sitting here lost?
And that feeling is so common. So today, we fix that.
Okay, so Mr. J, let's start with the big question. Why does learning English feel so slow for so many people?
Great question to open with. The number one reason is this. Most people study English, but they don't use English. There's a huge difference.
Ooh, wait, can you explain that more? Because I feel like studying is using it, right?
So think about learning to swim. You can read every book about swimming, you can memorize every stroke, every technique, but until you jump in the water, you cannot swim.
Okay, that makes so much sense. Like, you can study the word swim, but you still can't actually swim.
Exactly. And English is the same. The fastest learners are the ones who speak from day one, even badly, even with mistakes.
Even if it sounds terrible?
Especially if it sounds terrible at first, because that's how your brain wires itself for real language.
Okay, I love that. And this is actually why this podcast exists, right? To get people actually using English, not just studying it.
100%. And here's something interesting. In 2026, we have tools that make this easier than any other time in history. AI tutors, personalized apps, podcasts like ours.
Which brings me to, why does this topic matter so much right now in 2026 specifically?
Because English is still the number one language for jobs, travel, online content, and international communication. If you improve your English, you directly improve your opportunities.
Like better jobs, better travel experiences, more connections online.
All of that. A person who speaks confident English literally has access to a bigger world than someone who doesn't. It's that real.
That's kind of motivating and a little scary at the same time.
But here's the good news. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be good enough to communicate, and we can get you there faster than you think.
Okay, and before we go deeper, if you're loving this episode already, please subscribe to the Jay and May English podcast. We drop new episodes every week to help you improve your English fluency step by step.
And share this with one friend who's learning English right now. Seriously, one share can change someone's whole learning journey.
All right, let's get into the real stuff. Mr. J, what's the first pillar of fast English learning?
Pillar 1. Speak every single day, even for just 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes? That's it?
That's it to start. See, most beginners wait.
They say, "I'll speak when my English is better," but that day never comes if you keep waiting.
That's literally me 2 years ago. I kept saying, not yet, not yet.
And so many listeners are doing the exact same thing right now. Here's the thing. Your brain learns language through use, not through waiting.
So, what can a total beginner do, like someone who only knows hello and thank you?
Perfect. Start there. Read simple sentences out loud. Talk to yourself in English while you make breakfast. Describe what you see around you.
Wait, talk to yourself? Like out loud?
Out loud. I am making coffee. The cup is blue. Today is Wednesday. Simple, but your mouth, your ears, and your brain are all working together.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I used to do this and I felt crazy, but it actually works.
It absolutely works. And now, in 2026, you can also talk to an AI tutor that responds back, corrects your pronunciation, and has a full conversation with you.
Oh, that's actually huge for people who are shy, because you're not embarrassed in front of a real person.
Exactly. The AI doesn't judge you. You can make the same mistake 50 times, and it just calmly helps you fix it.
Wait, here's the best part though. You said even 5 minutes a day is enough to start, so literally anyone listening right now has time for this.
Anyone. 5 minutes during lunch, 5 minutes before bed. The consistency matters more than the length.
Okay, pillar 1, speak every day, even alone, even badly, even for 5 minutes. Got it. What's pillar 2?
Pillar 2 is about vocabulary, but not the way most people study it.
Oh no, are you going to tell me I don't need to memorize a dictionary?
Exactly that. Here's the truth. English has over 170,000 words, but guess how many you need to have a real everyday conversation?
I don't know, 5,000?
The first 1,000 words cover the majority of daily conversation, and once you reach 3,000 words, you can understand most everyday texts, podcasts, and messages.
3,000 words versus 170,000. That's actually really comforting.
Right? It's like you don't need to read the whole map, you just need to know the roads you actually use.
I love that analogy. So what are these high-frequency words, like the most common ones?
Words like want, need, feel, think, have, go, make, say, know, get. Verbs like these, simple connectors, everyday nouns. These are your power words.
And if someone focuses only on these first, they start understanding things much faster, right?
So much faster. And here's the psychological win. When you suddenly understand a TV show or a song or a podcast in English, that feeling of, I get it, that motivation keeps you going.
Oh, that moment is so real. I remember the first time I understood a full YouTube video in English without subtitles. I literally called my friend to tell her.
That's the moment. And smart vocabulary learning creates more of those moments faster.
Okay, so to recap pillar 2, focus on the most common 1,000 to 3,000 words first, not everything at once.
Perfect. And learn them in context, in sentences, in conversations, not just as a list.
That's such an important detail because I used to just stare at word lists and nothing stuck.
Because your brain doesn't store isolated words easily. It stores meaning, context, and emotion. So learn words inside a sentence you actually care about.
This changed everything for me when I understood this. Like, learn the word inside a story, not just on a flashcard alone.
Exactly. Okay, pillar 3, and this one is my personal favorite.
Ooh, what is it?
Comprehensible input. And before you panic at that word, May, what do you think comprehensible means?
Something you can understand? Like, it's not too hard?
Perfect. Comprehensible input means English content that you can mostly understand, not perfectly, but about 70 to 90%.
So not too easy, not too hard, like Goldilocks English.
Yes, Goldilocks English. I love that. Too easy and your brain gets bored. Too hard and your brain shuts down.
So what does that look like practically? What counts as comprehensible input?
Simple podcasts for learners. Graded readers. Those are books written specifically for English students. Easy YouTube videos with subtitles. Shows you've already seen in your own language.
Oh, that last one. I watched Friends in English after seeing it in my language first, and it was so much easier to follow.
Because your brain already knows the story, so it focuses on the language, not on figuring out the plot.
That's actually a genius strategy. Use your own brain's shortcuts.
And here's the extra layer. Researchers say it's not just about understandable input. It needs to be compelling, meaning so interesting that you almost forget you're studying.
So the best English practice is content you actually enjoy.
100%. If you love cooking, watch English cooking videos. If you love football, follow English football podcasts. Your interest makes your brain absorb language faster.
Wait, so basically enjoying English content is studying English.
When it's at the right level, absolutely yes.
Mr. J, why did nobody tell me this in school?
Because school often teaches language as a subject instead of as a living thing you use. That's the old model.
Okay, so pillar 3, listen to and read English that you mostly understand and that you genuinely enjoy. That's your input diet.
Beautiful summary. Now, pillar 4, and this one is about how you review what you learn.
Oh, like flashcards, or is that old school now?
Flashcards are actually still amazing if you use them the smart way. The key is something called spaced practice.
Spaced practice. What does spaced mean here?
So imagine you learn a new word today. If you review it again tomorrow, then in 3 days, then in a week, then in 2 weeks, you will remember it for a very long time.
Because you're spacing out the review, not cramming it all at once.
Exactly. A big study, a meta-analysis, which means research that looks at many other studies together, found that spaced practice beats cramming every single time for long-term memory.
So studying 50 words every Sunday is actually worse than studying 10 words every day across the week?
Far worse for memory. The Sunday cramming session feels productive, but most of it is gone by Tuesday.
Oh, okay, that is a little painful to hear because I definitely did the Sunday cramming thing.
Most people do, but now you know better. Short, consistent review sessions are your new best friend.
And apps like Anki, Duolingo, they actually use this spaced system automatically, right?
They do. That's exactly what those review systems are built on. The app decides when to show you a word again based on how well you remembered it.
So the app is basically doing the scheduling for your brain.
Doing the hard thinking, so you just have to show up and practice.
Honestly, that's kind of beautiful. Okay, pillar 4 is spaced practice. Short daily reviews beat big weekend cramming sessions.
Perfect. And now, pillar 5. This one surprises a lot of people.
Ooh, what is it? Please don't say drink more water.
Close. It's sleep.
Sleep? Sleep is a pillar of learning English?
100%. Research on intensive language courses found something fascinating. Learners who slept well, especially getting enough REM sleep, showed better language improvement than those who didn't.
REM sleep, that's the deep dreaming sleep, right?
Yes, and during that phase, your brain actually processes and stores what you learned that day. It's like your brain does a filing session while you're unconscious.
So staying up until 2 a.m. cramming vocabulary is actually hurting you.
It's working against you. You learn better in the day, you sleep well at night, and your brain consolidates, meaning locks in, those memories while you sleep.
This changed everything for me. I used to feel guilty sleeping instead of studying, but now I know good sleep is part of studying.
Exactly, especially if you're doing an intensive program or an English boot camp. The rest is not wasted time, it's essential processing time.
Okay, so to summarize the 5 pillars so far, speak daily, learn high-frequency vocabulary, use comprehensible and interesting input, practice with spaced review, and sleep well.
That's your complete fast-track foundation right there.
That's actually so doable. Like, none of that is crazy or impossible.
And now let's talk about what makes 2026 specifically special for English learners.
Yes, because when you were learning English, Mr. J, you didn't have all these AI tools, right?
Not at all. My generation had textbooks, CDs, and maybe a language exchange pen pal if you were lucky.
Pen pal. Okay, so compare that to now. What do learners have in 2026?
Right now, learners have AI tools that can automatically adjust the difficulty of what they're reading or listening to based on their personal level.
So the content gets harder as you get better, like a video game difficulty that matches your skill.
Perfect analogy. And tools like Duolingo Max, Speakly AI, and OpenAI's English Tutor can simulate real conversations, give instant pronunciation feedback, and create exercises built around your interests.
Wait, built around your interests? So if I love K-dramas, it can teach me English through K-drama style content?
Exactly that kind of personalization. Your learning path is shaped around what you like and what you need to improve.
That is honestly wild compared to one standard textbook for 30 students that I remember from school.
And the key thing about these AI tools, they remove two huge barriers for beginners: fear and access.
Fear because you're not embarrassed talking to an AI, access because you don't need to pay for an expensive human tutor every day.
You can practice speaking at midnight or at 6 a.m. in your pajamas without any judgment.
That is the dream learning environment, honestly.
And combining AI practice with our 5 pillars, that's when learning truly accelerates.
Okay, so now let's talk about the stuff people believe that's actually wrong, because I feel like there are so many myths about learning English fast.
So many. And these myths actually slow people down because they follow the wrong path.
Myth number 1, I need to live in an English-speaking country to learn fast. True or false?
False. 100% false in 2026. Virtual immersion is completely real now.
What does virtual immersion mean?
It means surrounding yourself with English even from home. English podcasts in the morning, English YouTube videos while you cook, English music while you walk, AI conversation while you commute.
So your environment can be English even if your location isn't an English-speaking country.
Exactly. Location is not the factor. Your daily English exposure is the factor.
That's actually empowering, because not everyone can just move to London or New York.
And honestly, many people who move to English countries still don't improve fast because they just speak their own language with their community there.
Oh, wow. So it's about the habit, not the passport stamp.
Perfectly said. Habit over location. Okay, myth number 2.
Myth number 2, I should learn grammar first, then start speaking.
This one is so common and it causes so much delay. Here's the truth. Children don't learn grammar rules before they speak. They speak, they make mistakes, and grammar develops naturally through use.
So grammar isn't something you master first and then unlock speaking. Grammar develops as you speak.
As you speak, listen, and read in context. Modern teachers and research agree on this. Learn grammar through using the language, not by memorizing rules in isolation.
Because if you wait for your grammar to be perfect before speaking, you will literally never speak.
Never. Perfect is the enemy of progress in language learning.
I love that. Perfect is the enemy of progress. Okay, myth number 3, and this one makes me so angry when I see it online.
Let me guess, fluent in 30 days?
Yes, the courses that promise fluency in 30 days. Why is this a myth?
Because of how the brain builds long-term memory. Can you make big progress in 30 days? Absolutely yes. Can you go from 0 to fluent in 30 days? No, not sustainably.
because the brain needs repetition over time. Sleep, review, real practice. That can't all happen in 30 days.
An intensive 30-day program can absolutely jumpstart your progress, give you strong foundations, vocabulary, confidence, but lasting fluency needs months and years of regular practice after that.
So those courses aren't lying about seeing progress, they're just not telling you the full picture.
And setting unrealistic expectations is actually harmful, because when day 31 arrives and you're not fluent, you feel like a failure, when actually you've made great progress.
And then people give up, which is the worst possible outcome.
The worst. Real message for listeners. You can see real progress in weeks. Fluency is a journey of months and years. Both things are true.
Okay, let's talk about the challenges, because even with the right method, there are real obstacles people face.
The biggest one? Fear of speaking. And it's more common than people admit.
I had this so bad. Even when I understood what someone said, I would freeze. Like my brain would go blank the moment I had to speak.
And this is not a language problem. It's a confidence and anxiety problem. The language knowledge is there, but the fear blocks it.
So how do you break through that fear?
Two things. First, AI practice, like we mentioned. Low pressure, no judgment. Second, start incredibly small. Don't try to have a full conversation first. Just say one sentence, then two.
Build confidence in tiny steps until speaking starts to feel normal.
And here's the thing about making mistakes. Mistakes are not failure. In language learning, mistakes are literally how your brain learns what works and what doesn't.
So the fear of making mistakes is actually the thing preventing you from making progress.
Exactly backwards, right? The mistakes are the lessons.
Wait, here's the best part of this. Every single fluent English speaker made thousands and thousands of mistakes to get there.
Every single one, including people you think speak perfectly now.
That's actually really reassuring. Okay, second challenge?
Information overload and app hopping. In 2026, there are hundreds of English apps, courses, YouTube channels, and podcasts, and learners jump from one to another without building a stable routine.
Oh, this is so real. I've downloaded maybe 15 different apps and barely finished any of them.
And the problem isn't the apps, it's the hopping. Constantly switching gives you the feeling of learning without the actual progress.
So what's the solution?
Pick one simple daily routine and commit to it for at least 30 days before judging it. For example, 10 minutes of listening, 10 minutes of repetition practice, 5 minutes of speaking, 5 minutes of review. 30 minutes total.
That's it? 30 minutes a day?
Consistent 30 minutes every day will beat 3 hours on Saturday every single time. We already talked about why. Spaced practice and consistency.
And it's also just more sustainable. Like, I can find 30 minutes even on my busiest day.
That's the point. A routine you can actually maintain beats a perfect schedule you abandon after 2 weeks.
Okay, third challenge. Unrealistic expectations about speed.
This connects back to the 30-day myth. Learners compare themselves to language influencers online, people who seem to speak 6 languages fluently and feel stupid if they're not progressing as fast.
Which is such an unfair comparison, because you don't see their years of struggle and mistakes on social media.
You see the highlight reel. You never see the 3 years of awkward conversations and confused moments that came before that fluent video.
Social media really does a number on our expectations.
The healthy mindset is this: compare yourself to who you were last month, not to someone else's final result.
Compare yourself to who you were last month. I want to write that on my wall.
Please do. Speed is personal. Consistent progress, even slow progress, always gets you there.
Okay, Mr. J, let's build a real daily routine for a beginner, like a concrete, practical 30-minute day.
Perfect.
So, morning or whenever you start your day, 10 minutes of listening. One simple podcast episode, a short YouTube video at your level, or even just a scene from a show you enjoy.
Not passive listening, actually focused listening, where you're really trying to catch the meaning.
Exactly. Active listening. Then, 10 minutes of repetition practice. Take sentences you heard or read and say them out loud. Copy the rhythm, the pronunciation, the natural speed.
Like shadowing, where you copy exactly how a native speaker sounds?
Exactly like shadowing. It trains your mouth and your ear at the same time.
Then what?
5 minutes of speaking. Talk to yourself, talk to an AI, talk to a language partner. Use what you practiced. Even just retell in English what you listened to earlier.
Oh, that's clever. So you're using the input as material for your speaking practice.
Everything connects. And the final 5 minutes, review. Quick flashcard session of your high-frequency vocabulary. Let the app schedule it. Trust the spaced system.
So the full 30 minutes is listen, repeat, speak, review. 4 steps, 4 chunks of time.
Simple enough to actually do, powerful enough to actually work.
And anyone can find 30 minutes. Before work, during lunch, before bed.
Every single day, not 3 big sessions a week, every day.
Okay, I feel like we need a motivational moment here because this has been such a packed episode.
Here's what I want every listener to hold on to. You are not starting from zero. You already know some English just from existing in this world. You hear it in music, in films, in apps. That's already a foundation.
And every single word you add from here is a step forward. Not a test, not a competition, just steps forward.
And the methods we talked about today, they're not experimental. They're backed by research and by real people who went from beginner to confident English speaker using exactly these approaches.
So it's not a question of can you learn English fast? It's a question of will you choose the right path and stay consistent?
That's the whole answer, really. Right path, consistent effort, good rest, and patience with yourself.
Okay, I want to do my own recap now because I think that helps our listeners hear it one more time in simple words.
Go for it.
All right, so today I learned that the fastest way to learn English is not one magic thing. It's a smart combination of habits. Speak every day, even alone and even badly. Learn the most common words first, 1,000 to 3,000 words, not everything at once. Listen to and read English that you mostly understand and that you actually enjoy. Review with spaced practice, short sessions every day, not big cramming sessions. Sleep well, because your brain needs that time to store what you learned.
And in 2026, use AI tools to practice speaking, get feedback, and personalize your learning. They remove the 2 biggest barriers, fear and access.
And the myths, you don't need to live abroad, you don't need perfect grammar before speaking, and no course makes you fluent in 30 days, but you can see real progress in weeks with the right habits.
Perfect recap, May. Seriously, that was clean and clear.
See, English is getting better.
Every single episode.
Okay, before we close, we have a question for you, our listeners, and we want you to answer this in the comments.
The question is this. Out of the 5 pillars we talked about today, speaking daily, vocabulary, input, spaced review, and sleep, which one do you think is your biggest weakness right now?
Tell us in the comments, because honestly, knowing your weak spot is the first step to fixing it.
And if you want us to do a deep dive episode on any one of these pillars, tell us that too. We listen to every comment.
We really do. This podcast is built for you, and every episode topic comes from what you tell us you need.
So keep the feedback coming. It genuinely shapes what we make.
And if this episode helped you, please share it with one person who's learning English right now. One share can seriously change someone's whole journey.
Thank you for spending this time with us today. Keep speaking, keep listening, keep showing up, even on the hard days.
especially on the hard days. That's when progress is actually happening, even when it doesn't feel like it.
Until next time, stay curious, stay consistent.
And keep your English growing. Bye, everyone.
See you next episode.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J. And today, okay, May, just say the topic.
Today we're talking about social anxiety.
Which is basically that feeling when you walk into a room and suddenly forget how to be a human.
Yes, like you forget your own name.
Or you say something and then replay it in your head for the next 3 days.
Oh no, that's so real. I did that last week.
See, that's exactly why we're talking about this today.
Because apparently we are not alone in this.
Not even close. This is one of the most common things people feel, and almost nobody talks about it openly.
And we're gonna change that today. Let's go.
Okay, so May, before we jump in, can I ask you something honestly?
Always.
Do you ever feel nervous before a social situation, like a party or meeting someone new, or even just speaking in a group?
Mr. J, I feel nervous ordering coffee sometimes.
Okay, that's a great example, actually. And you know what? That little feeling, that nervousness, that's at the heart of what we're talking about today.
So social anxiety is just being nervous around people?
It can start there, yes, but it goes a little deeper. Social anxiety. Let me break this word down first. Social means anything involving other people. A conversation, a meeting, a date, a phone call.
All right, like situations where other people are watching you or listening to you.
Exactly. And anxiety, May, how would you explain anxiety to someone who just learned the word?
I'd say it's like worry, but stronger than normal worry. Like your brain is on high alert for no big reason.
That's a perfect way to put it. Anxiety is when your body and mind act like there's danger, even when there isn't real danger.
So social anxiety is when your brain thinks talking to a stranger is dangerous?
Yes, and I know that sounds a little funny, but your brain is actually trying to protect you. It's just overreacting.
Like a security alarm that goes off every time someone knocks on the door.
That's the best analogy I've heard. Write that one down, May.
I'm already proud of it.
Okay, but here's the thing, and this is why this topic really matters. Social anxiety affects so many parts of life.
Like what? Give me some real examples.
All right, think about learning English. You study grammar, you practice vocabulary, but then someone speaks to you in English and you completely freeze.
Oh, that hits different.
Right? And it's not because you don't know the language, it's because the anxiety takes over. Your brain is suddenly too busy worrying, what if I make a mistake? What if they laugh at me? What if I say the wrong thing?
And then you say nothing, or you just nod and smile.
Exactly. And it's the same at work. You might have a brilliant idea in a meeting, but the anxiety says, don't speak. What if people think it's stupid?
I've been in that meeting.
We all have. Or traveling. You're in another country, you need to ask for directions, and you just stand there lost because talking to a stranger feels impossible.
So this isn't just a personality thing. It's not just being shy.
That's such an important point. Being shy and having social anxiety are different. Shy people might feel a little uncomfortable, but they're okay. Social anxiety is stronger. It can actually stop you from doing things you want to do.
Like it gets in the way of your life.
Exactly. And that's why understanding it, even just naming it, is really powerful.
Wait, before we go deeper, Mr. J, you always tell me to mention this. If you're learning English and you want more moments like this, tips, stories, real conversations,
subscribe to the podcast. We drop new episodes every week. Real topics, simple English, no boring textbooks.
honestly, listening to podcasts like this one is one of the best ways to improve your fluency. Like you're learning right now without even trying hard.
That's the goal. Okay, back to social anxiety.
Yes. Okay, so I want to know, where does it come from? Like, why do some people have it and others don't?
Great question. And wait, here's the best part of this whole conversation, because the answer is not what most people expect.
Oh, I'm ready.
A lot of people think social anxiety means something is wrong with them, like they're broken or weak.
Yeah, I've heard people say, just be confident, like it's that easy.
Just be confident. If it was that easy, nobody would have this problem. But here's the truth. Social anxiety often comes from something very human and very understandable.
Like what?
It often comes from caring what people think, wanting to be liked, wanting to be accepted, not wanting to embarrass yourself.
Okay, that doesn't sound broken. That sounds like a normal human thing.
Right. Every single person on this planet wants to be accepted by others. It's deep in our nature. Social anxiety is basically that normal feeling turned up too loud.
So it's not a character flaw, it's just a volume problem?
Yes, exactly. The feeling itself isn't the enemy. It's just too loud.
Okay, that actually makes me feel so much better about myself.
Good, because here's something else. Research shows that some of the most creative, intelligent, empathetic people deal with social anxiety. It often comes with a very active, sensitive brain.
So you're saying anxious people think a lot.
Too much, sometimes. But it also means they notice things others miss. They feel things deeply. The anxiety is like a side effect of being very tuned in to the world.
Wow, okay. I did not expect this conversation to make me feel this good. All right, so Mr. J, I have to ask the hard question. What do you actually do about it?
This changed everything for me when I first learned it, and I want to share it as a simple story, okay?
Yes, please.
Imagine a little kid learning to ride a bike.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
The first time they get on the bike, they're terrified. Their heart is racing, they might cry a little, their brain is screaming, "This is dangerous, get off!"
Yeah, that fear is real.
But what happens if the parent says, "Okay, you're scared, so you never have to ride a bike again"?
Then the kid never learns to ride a bike.
And the fear stays forever, maybe gets bigger. But what if instead the parent says, "I know you're scared, let's try just a little bit. I'll hold the back of the bike. We'll go slow."
And then the kid tries and maybe falls, but eventually gets it.
And here's the magic. Every time the kid tries, the fear gets a little smaller. Not gone, but smaller. The brain starts learning, "Oh, I tried this. I didn't die. This is okay."
So the way to deal with social anxiety is to face it, like do the scary thing?
Slowly, gently, not all at once. Professionals call this, and this is a slightly harder word, exposure. Like exposing yourself to the thing that scares you, little by little.
Exposure. So like expose yourself to social situations slowly.
Exactly. Not go give a speech to 500 people tomorrow. Maybe start with make eye contact with someone and smile.
That's it? Just eye contact?
That's it. For someone with strong social anxiety, that can feel like a huge step, and it is. Then maybe the next step is say good morning to a neighbor.
Small wins.
Small wins. And every small win tells your brain, "See, we survived. We did it. We're okay."
So you're basically teaching your brain a new story.
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay, wait. I want to add something here because I think this is really important for English learners especially.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people have double anxiety when it comes to English. Like they have regular social anxiety and they're scared of making English mistakes. So it's like anxiety on top of anxiety.
That's so real. And actually, the same principle applies. You start small. You speak to one person. You make a mistake, and nothing terrible happens.
And you realize, oh, people don't actually care that much about my grammar.
Most people care about connection, not perfection. When you're trying to communicate, people appreciate the effort, always.
I wish someone had told me that years ago.
That's why we're here. Okay, can I share one more thing? Because this one is practical and simple.
Yes, please. Give me something I can use today.
There's a technique, very simple, called the 3-second rule. When you're in a social situation and you feel the anxiety rising, you give yourself exactly 3 seconds to act before your brain talks you out of it.
Wait, explain that more.
Okay, you want to say something in a meeting. Your brain starts, should I? What if it's wrong? What if you count 3, 2, 1, and you speak?
Before the anxiety takes over?
Before the overthinking starts. Because here's what happens. After about 3 seconds of hesitation, your brain builds a whole case for why you shouldn't do it. It finds every possible reason to stay quiet.
So you have to move faster than your own brain?
Exactly. 3, 2, 1, go. It sounds almost too simple, but it works. Try it.
I'm going to try this tonight. I have a group dinner and I always get quiet.
Perfect. 3, 2, 1, say something. Anything. This food is good. Done.
Okay, this food is good. I can do that.
You know what I love about this topic?
What?
The fact that we're talking about it at all. Because for so long, people just suffered quietly. They thought, I'm just shy. I'm just awkward. Something is wrong with me.
And they never found out there's actually a name for it and tools to deal with it, and millions of other people going through the same thing.
Community helps so much. Even just knowing I am not the only one can take some of the weight off.
It really can. Like right now, there are listeners hearing this and going, oh my goodness, that's me.
And to those listeners, we see you. You're not broken. You're not weak. You're dealing with something real. And you have more strength than you know.
Yeah, we really mean that.
Okay, I think I need to do my what I got from today thing because my brain is kind of full in the best way.
Go for it.
Okay, so social anxiety is when being around people or even thinking about being around people makes you really, really nervous. And not just a little nervous, like it can stop you from doing things.
Perfect so far.
And it doesn't mean you're weak or broken. It means your brain is very sensitive and it's trying to protect you, just a little too much.
Love it.
And the way to handle it is not to avoid scary situations forever, because that actually makes the fear bigger. You face it in small steps, small wins. Teach your brain a new story.
Beautifully said.
And practically, the 3-second rule. 3, 2, 1, do the thing before your brain talks you out of it.
May, you should be the teacher.
No, I'm very happy being the student here.
All right, before we go, one final thought. Social anxiety is something a lot of people deal with quietly, but talking about it, like we did today, already helps. You learn that you're not alone. You learn that it has a name, and you learn that it can get better.
Slowly, gently, one small step at a time.
That's all it takes. One small step.
I love this episode. Honestly, this one felt personal.
The best ones always do.
Okay, and now our question for the comments.
Yes, here it is, and we really want to hear from you on this one.
Think about one social situation that makes you nervous. Just one. It could be speaking English, meeting new people, asking a question in class, anything.
Tell us in the comments, what is that situation? And have you ever tried to face it, even a tiny bit?
We read every single comment, by the way. Every one.
We really do.
So don't be shy. Well, actually, even if you are shy, write it anyway. This is a safe space.
This is the safest space.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for spending this time with us.
Take care of yourselves. Be patient with yourselves.
And we'll see you in the next episode of the Jay and May English Podcast. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J, and today is a good one.
It really is, because today we are talking about how to learn English without studying.
No textbooks, no boring grammar drills.
no falling asleep at your desk at 11 p.m.
We've all been there, May.
Okay, be honest. How many of you right now have an English app on your phone that you haven't opened in like 3 weeks?
Don't feel bad. That's actually exactly why we made this episode.
Because there is a better way, and Mr. J is going to tell us all about it.
We are going to talk about it together.
Yes, okay, together. Let's go.
So, May, let me ask you something. When you were a kid, how did you learn your first language?
I mean, I just talked. I listened to my mom, I watched cartoons. I didn't sit down and study grammar.
Exactly. Nobody taught you the rules first. You just heard the language over and over in real situations.
Oh, wow, that's actually kind of crazy when you think about it.
Right? You didn't read a book about how to say I'm hungry. You just cried until someone gave you food.
Okay, that's a little too real, but I understand what you mean. So we can do the same thing with English?
That's the whole idea. The brain learns language by experiencing it, not just memorizing it.
So studying grammar rules and long vocabulary lists, that's not the best way?
It's not that it's completely wrong. It's like trying to learn how to swim by reading a book about water.
Oh, I love that. You can read everything about swimming, but until you jump in the pool...
You don't actually know how to swim.
Okay, I'm convinced. Tell me more.
So here's why this matters. A lot of people spend years studying English, years, and then they meet a native speaker and they just freeze.
Oh my gosh, yes, that happened to me. I studied for so long and then someone asked me, "Hey, how's it going?" And my brain just went blank.
Because how's it going is not in the textbook the same way people actually use it.
Right. The textbook says, "How are you?" And you say, "I am fine, thank you." But in real life, nobody talks like that.
Exactly. So learning English without studying means learning the language people actually use in movies and songs, in conversations and podcasts.
Like this one?
Like this one. You're literally learning English right now without a single textbook.
That's kind of amazing and a little sneaky. I like it.
That's the idea. Make it feel like life, not school.
Okay, so this is super important for people who want to make friends, travel, or just feel confident, right?
100%. Think about it. If you want to travel to another country, you need real English, not the cat is on the table English.
Nobody is going to say that at an airport.
And if you want to work with international companies or watch your favorite shows without subtitles or just connect with people from different cultures, you need English that feels natural.
And studying alone in your room with a grammar book doesn't really prepare you for that.
Not completely, no. You need to hear it, feel it, use it.
I want that. I think everyone listening wants that.
Good, because that's what we're here for.
Hey, real quick, if you're finding this helpful, please subscribe to the podcast. We put out new episodes every week with tips just like this to help you improve your English fluency naturally. Hit that subscribe button, it really helps us out.
And leave us a comment later because we have a question for you at the end of the episode.
Okay, back to the good stuff. Mr. J, what's the first thing someone should actually do if they want to learn English without studying?
All right, so here's the first big idea, and I want you to really think about this. It's called comprehensible input.
Okay, that sounds a little complicated. What does comprehensible mean?
Good question. Comprehensible means you can understand it. So comprehensible input means content in English that you can mostly understand.
Oh, so like not too hard, not too easy.
Exactly. Think of it like climbing stairs. You don't jump straight to the top floor.
You go one step at a time.
Right. So if you're a beginner, you watch a cartoon in English, or a simple YouTube video, or you listen to a podcast made for learners like this one.
And your brain is absorbing the language even when you don't realize it?
Yes, this is the key thing. You don't have to understand every single word. You just need to understand enough to follow along.
Wait, really? So I don't have to pause and look up every new word in the dictionary?
Please don't do that. It kills the experience. Just keep going. Your brain will figure it out over time.
That is so different from how I was taught to study.
I know. But think about when you watch a movie and there's one word you don't know. Do you stop the movie?
No, I just keep watching, and usually I understand from the situation.
That's called learning from context, and it's incredibly powerful.
Okay, wow. Wait, here's the best part though, right? Because this means watching Netflix in English is actually studying?
Well, yes and no. If you're watching with subtitles in your own language, you're mostly reading your language, not listening to English.
Oh, caught.
Try English subtitles or no subtitles at all if you can manage, and pick shows where the language isn't too complicated.
Like a simple comedy or a show for kids?
Kids' shows are actually amazing for language learning. Don't be embarrassed about it.
I will absolutely be watching cartoons tonight and calling it studying.
Okay, so next tip, and this one is my personal favorite. It's called shadowing.
Shadowing? Like following someone around?
Kind of, actually. So a shadow follows you everywhere, right? It copies every move you make.
Yeah.
Shadowing in language learning means you listen to someone speaking English and you repeat what they say at the same time or just a second after.
Oh, like copying their voice?
Exactly. Their pronunciation, their speed, their rhythm, everything.
That sounds a little strange, honestly.
It does at first, but here's the thing. This is how actors learn accents. This is how translators train their ears. It works incredibly fast.
Okay, but what do I shadow? Like just any English video?
Start with something short, a 1-minute clip of someone speaking clear English. Maybe a speech, maybe a scene from a show you like. Play it. Pause after every sentence and repeat it out loud.
Out loud? I can't do that at the office.
Okay, fine. Do it at home, or in the car, or in the shower. Actually, the shower is perfect.
Mr. J out here giving shower tips on an English podcast.
Hey, whatever works.
But seriously, this actually trains your mouth, right? Not just your brain?
That's exactly it. Speaking is a physical skill. Your mouth needs practice just like your hands need practice to play guitar.
Ooh, I like that. You wouldn't listen to guitar music and expect to be able to play.
You have to actually practice moving your mouth. Same with English. You have to actually practice moving your mouth.
This changed everything for me, honestly, because I used to think if I just understood English, I could speak it.
Understanding and speaking are two different muscles. You have to train them both.
Okay, so we have comprehensible input, watching and listening to things you mostly understand, and we have shadowing, copying and repeating out loud. What else?
All right. This next one is about making English part of your everyday life, not a separate study time.
What do you mean?
Okay, so what's the first thing you do in the morning?
Honestly, I check my phone.
Perfect. What if your phone was in English?
Oh.
Change your phone settings to English. Follow English accounts on social media. Set your apps to English.
So every time I check Instagram, I'm reading English.
Every notification, every button, every little message, it all adds up.
That's like putting English everywhere so you can't escape it.
Exactly. Immersion. You know when people say the best way to learn a language is to move to that country?
Yeah, everyone says that.
It's not because of the school there. It's because you are surrounded by the language every single minute of the day.
So we can create that environment at home.
Yes, English podcasts during breakfast, English music while you cook, English YouTube instead of videos in your language.
Okay, but wait, am I supposed to, actively study all of this or just let it wash over me?
Both. Sometimes you actively focus, like with shadowing, but sometimes you just expose yourself and let your brain do the work in the background.
Like background music that slowly becomes a song you know all the words to.
That is a perfect analogy. I'm using that.
You're welcome.
All right, here's one more tip, and this one surprises people. Talk to yourself.
Sorry, what?
In English, just narrate your day in English, in your head or out loud.
Like, now I am making coffee?
Exactly. Or, I'm so tired today. I don't want to go to work, but okay, let me get up.
So just have a little conversation with myself in English.
It forces you to find words, to think in English instead of translating from your language.
Oh, that's the thing, right? Most people think in their language first and then translate to English, and that slows them down.
Yes, and it makes people nervous too because they're doing two jobs at once. But the goal is to start thinking directly in English.
And talking to yourself helps train that?
It's one of the best ways because there's no pressure. No one is judging you. You can make mistakes. You can stop and restart.
I feel like this is also just great for mental health in general, honestly.
I mean, talking through your day? Yes, probably.
Okay, so just to bring it all together, we're not saying never open a grammar book ever again, right?
Right, that's important to say. Grammar has its place, but it works better after you already have a feel for the language. You notice a pattern and then you look it up. That's natural grammar learning.
So you use the grammar book to confirm what you're already starting to feel, not as the starting point.
Beautifully said.
I'm learning.
Wait, here's the best part of all of this, and I want everyone to hear this clearly.
Okay, go.
You can start today, right now. You don't need a new course. You don't need to buy a book. You don't need to sign up for anything.
You literally just need to change what you're already doing.
Watch one thing in English today. Repeat some sentences out loud. Change your phone language. That's it.
Small steps every single day.
Small steps beat big efforts that you never actually start.
I need that on a poster.
I'll design it later.
Okay. Let me tell you what I got from today, in my own words, just to make sure I've got it.
Go for it.
So basically, the brain learns language by experiencing it, not just memorizing rules. The way we all learned our first language, by hearing it, using it, living in it, that's actually the right way. We just forgot to apply it to English.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of studying, we should be consuming English, watching shows, listening to podcasts, reading things we enjoy. And it should be a level we mostly understand, not super hard stuff that confuses us.
Perfect.
Then we practice speaking by shadowing, copying real people's voices. And we create an English environment around us, phone, music, social media, everything. And we talk to ourselves in English, which I'm absolutely going to do tonight.
And you just described the whole episode better than I could have.
Look at me go. See, this is what happens when you actually understand something instead of memorizing it.
I couldn't have planned that better.
All right, we have a question for you, and we really want you to answer this in the comments.
What is one thing in your daily life that you can switch to English starting today? Maybe your phone language, maybe your morning playlist, maybe the show you watch tonight.
Tell us in the comments. We read every single one.
And if this episode helped you, share it with one friend who is also learning English. It really means a lot to us.
Because the best way to help someone learn English is to walk with them.
Not just hand them a textbook.
Never just a textbook.
Thank you so much for listening, everyone. And we will see you in the next episode of the Jay and May English Podcast. Take care.
Bye, everyone. Keep listening, keep speaking, keep going. You've got this.
Hey everyone. Welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast, the show where English gets easier every single week.
And today, we have a topic that every English learner needs. Seriously, every single one.
Yes, today we are talking about family, how to talk about your family in English, the right way.
Because trust me, this is one of the first things people ask you in English. Do you have brothers or sisters? What does your father do? And many learners just freeze.
Oh, I totally froze the first time someone asked me. I said, my mother have two sister, and the person looked at me like,
Yes, and that is exactly why we are here today. By the end of this episode, you will know how to talk about your family clearly, confidently, and correctly.
no more freezing, no more wrong sentences. Let's go.
Okay, May, before we jump in, let me ask you something. When someone says, tell me about your family, what is the first problem learners have?
I think they don't know the right words. Like, what do you call your father's brother or your mother's sister?
Exactly. Vocabulary is problem number one. And problem number two, they use the wrong verb. They say, my mother have instead of my mother has. Small mistake, but people notice it.
Oh, yes, I made that mistake so many times.
And problem number three, they don't know how to describe people, not just names, but what someone looks like, what they do, what they are like as a person.
So today we fix all three problems?
All three, step by step, simple and clear.
I love it. But first, hey listeners, if this show helps you, please subscribe. Every week, Mr. J and I bring you real, useful English tips that actually transform how you speak. Hit that subscribe button. It means the world to us.
It really does. Okay, let's start with the basics, family vocabulary. May, let's play a quick game. I say a family word in simple language. You tell me the English word. Ready?
Oh, I love games. Ready.
Okay, the man who is married to your mother.
That's my father or dad.
Perfect. Father is the formal word. Dad is friendly and casual. Both are correct. Now, the woman who gave birth to you.
My mother or mom.
Great, same idea. Mother is formal, mom is casual. Now here's where it gets interesting. The children of your mother and father, but they are not you.
Oh, that's my brothers and sisters.
Yes, and there is one word that means both brothers and sisters together.
Wait, is it siblings?
Excellent. Siblings. S-I-B-L-I-N-G-S means all your brothers and sisters together. So instead of saying, I have two brothers and one sister, you can say, I have three siblings.
Oh, that's so useful. I never knew that word before.
Simple trick for you. When someone asks, do you have any brothers or sisters? You can answer with siblings, and you will sound very natural and confident.
Okay, listeners, write that word down. S-I-B-L-I-N-G-S. Siblings.
Now, let's go a little further, beyond mom, dad, brothers, and sisters. What about the bigger family?
Like grandparents?
Exactly. Your mother's parents and your father's parents, they are all called grandparents. Your grandfather and your grandmother.
And we also say grandpa and grandma, right? Like the casual, loving version.
Perfect. Very good. Now, your father's brother, what do we call him?
Uncle?
Yes, uncle. And your father's sister?
Aunt.
Right. Now, this is vital, so listen carefully. The children of your uncle or aunt, what are they called?
Ooh, I always forget this one.
They're called your cousins. C-O-U-S-I-N-S. And here's something interesting. In English, cousin can be a boy or a girl. We don't change the word.
Wait, really? So I say my cousin for a boy and also my cousin for a girl?
Exactly. You just add he or she later if you need to be clear. For example, my cousin is very funny. She makes everyone laugh.
Oh, that's so much simpler than my language. In my language, we have different words for boy cousin and girl cousin.
Many languages do. English keeps it simple here. One word, cousin, for everyone.
I like that. Okay, so let me review the big family words. We have grandparents, uncle, aunt, and cousins. Did I get them all?
You got them all. And there are two more important ones. When you get married, your husband's or wife's family becomes your family too. Your husband's mother is your mother-in-law.
Oh, and father-in-law for the father.
Exactly. And brother-in-law, sister-in-law. The in-law part just means they are family because of marriage, not because of birth.
That's such a smart way to explain it. Because of marriage, not because of birth. I will remember that.
Great. Now, May, you know the words, but can you put them in a sentence? That is the real test.
Okay, challenge accepted.
Tell me about your family. Go.
Okay. I have a small family. I have my mother, my father, and one brother. My brother's name is Tom. He is younger than me. And my grandparents live nearby. My grandmother loves to cook.
Excellent. That was really good. But I noticed something. Did you hear what May did?
What did I do?
You said, he is younger than me. You compared ages. That is a very natural thing to do when talking about family. Let's look at that more closely.
Oh, yes, I didn't even think about it. I just said it naturally.
And that is the goal. So when we talk about family, we often compare older, younger, taller, funnier, quieter. These are all comparing words. We call them comparatives.
Okay, so how do we make them?
Simple trick for you. For short words, add ER at the end. Old becomes older. Young becomes younger. Tall becomes taller. Fast becomes faster.
Oh, and for longer words.
For longer words, more than 2 syllables, we put more in front. So we don't say importanter, we say more important.
Importanter. I definitely said that before.
We all did. So let's practice. May, describe someone in your family using a comparative.
Okay, my brother is taller than me. My mother is more patient than my father.
Perfect sentences and very honest.
Okay, listeners, this is the part where my brain starts to really wake up. We know family words, we know comparatives, but Mr. J, how do we describe what someone looks like?
Great question. This is so important, especially when you want to say, oh, my sister and I look very different, or my son looks just like his grandfather.
Yes, I want to say things like that.
Okay, physical descriptions. Let's keep it simple. For hair, we talk about color and length. Black hair, brown hair, blonde hair. That means light yellow hair. Long hair, short hair, curly hair, straight hair.
And for eyes?
Brown eyes, blue eyes, green eyes, dark eyes. Simple color words.
What about height and build? Like if someone is tall or big?
Good. We say tall or short for height. For body type, in polite English, we usually say slim, that means thin, or we say has a strong build for someone muscular. We are careful about how we describe bodies in English. We want to be kind.
Oh, that's a good point. In some cultures, people say very direct things about weight, but in English, it can sound rude.
Exactly. So keep it positive or neutral. Now, let's also talk about personality, because when you describe family, people always want to know, what are they like?
Like, are they funny, serious, shy?
Exactly. Some great beginner words: kind, that means they are good and caring; funny, that means they make you laugh; shy, that means they're quiet around new people; outgoing. Wait, May, do you know outgoing?
Is it the opposite of shy? Like someone who loves to meet people?
Perfect. Yes. Outgoing means someone who is friendly and loves being around people. And hardworking, this one I love for describing family. My father is very hardworking. He wakes up early every day.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, I want to try a full description. Can I?
Please.
Okay, my mother has long dark hair and brown eyes. She's not very tall, but she has a very strong personality. She is kind and hardworking, and sometimes she is a little strict.
That is a wonderful description. You used physical description and personality, and strict, great word. It means someone who has strong rules and expects you to follow them.
Yes, very strict, but I love her.
And that is exactly how real conversations about family sound. You describe, you compare, and you add a little feeling at the end. Okay, we are getting close to the end, but before we wrap up, let's put everything together. May, I want you to give me a full mini speech about your family. Pretend we just met. Ready?
Okay, here we go. I have a small family. There are 4 people. My mother, my father, my younger brother, and me. My father is tall with short gray hair. He is very hardworking. He is an engineer. My mother has long dark hair and brown eyes. She is kind, but also a little strict. She was a teacher for 20 years, so she always wants us to study. My brother is 3 years younger than me. He is quite shy, but very funny when you get to know him. I love my family very much.
May, that was perfect.
Really?
Really? You used family vocabulary, you used comparatives, 3 years younger, you used physical description, you used personality words, you talked about jobs, all in one short paragraph.
I did it! I actually did it!
You did! And listeners, that is your goal. Not perfect grammar on day 1, but putting the pieces together to make something real, something that sounds like you.
Okay, before we say goodbye, let's do a quick recap. Mr. J, hit me.
Number 1, family vocabulary. Mom, dad, siblings, grandparents, uncle, aunt, cousins, and in-laws. Learn those and you cover almost every family conversation.
Number 2, comparatives. Short words add ER. Long words use more. My brother is taller. My mother is more patient.
Number 3, physical descriptions. Hair color, hair length, eye color, height. Keep it simple and kind.
Number 4, personality words. Kind, funny, shy, outgoing, hardworking, strict. These are gold.
And number 5, talking about jobs. He is a teacher. She is a doctor. He's retired. Simple, clean, confident.
5 things. That is your homework, listeners. Practice these 5 things and you will never freeze again when someone says, "Tell me about your family."
And now, our favorite part, the question for you.
Yes, we want to hear from you.
Here's your question for today. Tell us about one person in your family. Just one. Use the words from today.
Write it in the comments. Tell us, who are they? What do they look like? What are they like as a person? We read every single comment.
And if this episode helped you today, share it with one friend who is learning English. One share can change someone's English journey.
And don't forget, subscribe to the Jay and May English podcast for your weekly English transformation. New episode, new topic, new you every week.
Thank you so much for spending this time with us today. Keep practicing, keep believing in yourself.
And we will see you in the next one. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May, and today we are talking about something super important,
Something you use every single day, even if you don't realize it yet. We're talking about how to describe your daily life in English.
Yes, like how to say what you do in the morning, at work, at home, all of it. And trust me, it sounds simple, but...
But most learners make the same mistakes again and again, and today we fix that.
So if you're ready, let's go. Stay with us. This episode is going to be so good.
Hello everyone, I'm Mr. J, your English mentor, and May is absolutely right. Talking about your daily life seems easy on the surface. You think, oh, I just say what I do. But then you sit down, open your mouth, and suddenly nothing comes out.
That was literally me 6 months ago. Someone asked me, "What do you do in the morning?" And I just said, "I wake up." That's it. That's all I had.
And that's the problem. It's not that learners don't know the words, it's that they don't know how to connect them, how to build a sentence that sounds natural. Today, we're going to fix that, step by step. No complicated grammar, no textbook language, just real, useful English.
And honestly, this topic is so important because people ask you this all the time, at work, in interviews, when you meet new friends.
Exactly. Tell me about yourself. What does your day look like? These are real questions from real life, and after today, you'll have real answers. So let's get into it.
But before we do, quick thing. If you want tips like this every single week, just hit that subscribe button right now. Mr. J and I drop new episodes every week to help you transform your English little by little, week by week.
All right, May, let's start from the very beginning, morning routines. What's the first thing you do when you wake up?
Okay, let me try. I wake up at 7, I go to bathroom, I eat breakfast.
Good start. Really, that's a solid foundation. But I want to make it sound more natural. Can I show you a few small changes?
Yes, please.
First, I go to the bathroom. We need the there. In English, when we talk about a specific place in the house, the bathroom, the kitchen, the bedroom, we use the.
Oh, so it's not I go to bathroom, it's I go to the bathroom.
Exactly. Small word, big difference. And here's a simple trick for you. Whenever you're talking about a specific room or place in your home, just ask yourself, is there only one of this place? If yes, use the.
Oh, that actually makes so much sense. Like, there's only one kitchen in my house, so it's the kitchen.
Perfect. You've got it. Now, let's build a fuller morning routine. Repeat after me, or listeners, you repeat too. Ready?
Ready.
I wake up at 7 o'clock.
I wake up at 7 o'clock.
I go to the bathroom and wash my face.
I go to the bathroom and wash my face.
Then I make breakfast and eat it in the kitchen.
Then I make breakfast and eat it in the kitchen. Oh, wow, that sounds so much more natural already.
And that's because we used a connector, the word then. This is vital. Then is one of the most powerful words for telling a story about your day. It means after that. So instead of saying 5 short, choppy sentences, you connect them.
Like a chain.
Exactly, like a chain. You can also use after that, next, and finally. These are your daily routine connectors. Let me show you. May, I'll give you a routine, and you try to connect the sentences using these words.
Okay, I'll try.
I wake up. I shower. I get dressed. I leave the house.
Okay. I wake up, then I shower. After that, I get dressed. Finally, I leave the house.
That was excellent. Listeners, did you hear that? That sounded completely natural. That's something you could say in a real conversation today.
I'm kind of proud of myself right now.
You should be. Now, let's talk about something really important, the verb tense we use for daily routines. This is a place where so many beginners make mistakes.
Oh, yes. I remember being confused about this. Like, which time of verb do I use?
Great question. For daily routines, things you do regularly every day or every week, we use what's called the simple present tense.
It just means you use the base form of the verb with I. So, I wake up, I eat, I work, I sleep.
Okay, that sounds easy.
Yes, but here's where learners get confused. When we talk about another person, he, she, we add an S to the verb. So, I wake up becomes she wakes up. I eat breakfast becomes he eats breakfast.
Wait, why do we add the S? That seems random.
It does seem random, and honestly, English just has this rule. With he, she, or it, in the simple present, the verb gets an S. You just have to remember it. But here's the easy way to think about it. If you can replace the subject with he or she, add the S.
So if I'm talking about my friend Sarah, I say Sarah wakes up at 8 because I can say she wakes up at 8.
Perfect, exactly right. Let's practice. I'll say a sentence with I, and you change it to she.
Let's go.
I drink coffee in the morning.
She drinks coffee in the morning.
I take the bus to work.
She takes the bus to work.
I finish work at 5.
She finishes work at 5. Wait, finishes has ES, not just S.
Great observation. Yes, when a verb ends in sh, ch, x, or o, we add es instead of just s. So finish becomes finishes. Watch becomes watches. Go becomes goes.
Okay, that's actually a really useful rule. So it's like the word needs a little extra help to sound right.
That's a beautiful way to put it. The word needs a little extra help. I love that.
I'm a poet and I didn't know it.
All right, let's keep moving. We've covered the morning. Now, here's a simple trick for you. When people ask about your daily life, they usually want to know 3 things. Morning, what you do when you wake up. Midday, your work, school, or what you do during the day. Evening, what you do when you come home and before you sleep.
Oh, that's like a framework, like a structure to follow.
Exactly. Think of it as your daily life template. Morning, what you do when you wake up. Midday, your work, school, or what you do during the day. Evening, what you do when you come home and before you sleep.
Can we build a full example together?
Let's do it. May, you start with the morning, and I'll add the rest.
Okay. I wake up at 6:30. I go to the bathroom and brush my teeth. Then I make coffee and drink it in the kitchen.
Beautiful. Now the midday. I start work at 8 o'clock. I work in an office. I usually eat lunch at my desk. I finish work at 5 o'clock.
And the evening. I come home at 5:30. After that, I cook dinner and watch TV. Finally, I go to bed at 10 o'clock.
And there you have it, a complete, natural description of a daily routine. Listeners, that is exactly what you need to say in a job interview, when meeting new people, or even just having a casual conversation.
And it wasn't that hard. Like, the words are simple. It's just knowing how to put them together.
That's the key insight of today's episode. You already know many of these words. The skill is in the structure.
Okay, Mr. J, I have a question. What if someone asks me, do you always do the same thing every day? Like, what if sometimes I do something different?
Oh, this is vital. This is where frequency adverbs come in. These are words that tell people how often you do something, and they're incredibly useful for talking about daily life.
Oh, like sometimes?
Exactly. The main ones are always, usually, often, sometimes, rarely, and never. And here's the key rule. In English, these words go before the main verb,
Before the verb, not after?
not after. So you say, I usually drink coffee, not I drink usually coffee. The adverb comes before drink.
Oh, wow, okay. I've definitely made that mistake before.
Most learners do. Let's practice. I'll give you a sentence, and you add a frequency adverb. Ready?
Ready.
I eat breakfast in the morning. Make it mean not every day, but most days.
I usually eat breakfast in the morning.
Perfect. Now make this one mean very rarely, almost never. I go to the gym.
I rarely go to the gym. Honestly, that's the truth for me.
Same, May, same. Now one more. Make this mean 0% of the time. I drink soda.
I never drink soda, although that's a lie for me.
All right, let's be honest. These are practice sentences, not confessions. Now, listeners, here's your memory tool for frequency adverbs. Think of a scale from 0 to 100%. Always is 100%. Usually is about 80%. Often is about 60%. Sometimes is 50%. Rarely is about 10%. And never is 0%.
That's such a clear way to think about it, like a percentage scale in your head.
And when you're speaking, you just ask yourself, how often do I really do this? Then pick the word that matches.
This part is vital, everyone. Frequency adverbs are used all the time in English, like all the time.
They really are. Okay, May, let's do a quick challenge before we move to the recap. I want you to describe your actual daily life right now using everything we've learned today. Connectors, simple present, frequency adverbs. Go.
Okay, let me think. I usually wake up at 7 o'clock, then I go to the bathroom and wash my face. I always drink coffee before I do anything else. I start work at 9. I often eat lunch with my coworkers. After work, I sometimes go for a walk. Finally, I go to bed around 11.
May, that was genuinely impressive. Listeners, did you catch everything she did? She used usually, always, often, and sometimes. She used then, after, and finally. And every verb was in the correct simple present form. That was a model answer.
I feel like a real English speaker right now.
You are a real English speaker. That's the whole point. Okay, let's wrap up with a quick recap of everything we covered today.
Yes, summary time. I love this part.
All right, number 1, when talking about places in your home, use the bathroom, the kitchen, the bedroom.
Number 2, use connectors like then, after that, next, and finally to make your sentences flow naturally.
Number 3, for daily routines, use the simple present tense. I wake up, I eat, I work.
Number 4, when talking about he or she, add s to the verb. And if the verb ends in sh, ch, x, or o, add es.
Number 5, use frequency adverbs. Always, usually, often, sometimes, rarely, never, to say how often you do things. And remember, they go before the main verb.
And number 6, think of your day in 3 parts: morning, midday, and evening. That's your daily life template.
You are now fully equipped to describe your daily life in English, naturally, confidently, and correctly.
I'm so proud of everyone who stayed until the end of this episode. Seriously, you're doing the work and it shows.
Before we go, we have a question for you, and we want you to answer in the comments or wherever you're listening. The question is, what is one thing you do every day that makes you happy? Answer in English using what you learned today. Use a frequency adverb, use a connector. Show us what you've got.
We read every single comment, so don't be shy. Write it out.
And if this episode helped you, share it with one friend who's learning English. One friend, that's all we ask. You might change their life.
And don't forget to subscribe so you never miss a new episode. We'll see you next week with another topic, another lesson, and a lot more fun.
Until then, keep speaking, keep practicing, and remember,
your English is growing every single day. Bye, everyone.
take care.
everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J, and today is a good one.
Yes, because today we are talking about something so many of you asked about, learning English while driving.
That's right. You're in your car, going to work, going to school, sitting in traffic.
And that time, most people just waste it. They listen to music, they think about lunch.
Nothing wrong with lunch. But what if that same time could change your English forever?
Exactly. So today, Mr. J and I are going to show you how to use your driving time to actually get better at English. Real tips, simple tips, tips you can start today.
No homework, no textbooks, just you, your car, and your phone.
I love it already. Let's go.
So, May, let me ask you something. When most people think about learning English, what do they think they need?
A classroom, a teacher, maybe a big expensive book?
Exactly. And that is the number one reason people stop learning. They think, I don't have time to sit and study. But here's the truth.
Oh, tell them, Mr. J.
You don't need to sit to learn. Your brain learns when it hears things repeatedly, naturally. And guess what activity gives you quiet, focused time every single day?
Driving.
Driving, commuting, sitting in traffic, even a short 10-minute drive every day, 5 days a week, that is almost 1 hour of English learning every week without changing your schedule at all.
Wait, so you're saying I don't need extra time, I just need to use the time I already have?
Perfectly said. And honestly, May, some of the best English learners I know, they never sat in a classroom. They just listened every day in their car.
Okay, that makes me feel so much better because I always feel guilty when I don't have time to study.
And you can let go of that guilt because from today, your car is your classroom.
I love that. Your car is your classroom. Someone write that down.
Now, before we jump into the tips, and we have some really good ones today, I want to say something to everyone listening right now. If you want tips like this every single week, tips that actually help you speak better, understand faster, and feel more confident in English,
Subscribe to this podcast. Seriously, we work so hard to make every episode useful for you. One click and every week a new English lesson comes right to you. No searching, no scrolling.
just press subscribe and we'll see you every week. Okay, now let's get into the good stuff.
Yes, tip number 1, please.
Okay, tip number 1. Listen to English that is just a little bit above your level.
Wait, above my level? Won't that be too hard?
Great question, and this is actually a very important idea in language learning. It has a name. Some teachers call it comprehensible input, but don't worry about the big words. Here's the simple version.
Please, yes, simple version.
If everything you listen to is too easy, you already understand 100%, your brain gets lazy. It doesn't work. It doesn't grow.
Okay, that makes sense.
But if everything is too hard, you understand 0%, you get frustrated, you give up.
Yes, that's me with movies sometimes. I understand nothing and I just give up.
Exactly. So the sweet spot, the perfect place, is when you understand maybe 70 to 80%. You get the main idea, but there are a few new words, a few new phrases, and your brain is working just a little bit to fill in the gaps.
Oh, so it's like exercise for your brain. Not too easy, not too hard.
Perfect analogy. Analogy, that means comparison. You compared learning to exercise. That's exactly right. So for beginners, this means don't start with fast American movies or complicated news shows.
What should beginners start with?
Start with podcasts for learners, like this one. Shows that speak a little slower, use simpler words, but still sound natural, not robotic.
Like when a real person explains something to a friend, not like a textbook.
Exactly like that. Now here's a simple trick for you, and I want everyone to hear this clearly.
Ooh, simple trick. I love these.
When you're driving, don't just passively listen. Passively, that means just hearing the sound without thinking. Instead, every few minutes, pause the audio and say out loud what you just heard in your own words.
Oh, like talking to yourself in the car?
Yes, and don't laugh. Talking to yourself in the car is one of the most powerful English practice tools. No one can hear you, no one will judge you, you can make mistakes freely.
Okay, honestly, I already talk to myself in the car, so now I just have to do it in English.
Now you're using that time twice as well. You're listening and speaking, two skills at the same time.
That's so smart. Okay, listeners, are you trying this? Because I'm going to start tomorrow morning on my way to work.
Good. Now, tip number 2, and this one, May, I think you are going to really like.
Tell me.
Repeat out loud after what you hear. This is called shadowing. Shadowing, like a shadow that follows you everywhere. You follow the speaker. You copy their words, their speed, their music. I mean, the way their voice goes up and down.
The rhythm?
Yes, the rhythm. And this is so important for beginners because pronunciation, the way you say words, is not just about individual sounds. It's about music. It's about flow.
Like when someone speaks English and it just sounds smooth, and when I speak, it sounds a little choppy.
Choppy, that means broken, not smooth, yes. And the reason some learners sound choppy is not because they don't know enough words, it's because they never practiced the music of English.
And shadowing fixes that?
Shadowing is one of the best tools for exactly that. You hear a sentence, you repeat it immediately. Same speed, same emotion, same rhythm. Your mouth gets used to the sounds, your brain connects the meaning to the sound, and slowly, it becomes natural.
Okay, wait. Can we try? Like right now?
Let's do it. I'll say a simple sentence. Everyone listening, repeat after me out loud, even if you're driving, especially if you're driving. Ready?
Ready.
I'm learning English every day, and I'm getting better.
I'm learning English every day, and I'm getting better. That felt good.
Did you notice I'm getting better? The stress is on better, not I'm getting better. The emphasis, the strong word, changes the feeling of the sentence.
Whoa, I never noticed that before.
That's what shadowing teaches you, not just what to say, but how to say it. And you can only learn that by hearing it and repeating it, not by reading it in a book.
This is why driving practice is so powerful, because you're doing it with your voice, not your eyes.
Beautifully said. Okay, we are right in the middle of the episode now, and I want to stop for a second.
Ooh, is it quick question time?
It is quick question time. May, you want to do the honors?
Yes. Okay, everyone, pause the podcast right now. Seriously, pause it. And in the comments, I want you to write your answer to this question.
The question is,
What do you usually listen to in the car? Music? Silence? Another podcast? Tell us. Write it in the comments right now. We read every single comment, and it helps us make better episodes for you.
we genuinely love seeing your answers. It takes 2 seconds, and it means the world to us. Okay, back to the tips.
Tip number 3.
Tip number 3. Use English podcasts and audio that tells stories.
Stories? Why stories?
Because the human brain is wired, connected, designed for stories. When you hear a story, your brain pays attention automatically. You want to know what happens next.
That's true. Like when I watch a drama, even in a language I don't fully understand, I keep watching because I want to know. Does she find out? Does he come back?
Exactly. And that emotional connection, that curiosity, is what keeps your brain engaged. Engaged means active, switched on, paying attention.
So instead of just listening to English grammar explanations, which, no offense, Mr. J,
None taken.
can get a little boring, listen to stories in English.
For beginners, there are wonderful podcasts with very simple English stories, short ones, 5 to 10 minutes, and they use everyday vocabulary. Vocabulary means the words we use, everyday words, words you actually need.
Like, what kind of stories?
Stories about real people. Simple adventures, even fairy tales told in simple English. The story keeps you listening, and while you listen, the language is going into your brain without you even realizing it.
That is sneaky. I love it. It's like hiding vegetables in a delicious meal.
That is a perfect way to put it. The story is the delicious meal, the English is the vegetables.
And you don't even taste them going in.
Now, this part is vital. I want everyone to really hear this next point.
Okay, everyone listen up. Vital means very, very important.
Thank you, May. The vital point is this: consistency beats intensity. Consistency, that means doing something regularly, every day or most days. Intensity, that means doing a lot in one session.
So it's better to listen for 15 minutes every day than to listen for 3 hours on Sunday?
100%. Your brain learns language through repetition over time, not through marathon sessions once a week. Think about how babies learn to talk. Do they study for 3 hours on Sunday?
No, they hear language all day, every day, little by little.
And slowly it builds. This is why your daily commute is so powerful. It is built-in consistency. You drive every day, so you learn every day, without even trying to create a habit.
Because the habit is already there. You're already driving. You just change what you listen to.
That is the whole secret, honestly. It is not about working harder. It's about being smarter with the time you already have.
Okay, I have a question that I think a lot of listeners are wondering.
Go ahead.
What about listening to English songs in the car? Does that count? Does that help?
Great question. Songs are wonderful. They're great for pronunciation, for rhythm, for feeling the emotion of the language. And they're very good for memorizing phrases. Memorizing means learning something so well you remember it without trying.
Because you sing it so many times, it just stays in your head.
Exactly. But, and this is important, songs alone are not enough for beginners, because song English is sometimes very different from spoken English. The grammar is sometimes unusual, the vocabulary is sometimes old or poetic.
Poetic, like more artistic, not everyday language.
Right. So use songs as a fun bonus. A bonus is something extra, something additional. But for your main learning, focus on natural spoken English, podcasts, audio stories, English radio designed for learners.
So songs are the dessert. Podcasts are the main meal.
You're very good with the food comparisons today.
I'm hungry.
Okay, tip number 4, and this one is quick but very powerful.
Hit me.
Talk back to the audio. When the speaker asks a question, answer it out loud in your car.
Even if no one can hear me?
Because no one can hear you. This is your safe space. Your car is your private English laboratory. A laboratory, a place where you experiment, you try things, you make mistakes safely.
So if the podcast asks, "What did you do this weekend?" I actually say my answer out loud?
Yes, you say it out loud. Maybe it's short, maybe it's just 2 words, that's fine. But you are producing language. Producing, making, creating, putting it out into the world, not just receiving it.
Because just listening is passive, but answering out loud, that's active.
And active learning is always faster, always stronger. Your speaking improves dramatically. Dramatically means by a lot. When you practice speaking, even alone, even imperfectly.
This is something I wish someone told me years ago, because I used to think I'll practice speaking when my English is good enough, but that's backwards.
That is completely backwards. You get good at speaking by speaking, not before. There is no good enough to start. You start imperfect and you improve.
Imperfect is okay. Imperfect is normal. Say it with me, listeners. Imperfect is okay.
I love that energy. Now, let me give you one final simple trick before we go to the recap.
Ooh, what is it?
Create a driving English playlist. A playlist, a list of audio content you have ready to go. So the moment you get in your car, you press play immediately. No searching, no deciding, it's already there, waiting for you.
Because if you have to search and choose when you get in the car, sometimes you get lazy and just put on music instead.
Exactly. Remove the friction. Friction, the resistance, the difficulty, the small obstacles that stop you from starting. The easier you make it to start, the more likely you are to actually do it.
So prepare your playlist the night before, or keep it always updated, so every morning you just press play and go.
And rotate it. Rotate means change, switch around. Rotate your content. Some days an English podcast, some days an audio story, some days a shadowing exercise. Keep it fresh so your brain stays interested.
Keep it fresh. I love that. Like you wouldn't eat the same meal every single day. Change it up.
Back to food again.
I really need to go eat after this episode.
Okay, let's do our recap because I want to make sure everyone leaves today with these tips clear and ready to use.
Yes, let's go through them quickly. Tip number 1.
Listen to English that is just a little above your level. Not too easy, not too hard. That sweet spot where you understand most of it, but your brain is still working a little.
Tip number 2.
Shadow the audio. Repeat out loud. Copy the rhythm, the speed, the music of the language. This fixes your pronunciation and makes your English flow naturally.
Tip number 3.
Choose content that tells stories. Stories keep you listening, and while you listen for the story, your brain absorbs the English without even trying.
Tip number 4.
Talk back to the audio. Answer questions out loud. Produce language, don't just receive it. Your car is your private English laboratory.
And the bonus tip?
Build your driving English playlist in advance. Remove the friction. Make it easy to press play the moment you get in the car. Consistency, every day a little bit, beats doing a lot once a week.
And remember, imperfect English spoken every day is better than perfect English that stays silent.
That might be the best sentence of this whole episode.
I'll take it.
So to everyone listening right now, your commute, your drive, your time in traffic, it is not wasted time. It is learning time. It is growth time. And now you have the tools to use it.
And before we go, we have one final question for you, and we really want you to answer this one in the comments.
The question is, how long is your daily commute or drive? 5 minutes? 30 minutes? An hour?
And what are you going to listen to tomorrow during that drive? Tell us in the comments. Write it right now while you're thinking about it. Your comment might inspire someone else who is reading.
We love this community. We love your dedication to growing your English, and we are so glad you spent this time with us today.
If this episode helped you, share it with one friend who is also learning English. One friend, that's all. Help them find their car classroom too.
And subscribe if you haven't already. Every week, we bring you practical, real, simple English tips, just like today.
This is May.
And Mr. J.
Saying keep learning, keep driving, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Take care, everyone.
Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to the J and May English podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J. And
Today, we are talking about 3 tiny words that cause so much confusion.
3 words that every English learner uses every single day.
But most people use them wrong. We're talking about a, an, and the.
And by the end of this episode,
You will finally understand them, like really understand them, not just memorize rules and forget them the next day.
that's the goal. real understanding. So let's get into it.
Okay, Mr. J, I have to be honest. When I first learned English, these 3 words felt like a trap. Like, why do we even need them? In many languages, they don't exist at all.
Exactly. And that is why they feel like a headache for so many learners. If your first language is Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Russian, these articles just don't exist the same way. So your brain is learning something completely new.
Articles. That's the grammar name for them, right? A, an, and the are called articles.
Right. And don't worry about the word article too much. Just think of them as little helpers. They help your listener understand. Are we talking about something new, something specific, something general?
Oh, little helpers. I like that.
And once you feel the logic, not just memorize it, these little helpers become your best friends.
Okay, I'm already feeling better about this. But before we go deeper, Mr. J, tell the listeners why this matters so much.
Sure. Imagine you're at a coffee shop and you say, "Can I have coffee?" versus "Can I have the coffee?" Those 2 sentences feel different. One sounds like a general order, the other sounds like you're pointing at a specific coffee, maybe one that's already been made or one you already discussed.
Whoa, same words, totally different meaning. That's the power of articles. Small words, big difference. All right, I'm convinced. Let's learn this.
And hey, if you want tips like this every single week, tips that actually help you speak better English, not just pass a test, make sure you subscribe to this podcast. We drop new episodes every week, and every episode is made to transform your English step by step.
Yes, hit that subscribe or follow button right now. Okay, I'll stop. Mr. J, let's go.
All right, let's start with the easiest one to understand. A and an. These 2 are actually the same word, same meaning, same job.
Wait, same word?
Same idea, different form. A and an both mean one thing, one. Not specific, just one.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. I saw a dog. That means I saw one dog, not a specific dog, just some dog, a random dog.
Okay, so A means one thing and it doesn't matter which one.
Perfect. You just explained it better than most textbooks.
I did?
You did. Now, when do we use a versus an? This is the part people get confused by. And here's the simple trick.
Ooh, simple trick. Everyone pay attention.
Use a before a word that starts with a consonant sound. Use an before a word that starts with a vowel sound. The vowels are A, E, I, O, U.
So, a cat, because cat starts with C,
Yes, C is a consonant,
and an apple, because apple starts with A.
which is a vowel. Exactly right.
Okay, easy. A dog, a book, an egg, an orange.
Beautiful. But now here's where it gets a little tricky. And this is important. It's not about the letter, it's about the sound.
Wait, the sound? What's the difference?
Great question. Look at this word hour, H-O-U-R. It starts with the letter H. H is a consonant, so you might think hour, right?
Yeah, I would say hour.
But we actually say an hour, because when you say hour, you don't say the H sound. You say hour. It starts with a vowel sound, so an hour.
Oh, so my ears decide, not my eyes.
Exactly. Your ears decide. Say the word out loud. If it starts with a vowel sound, use an. If it starts with a consonant sound, use a.
Okay, what about university? U-N-I-V-E-R-S-I-T-Y. U is a vowel, so an university?
Good test, but no, we say a university. Because when you say university, the sound at the beginning is U, like the letter Y. That's a consonant sound.
What? University. Oh my gosh, you're right.
So, a university, a unique idea, a European country all start with a y sound.
This is blowing my mind a little bit.
In a good way, I hope.
Just remember, say the word out loud, listen to the first sound, and your ears will guide you.
Okay. I think I've got a and an. So when do I use the?
This is where it gets really interesting. The is completely different from a and an. A and an are for things that are new in the conversation, things your listener doesn't know about yet. The is for things that are already known, specific things.
Can you slow that down with an example?
Of course, imagine you're telling a story. You say, I walked into a restaurant. New information. Your friend doesn't know which restaurant, just some restaurant.
Okay. A restaurant. New info.
Then the next sentence, the restaurant was beautiful. Now you use the because now both of you know which restaurant we're talking about, the one you just mentioned.
Oh, so the first time, a restaurant. Second time, the restaurant.
That's rule number 1 for the. Once something is known to both people, use the.
That actually makes so much sense. Like, I have a cat. The cat is orange.
Perfect example. You introduced the cat with a, then used the because now we both know about the cat.
I feel smart right now.
You should. Now, the also has another job. We use it when something is unique, when there's only one of it in the world.
Like what?
The sun, there's only one sun. The moon, one moon. The sky, we all share the same sky.
The president? Well, each country has one president at a time.
Exactly. The president of France, specific, unique. Use the.
What about the internet? There's only one internet.
Perfect. One internet, use the. You're getting this so fast.
Okay, real quick, I want to stop here for a second. Listeners, this is your moment. We call this our quick question break. Pause this episode right now and type your answer in the comments. Here's the question.
Fill in the blank. I saw blank elephant at the zoo. Blank elephant was eating bananas. Use a, an, or the.
Type your answer below. We read your comments and we love seeing you practice. Okay, go. Okay, welcome back. Mr. J, what's the answer?
I saw an elephant because elephant starts with a vowel sound, the E sound, and the elephant was eating bananas because now we're talking about the same elephant we already mentioned.
An elephant, the elephant. Got it. Okay, what else? What other times do we use the?
This part is vital, so pay close attention. We use the with things that are shared and specific in a situation, even without saying them before. For example, if you walk into a room, you might say, "Can you turn off the light?"
But you never said which light before.
Right. But in that room, there's only one light, or there's a specific one you mean. The listener understands. The situation makes it clear.
Oh, like if I'm in a car with someone and I say, close the window, they know which window I mean, their window, the one next to them.
Exactly. Context makes it clear. That's the at work.
Okay, what about no article? Like sometimes in English, we don't say a or the at all, right?
Great point. Yes. Sometimes you need zero article. For example, general ideas. I love music, not I love the music, not I love a music, just I love music.
Oh, right. I love coffee. She studies English. They play football.
Yes. When you speak in general about a whole category of things, no article. Dogs are friendly, not the dogs are friendly, unless you mean specific dogs.
So, dogs are friendly means all dogs in general, but the dogs are friendly means specific dogs, like the dogs in this park.
You are on fire today.
Thank you. Okay, so let me try to feel this. No article for general things, a or an for one new unspecific thing, the for specific known things.
That is honestly one of the clearest summaries I've ever heard.
I should teach this class.
Almost. Let's do a few more real-life examples to really lock this in. This is the simple trick part. I want to give listeners one practical test they can use anytime.
Yes, give us the trick.
When you're not sure which article to use, ask yourself 3 questions. 1. Is this the first time I'm mentioning it? If yes, use a or an.
Okay, first mention a or an.
2. Do both the speaker and listener already know which one we mean? If yes, use the.
Already known, specific, the.
3. Am I talking about something in general, a whole category? If yes, no article at all.
3 questions. First mention a or an. Already known, the. General category, nothing.
That's your cheat code.
I love a good cheat code.
Let's test it quickly. She wants to be blank doctor.
Okay, is it the first time we mention this? Yes. Is it a specific doctor? No. So, a doctor. She wants to be a doctor.
Correct. Now, she wants to work at blank hospital in our city.
The hospital, because there's a specific hospital. The one in our city. We both know which one.
Perfect. One more. Blank, honesty is important.
Honesty in general, no specific honesty, general idea, so no article. Just honesty is important.
You just passed the test.
Yes! Okay, listeners, you passed too, right? Tell us in the comments.
Now, a few common mistakes to watch out for. Learners often say, I am student, but the correct sentence is, I am a student, one student, not specific. Use a.
Oh yeah, I used to say that. I am student. It sounds weird in English.
It does, because in English, we almost never use a job title or a description without an article or something before it. I am a teacher. She is an engineer. He is a pilot.
What about I am the best? Is that okay?
The best, yes, that works, because the best means the most specific level. Number 1. There's only one best, so the fits.
I am the best. I like that sentence.
Another common mistake, people say, can you give me information? But then they say, can you give me an information? That's wrong. Information is what we call an uncountable noun. You can't say one information, two informations. So you never say a information or an information. Just information or the information.
Uncountable noun. So words like information, water, music, love, no a or an?
Exactly. You'd say, I need water, not I need a water. Or I need the water if it's specific, like pass me the water at the dinner table.
Okay, I think I need to write all of this down.
That brings us to our recap. Let's go through everything we learned today, nice and simple.
Okay, number 1.
A and an mean the same thing. One, not specific. Use a before consonant sounds. Use an before vowel sounds. And remember, it's about the sound, not the spelling.
Number 2.
The is for things that are already known, specific, or unique. First mention, a or an. After that, the.
Number 3.
No article for general ideas, uncountable nouns, and whole categories. I love music. Water is important. Dogs are loyal.
And the 3 questions trick. First mention, a or an. Already known, the. General category, nothing.
That's everything. In about 15 minutes, you now have a clear, practical understanding of one of the most confusing parts of English grammar.
And you did it. If you're listening right now, you stuck with us to the end, and that matters. That's how transformation happens, one episode at a time.
Practice makes permanent, so take what you learned today and use it. Write a few sentences, talk to someone, think about which article fits.
And here's your final challenge. We want you to comment below with this. Tell us one thing you did today. Use a, an, or the in your sentence. For example, I drank a cup of coffee this morning, or the weather today is beautiful.
We will read your comments, and if you want more episodes like this, subscribe, follow, leave us a review. It really helps this podcast grow and helps more learners like you find us.
Thank you so much for spending this time with us. This is May,
And Mr. J.
reminding you great English is built one word at a time. See you in the next episode.
Take care, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone, to the Jay and May English podcast. I'm May, your learning buddy, and I am so happy you're here today.
And I'm Mr. J. Together, we make English feel less scary and a lot more fun.
Today's topic is something I personally struggled with, and I know you have too. We're talking about why English feels so hard at the beginning.
And not just why it's hard, we're going to fix that today. By the end of this episode, you'll understand exactly what's making English difficult for you, and more importantly,
You'll know what to do about it. I wish someone told me these things when I started.
so let's get into it. May, tell me honestly, when you first started learning English, what was the biggest problem?
Oh, wow. Where do I start? Everything. The spelling, the grammar, the pronunciation. I remember looking at the word night and thinking, why is there a K there? You don't even say it.
Yes, that's a perfect example. And that feeling, that confusion, that frustration is exactly what millions of beginners feel every single day. You're not alone. You're not bad at languages. English just has some very strange rules.
Very strange.
And today, we're going to look at the main reasons why English feels so hard, and I'll give you simple ways to think about each one. Does that sound good?
That sounds amazing. And hey, listeners, if you're new here, welcome to the family. We post new episodes every week to help you transform your English step by step.
So, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do it right now. It's free, it's easy, and every week we bring you real, useful English. No boring textbooks, no confusing grammar charts.
Just us talking, learning, growing together. Okay, Mr. J, I'm ready. Hit me with reason number 1.
All right, reason number 1, and this is a big one. English spelling does not match English pronunciation.
Yes, like my night example.
Exactly. In many languages, when you see a letter, you know how to say it, always. But in English, not always. Let me give you a few examples. The word read, R-E-A-D. How do you say it?
Read, like I read books.
Good. But what about this sentence? Yesterday, I read that book. Same spelling, different pronunciation.
Wait, red? It sounds like the color red?
Exactly. Same word, different pronunciation. Depending on the time, present or past, it changes.
That is actually kind of crazy.
It is. And here's another one. Look at these words. Though, through, thought, tough. They all have O-U-G-H in them.
Oh no.
Though sounds like though, through sounds like through, thought sounds like thought, and tough sounds like tough.
What? They look almost the same, and they all sound different.
This is why spelling in English is hard. English borrowed words from many, many languages, French, German, Latin, Greek, and each language brought its own spelling rules. English just kept them all.
So English is like a big, messy closet where everything came from a different store.
That is a perfect way to say it. So, listeners, here's a simple trick for you. Don't try to figure out English pronunciation from spelling alone. Instead, always listen first. Hear the word, then see it written. Your ears are your best teacher at the beginning.
Oh, I love that. Ears first, eyes second.
Ears first, eyes second. Write that down.
Okay, what's reason number 2?
Reason number 2, English has too many ways to say the same thing.
Oh, yes, this confused me so much.
In many languages, there's one word for something. In English, there are 3, 4, sometimes 10 words that mean almost the same thing. For example, the word happy. You can say happy, glad, joyful, pleased, cheerful, delighted, content.
Stop. That's too many.
And they all mean happy, but with small differences in feeling. Glad is a little more quiet. Delighted is very strong. Content means calm and satisfied.
So it's not just about knowing the word, you have to know the feeling of the word.
Exactly. And for a beginner, this feels overwhelming. That means it feels like too much, too heavy. You don't know where to start.
I remember I used to just say happy for everything because I was scared to use the wrong word.
And that is completely okay at the beginning. Here is what I want beginners to understand. You don't need to learn all the words at once. Start with one word. Use it. Get comfortable. Then slowly add new ones.
So instead of learning 10 words for happy on day 1,
Learn happy. Use it every day. Then 1 week later, add glad. Then excited. Build slowly. This is how your vocabulary grows strong, like a tree, not like a wall you try to build in one day.
I really like that. A tree, not a wall. Okay, we're about halfway through, and I want to stop for a second because this part is vital.
It really is.
But first, hey listeners, quick question for you. We call this our comment cause moment. I want you to pause the podcast right now, yes, right now, and type your answer in the comments below. Ready?
Here's the question. What is one English word that you find confusing or difficult to spell? Just one word. Write it in the comments. We read every single comment, and your answer might become part of a future episode.
We're waiting. Okay, write your answer, then come back. We'll be here.
All right, reason number 3. And this one surprises a lot of people. English grammar is both simple and complicated at the same time.
How can it be both?
Good question. Here's what I mean. In some languages, every single noun, that means every thing word, has a gender. A table is she, a door is he, a book is it. And the whole sentence changes depending on that gender.
Oh, yes, I know some languages like that. It's a lot to remember.
In English, no gender for objects. A table is just the table. A door is just the door. That part is simple.
Okay, that is nice actually.
But then, English has 12 tenses.
12?
12 ways to talk about time. Present simple, I eat. Past simple, I ate. Present continuous, I am eating. And future with will, I will eat.
Those 4 cover most conversations?
Most everyday conversations, yes. So here is your simple trick. Master these 4 first, completely, confidently. Then move forward. Don't try to learn all 12 at once. You will confuse yourself.
This is so helpful. I think a lot of beginners try to learn everything at the same time and then feel like failures when they can't remember it all.
And that is so important to hear. You are not a failure. The method was wrong, not you. Learning a language is a process. That means it takes time. It has steps. You can't skip the steps, but you can make the steps easier.
I feel like I need to go back and restart my English journey after this episode.
You're doing great. Okay, reason number 4. This one is about fear.
Oh, this one is personal.
Fear of making mistakes. This might actually be the number 1 reason, even bigger than spelling, even bigger than grammar, why people feel like English is too hard.
Because when you make a mistake, you feel embarrassed.
Exactly. You mispronounce a word, someone corrects you, or worse, they look at you like you said something strange, and suddenly your brain says, "Stop, this is dangerous, don't speak."
Yes, that happened to me. I said sheet wrong once and everyone laughed and I didn't want to speak English for a week.
We've all had moments like that.
But here is the truth, and I want every listener to hear this clearly. Making mistakes is not the opposite of learning. Making mistakes is learning.
Say that again.
Making mistakes is not the opposite of learning. Making mistakes is learning. Every mistake your brain makes, it remembers. It creates a small note that says, not this way, that way. And slowly, the correct form becomes natural.
So mistakes are actually helpers.
They are your best helpers. The people who improve fastest in English are not the ones who never make mistakes. They're the ones who make mistakes, hear the correction, and try again without shame.
Without shame. I love that. No shame in this podcast community, right, everyone?
No shame here, only progress.
Okay, we have one more reason, and then we're going to recap everything. Mr. J, reason number 5.
Reason number 5. English is everywhere, but real English and textbook English are very different.
Oh, this is so true.
You study from a book. The book says, "How are you?" And the answer is, "I am fine, thank you. And you?" Very clean, very correct.
And then you talk to a real English speaker and they say, "Hey, what's up?" And you freeze completely.
Exactly. What's up doesn't mean what is going up. It just means how are you or what's happening. This is called informal English, relaxed, everyday, real-life English.
And nobody teaches you that in the beginning.
Not enough, anyway. And then there's slang. That means very informal words that friends use with each other. That's lit means something is very exciting or great. I'm dead means something is so funny you can't stop laughing.
Not actually dead.
Not actually dead. So beginners feel confused because the English they learned and the English they hear feel like two different languages.
So what do we do about that?
Simple trick. Add real English to your learning every single day. Watch a short video in English. Listen to a podcast, like this one. Read a text message or a social media post in English. Just 5 to 10 minutes of real, everyday English every day will slowly close that gap between textbook English and real English.
Every day. Even 5 minutes counts.
Every day. Consistency, doing something regularly without stopping, is more powerful than studying for 5 hours once a week and then stopping.
All right. I think it's time for our recap. I love this part. Mr. J, quickly, what did we learn today?
We covered 5 reasons why English feels hard for beginners. Number 1, spelling doesn't match pronunciation. Solution, listen first, read second.
Number 2, too many words that mean the same thing. Solution, learn one word, use it well, then slowly add more.
Number 3, grammar can feel overwhelming. Solution, master 4 basic tenses first: present simple, past simple, present continuous, and future with will.
Number 4, fear of mistakes is holding you back. Solution, mistakes are helpers, not enemies. Make them, learn from them, move forward without shame.
And number 5, textbook English and real English are different. Solution, spend 5 to 10 minutes every day with real, everyday English. Podcasts, videos, social media, whatever you enjoy.
5 reasons, 5 solutions. Not so scary now, right?
Not scary at all. You have everything you need to move forward.
And remember, you don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent. Show up, try, make mistakes, and keep going. That's the whole secret.
That really is the secret. There's no magic shortcut, but there is a smart path, and now you're on it.
I love that. Okay, before we go, our final question for you, and we really want you to answer this one in the comments because your answers are always so good.
Here it is. Out of the 5 reasons we talked about today, spelling, too many words, grammar, fear of mistakes, or the difference between textbook and real English, which one is your biggest challenge right now?
Tell us in the comments. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or write it out if you want to practice your English. Either way, we want to hear from you.
And if this episode helped you today, please share it with one friend who is also learning English. One share can change someone's learning journey completely.
We mean that. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for spending this time with us. Keep learning, keep trying, and remember,
every expert was once a beginner.
see you in the next episode. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye, and keep going. You're doing better than you think.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J. Today, we're solving a mystery.
A mystery? What mystery?
The mystery of look and see. Many learners use them interchangeably, but they're actually quite different.
Oh, I do that all the time. I say, I'm looking the movie, or see at this picture.
Exactly. And by the end of today, you'll never make that mistake again.
That's a big promise, Mr. J.
It is, but here's the thing. These two words are everywhere, in daily conversations, in movies, in songs. If you mix them up, native speakers will notice.
So it's not just grammar, it's about sounding natural?
Precisely, and that's why mastering this today matters so much.
Okay, I'm ready. But first, if you want weekly English transformation tips like this, hit that subscribe button right now.
Trust me, every week we break down confusing topics into super simple lessons.
All right, Mr. J, so where do we start?
Let's start with the most important difference. See is passive. Look is active.
Passive? Active? What does that mean?
Great question. Passive means it happens without effort. You don't try to see, you just see. Your eyes are open and you see things around you.
Oh, like right now I see my coffee cup on the table. I'm not trying, it's just there.
Perfect example. You didn't plan to see it. Your eyes just naturally noticed it.
Okay, so see is automatic. What about look?
Look is active. It means you're directing your eyes somewhere on purpose. You're making an effort.
Oh, so if I say, look at my coffee cup, you're telling me to focus your eyes on it.
Exactly. You're asking me to pay attention to something specific.
This is making sense. So see is like no effort just happens. Look is like I'm choosing to focus.
You got it. Here's a simple trick for you. Think of look as having a target. You look at something.
Wait, so I always need at after look?
Most of the time, yes. You look at a picture. You look at the sky. You look at your phone.
But with see, I don't need at?
Correct. You see a picture. You see the sky. You see your phone. No at needed.
Okay, let me test this. I see a bird in the tree. That's correct, right?
Perfect.
And if I want to tell you to focus on it, I say, look at that bird in the tree.
Brilliant. You're getting this fast.
I'm trying. But wait, Mr. J, sometimes I hear people say look without at, like, look, it's snowing.
Ah, sharp observation. When look is alone, like an exclamation, you don't need at. You're just grabbing someone's attention.
Oh, so look means pay attention, but look at the snow means focus your eyes on the snow specifically.
Exactly. The first is general attention. The second is specific direction.
This is vital, so I can't just swap these words whenever I want.
No, you can't. And here's another key point. See is often used for understanding, not just vision.
Understanding? How?
Think about this sentence. I see what you mean.
Oh, you're not using your eyes there. You mean you understand.
Precisely. See can mean understand in many contexts, but look never means that.
So I can't say, I look what you mean?
No, that sounds very strange. Only see works for understanding.
Okay. So see has two meanings, vision and understanding, but look is only about directing your eyes.
You're on fire today, May.
I am, but let me ask our listeners something. Quick question for everyone.
Oh, this should be good.
Pause the podcast right now and answer this in the comments. Which is correct? I can look you or I can see you?
And tell us why you chose that answer.
We'll wait. Take your time, think about it, and type your answer below.
All right, hopefully everyone's thinking. May, while they're answering, let's go deeper.
Yes, I want more examples.
Let's use a real-life situation. Imagine you're walking down the street.
Okay, I'm walking.
Your eyes are open. You see buildings, you see people, you see cars. You're not trying, you just see them.
Right, because see is automatic.
Now suddenly, your friend points and says, "Look at that cute dog."
Oh, so now I'm actively directing my eyes to the dog.
Exactly. You weren't looking at the dog before. You might have seen it, but you weren't focused on it. Now you're looking at it.
So I can see many things at once, but I can only look at one thing at a time?
That's a brilliant way to put it. Your eyes see everything in your field of vision, but you look at what you choose to focus on.
Wow. Okay, so if I'm in a classroom, I see all the students, but I look at the teacher when she's speaking.
Perfect example. You're really getting this now.
I am. But Mr. J, what about watch? Isn't that similar to look?
You're jumping ahead. We'll cover watch in part 2.
Oh, you're leaving me on a cliffhanger.
Just a little suspense. But before we move on, let's recap the golden rules we've learned so far.
Yes, I need to make sure I've got this locked in.
Rule number 1, see is passive. It happens automatically without effort.
I see things around me all the time without trying.
Rule number 2, look is active. You direct your eyes on purpose.
I look at something when I want to focus on it.
And rule number 3, look usually needs at after it, but see doesn't.
Look at the sunset, see the sunset. Got it.
And rule number 4, see can also mean understand, but look cannot.
I see what you mean, Mr. J.
Perfect use of it.
Okay, I feel so much more confident already, but I know there's more to learn.
There is, and we're just getting started.
All right, Mr. J, I've been waiting. You mentioned watch earlier. How is it different from look and see?
Good memory. Watch is actually closer to look because it's active. You choose to watch something.
So it's not automatic like see?
Exactly. But here's the key difference. Watch implies duration. You watch something that moves or changes over time.
Oh, so I watch a movie, not look at a movie.
Perfect. Movies have movement. They take time. You watch them.
And I watch TV, watch a football game, watch my dog play in the park?
Exactly. All of those involve movement and time.
But what about a picture? That doesn't move.
Right. So you look at a picture, not watch a picture.
Oh, so look is for still things and watch is for things that move or change?
That's a great way to remember it. You look at a photo, but you watch a video.
This is so clear now. But wait, can I say see a movie?
Yes, you can. See a movie means you went to the cinema or you experienced the movie. It's about the general experience.
So, I saw a great movie yesterday is correct?
Absolutely. But while you're in the cinema, you're watching the movie.
Oh, so see is more about the whole experience and watch is about the action of viewing it?
Exactly right. You're really mastering this, May.
I'm trying. Okay, let me test myself with some sentences.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, I looked at some old photos.
Perfect. Photos are still images.
Then I watched a documentary about dolphins.
Excellent. Documentaries have movement and duration.
And I saw my neighbor outside when I opened the window.
Brilliant. You didn't plan to see her. It just happened.
Yes, I'm getting this. But, Mr. J, what about expressions like see you later or look forward to?
Ah, great question. These are fixed expressions or idioms. They don't follow the normal rules.
So I can't change them?
No, you can't. See you later is fixed. You can't say look you later.
That sounds so weird.
It does. And look forward to means you're excited about something in the future.
Like, I look forward to the weekend.
Perfect. You can't say I see forward to the weekend.
So with idioms, I just have to memorize them?
Unfortunately, yes, but there aren't too many. The most common ones are see you later, look forward to, see eye to eye, and look on the bright side.
See eye to eye means to agree with someone, right?
Exactly. We don't see eye to eye on this topic means we disagree.
And look on the bright side means stay positive?
Yes, focus on the good aspects of a situation.
These are really useful, but they're totally different from the basic rules we learned.
They are. That's why idioms are tricky. You can't translate them directly.
Okay, so for idioms, I memorize, but for regular usage, I follow the rules. See is passive, look is active with at, and watch is for movement over time.
You've summarized it perfectly. Here's one more simple trick for you.
I'm ready.
When you're confused, ask yourself, am I making an effort or is it just happening?
Oh, if I'm making an effort, I use look or watch.
Right. And if it's just happening naturally, you use see.
This is such a helpful way to remember.
I'm glad it's clicking for you. Now let's practice with some real-life scenarios.
Yes, I love practical examples.
Imagine you're at a restaurant. The waiter brings your food. What do?
I see my food.
Yes, it arrives and you automatically see it. But then,
Oh, I look at it to check if it's what I ordered.
perfect. You're actively examining it now.
And if there's a TV in the restaurant showing a football game,
What would you do?
I watch the game while I eat.
Excellent. You've got all 3 words correct in one scenario.
I'm on a roll. Give me another one.
Okay, you're walking in a park. There are trees, people, birds, everywhere.
I see all of them because my eyes are open.
Right. But then someone says, look at that beautiful sunset.
So I look at the sunset specifically.
And if there are children playing soccer nearby?
I watch them play if I'm interested.
Perfect. You're using all 3 naturally now.
This feels so good. I finally understand the difference.
And that understanding will make your English sound so much more natural.
I know our listeners are feeling the same way.
I hope so. Now, let's do a final recap of all the golden rules.
Yes, let's lock this in.
Golden rule number 1. See is passive and automatic, no effort required.
My eyes are open and I see things around me.
Golden rule number 2. Look is active and requires at for specific targets.
I look at something when I want to focus on it.
Golden rule number 3. Watch is active and used for things that move or change over time.
I watch movies, sports, and anything with action.
Golden rule number 4. See can also mean understand.
Like, I see what you mean.
And golden rule number 5. Some expressions are fixed idioms. Just memorize them.
See you later, look forward to, and see eye to eye.
Perfect summary, May.
I feel like a completely different English speaker now.
That's the power of understanding the small differences.
And I know our listeners feel the same way.
Before we finish, we have one final question for everyone.
Yes, comment challenge time.
Write in the comments, make one sentence using look, one using see, and one using watch.
And make them about your daily life. We want to see your creativity.
We'll read them and give you feedback.
So don't be shy. Share your sentences below.
And remember, if you found this helpful, subscribe for weekly English lessons.
We break down confusing topics every single week.
Thanks for learning with us today.
See you in the next episode. And yes, see is correct here because it's a fixed expression.
Exactly. Until next time, keep practicing.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast, the place where your English actually gets better every single week.
And today, we have a topic that so many of you have asked us about.
Yes, so many messages, so many comments. People saying, May, I study English, I stop. I study again, I stop again.
It's like a cycle, right? Start strong, lose motivation, disappear for 2 weeks.
And then feel guilty. That was literally me 2 years ago, Mr. J.
And today, we're going to break that cycle. We're talking about how to build a real daily English habit, one that actually sticks.
Not the I'll study for 3 hours on Sunday kind of habit.
Exactly. That doesn't work. And by the end of this episode, you'll have a simple system you can start today. Not tomorrow, today.
Okay, but before we jump in, if you're new here, welcome to the family. And if you've been with us for a while, you already know. We keep it real, we keep it simple, and we actually have fun.
So hit that subscribe button right now. Every week, we give you practical, real-life English tips that actually transform how you speak and think in English.
Okay, Mr. J, let's go. So why is building a habit so hard? Like, why do people keep failing?
Great question. And honestly, it's not because people are lazy.
Wait, really? Because I always thought, May, you're just lazy.
No. The real reason is people try to do too much too fast.
Oh, like I'm going to study English for 2 hours every day starting Monday.
Yes. And then Monday comes and life gets busy.
And suddenly it's Thursday and you haven't opened a single book.
Exactly. So the first golden rule, and this is simple but vital, is start small.
Start small. Okay, how small are we talking?
Think about 5 minutes, just 5.
5 minutes? That feels like nothing.
That's the point. When something feels like nothing, you actually do it. You don't avoid it.
Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Because when I think 2 hours of English, my brain goes, no thank you.
Your brain sees it as a big mountain, but 5 minutes, that's just a small step.
So we're tricking our brain a little bit?
We're working with your brain, not against it. There's a difference.
Okay, listeners, quick check. Right now, can you think of 5 minutes in your day that you always have free? Maybe in the morning, on the bus, before bed?
Just one window, 5 minutes. That's your English time.
Hold on, Mr. J. People are going to say, but 5 minutes isn't enough to really learn English.
And that's a fair thought. But here's the thing. Consistency beats intensity every single time.
Ooh, say that again.
Consistency, meaning doing something regularly, beats intensity, meaning doing a lot at once.
So 5 minutes every day is better than 2 hours once a week?
100%. Think of it like the gym. If you go to the gym once a month for 5 hours,
You're going to be in so much pain, and you won't go back.
right. But if you go for 20 minutes 3 times a week, you build a habit, you see progress, you keep going.
Okay, I love that. So rule number 1 is start small. What's next?
Rule number 2, and this one is a simple trick that changed everything for me, is called habit stacking.
Habit stacking. Okay, that sounds cool. What does it mean?
Habit stacking means you attach your new habit to something you already do every day.
So, like something I already do automatically?
Exactly. For example, do you drink coffee in the morning?
Every single morning. That's non-negotiable.
Perfect. So you stack your English habit on top of that. While I drink my coffee, I listen to an English podcast.
Oh, so the coffee becomes like a trigger.
Yes, you see the coffee, your brain automatically thinks English time.
That's so smart. It's like you're borrowing the habit that already exists.
Exactly. You're not creating something from zero, you're just adding a small thing to something you already do.
Okay, listeners, this is the quick question moment. I want you to pause this episode right now and type your answer in the comments below.
The question is,
What is one thing you do every single day, brushing your teeth, making tea, waiting for the bus, that you could stack your English habit onto?
type it in the comments. Seriously, pause and write it down. This small action could change your English journey.
We read every comment, so we want to hear from you.
And while you're thinking about that, let's talk about something that most people get completely wrong about building habits.
Ooh, what is it?
Most people think motivation is the key. They wait to feel motivated before they study.
Wait, is that wrong? Because I definitely do that. I wait until I'm in the mood.
And how often does that mood arrive?
Honestly, not that often.
Here's the truth. Motivation follows action, not the other way around.
Wait, say that slowly. I want the listeners to really get this.
Motivation follows action, meaning you don't wait to feel motivated to start. You start first, and then the motivation comes.
So, like, I just open the app or play the podcast, even if I don't feel like it?
And within 2 minutes, you're engaged. You're in it.
That is so true. Like, I never regret starting. I only regret not starting.
Exactly. The hardest part is always just beginning.
Okay, so let's recap what we have so far. Rule 1, start small. 5 minutes is enough.
Rule 2, habit stacking. Attach English to something you already do.
Rule 3, don't wait for motivation. Just start, and motivation will come.
And there's one more thing I want to add before we wrap up this part, and this one is vital.
Okay, what is it?
Make your English habit enjoyable. I mean, don't force yourself to study things you hate.
Oh, thank you, because some people think studying English means sitting with a grammar book for an hour looking miserable.
If you love music, listen to English songs and read the lyrics.
If you love cooking, watch English cooking videos.
If you love drama,
Watch a Netflix series with English subtitles. This is so freeing.
the goal is to make English a part of your life, not a separate, painful task you do on the side.
Because if you enjoy it, you'll actually do it every day without forcing yourself.
And that's when the real transformation starts to happen.
You know what? I feel like I need to go rebuild all my habits right now.
That's a good sign. And listeners, so do you.
Okay, so we talked about starting small, habit stacking, not waiting for motivation, and making English enjoyable.
4 really powerful ideas, and I can already imagine some listeners thinking, okay, but what exactly do I do in those 5 minutes?
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to ask. Like, 5 minutes of what?
Great, so let's get specific. And this part, pay close attention, because this is where most learners go wrong.
Ooh, how do they go wrong?
They spend all their time on one skill, usually grammar.
Okay, I was definitely that person.
Just grammar exercises, grammar rules, grammar.
And then you can't say a single sentence in real life.
Because grammar is important, but it's only one piece. English has 4 skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing.
So we need all 4?
You need to touch as many as possible, even in small ways, every day.
Okay, but Mr. J, 5 minutes is really short. Can we actually do all 4 in 5 minutes?
Not all 4 every day, but here's a simple trick for you. Rotate them.
Rotate, like switch?
Yes, Monday, you listen to an English podcast for 5 minutes. Tuesday, you read 3 sentences of something in English.
Wednesday, you write 5 words or 1 sentence in your notes.
Exactly. And Thursday, you speak, even alone, even to yourself.
Wait, speaking to yourself counts?
100%. It's called self-talk, and it's one of the most underrated means not appreciated enough, habits for English learners.
So I can just narrate my morning? Like, I am making coffee. The coffee smells good. I am very sleepy.
Perfect. That is real practice. You're forming sentences, you're thinking in English.
And nobody is judging me because I'm alone.
Exactly. Zero pressure, maximum practice.
Okay, I love this rotating system. It keeps things fresh so you don't get bored.
And boredom is one of the biggest habit killers. Habit killers means things that destroy your habit.
So rotation kills boredom. Smart.
Now, here's something else that is vital. Tracking your habit.
Oh, like marking it on a calendar?
Exactly like that. Every day you do your English habit, even for just 5 minutes, you put a check mark or a star or a sticker, whatever makes you happy.
Okay, I would absolutely use stickers.
The point is, you start to see a chain. Day 1, check. Day 2, check. Day 3.
And you don't want to break the chain.
There's actually a famous saying about this. Don't break the chain. Once you see that streak building up, you'll do almost anything to protect it.
Because breaking it feels so bad.
Right. The visual progress becomes its own motivation.
So motivation does come just from seeing your own effort, not from waiting for a feeling.
That is a really good observation, May.
I have my moments.
Now, what happens when you do break the chain? Because life happens, you'll miss a day.
Oh, good question. Because I feel like when I miss one day, I think, I already failed, so why bother?
And that thinking, that is the real enemy, not missing one day.
So missing one day is okay?
Here's the rule. Never miss twice.
Never miss twice. Say more.
Miss one day? Fine, it happens. But the next day, no excuses. You get back on track immediately.
Because missing once is an accident. Missing twice is the start of a new habit, a bad one.
Exactly. You said it perfectly.
Okay, listeners, this is so important. I want us all to say it together. Well, say it in your head or out loud if you're not in public.
Never miss twice.
3 words, remember them. They might save your English journey.
Now, let's talk about environment. Because your environment, the space and things around you, has a huge effect on your habit.
How so?
If your phone has an English app on the first page, the page you see first when you open it, you are more likely to use it.
Because it's right there in front of you.
If your English notebook is on your desk, visible, you're more likely to write in it.
But if it's in a drawer somewhere buried under stuff,
It doesn't exist. Out of sight, out of mind.
out of sight, out of mind. That means if you can't see something, you forget about it.
So, design your environment to make English easy and visible. Remove the friction. Friction means the obstacles, the little annoying steps that stop you from starting.
So instead of thinking, I need to be more disciplined, I just need to make English easier to access?
Yes, discipline is hard. A well-designed environment is effortless.
Okay, that genuinely just changed my perspective. I've been blaming myself for not being disciplined enough.
When really, your environment just wasn't set up for success.
Set up your environment, people. This is a game changer.
And one last thing, find your why.
Your why?
Why do you want to learn English? And I don't mean a vague answer like, for my future.
Okay, I've said that exact thing.
Be specific. I want to watch my favorite series without subtitles. I want to travel and talk to people. I want to get a better job. I want to understand song lyrics.
The more specific your why, the stronger your motivation when things get hard.
Write it down. Put it somewhere you can see it, on your mirror, on your phone wallpaper.
So on the hard days, when you don't feel like it, you look at it and remember why you started.
Because there will be hard days, and your why is what pulls you through.
That's actually really beautiful, Mr. J.
Thank you, May.
Okay, I think it's time for our Golden Rules recap. Are you ready, listeners?
Let's do it. Keep it simple.
Golden Rule 1. Start small. 5 minutes a day is enough to begin.
Golden Rule 2. Habit stack. Attach English to something you already do daily.
Golden Rule 3. Don't wait for motivation. Start first. Motivation follows.
Golden Rule 4. Make it enjoyable. Study English through things you already love.
Golden Rule 5. Rotate your skills. Listening, speaking, reading, writing. Switch it up.
Golden Rule 6. Track your habit. Build the chain and protect it.
Golden Rule 7. Never miss twice. 1 day off is fine. 2 is a pattern.
Golden Rule 8. Design your environment. Make English visible and easy to access.
And Golden Rule 9. Know your why. Write it down and let it drive you on the hard days.
9 rules. All simple, all powerful.
And honestly, you don't need to do all 9 perfectly from day 1. Pick 2 or 3. Start there.
Progress over perfection. Always.
I love that. Okay, before we go, we have our final question for you, and we genuinely want to hear your answer.
The question is this.
What is one small English habit you are going to start tomorrow? It can be anything. 5 minutes of a podcast, 1 English sentence in your notes, 3 new words.
Tell us in the comments. Be specific. Don't say, I'll study more. Say exactly what you'll do and when.
Because writing it down makes it real, and our community will cheer you on. We always do.
We are so proud of every single one of you for showing up today and investing in yourself.
That's not a small thing. A lot of people talk about learning English. You're actually doing it.
Keep going. Small steps every day lead to big changes over time.
This has been the Jay and May English Podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J.
See you in the next episode, and until then, keep your English habit alive. Even just 5 minutes. You've got this.
Take care, everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English Podcast. I'm May.
And I'm Mr. J. Today, we're solving a mystery.
A mystery? What mystery?
The mystery of look and see. Many learners use them interchangeably, but they're actually quite different.
Oh, I do that all the time. I say, I'm looking the movie, or see at this picture.
Exactly. And by the end of today, you'll never make that mistake again.
That's a big promise, Mr. J.
It is, but here's the thing. These 2 words are everywhere, in daily conversations, in movies, in songs. If you mix them up, native speakers will notice.
So it's not just grammar, it's about sounding natural?
Precisely, and that's why mastering this today matters so much.
Okay, I'm ready. But first, if you want weekly English transformation tips like this, hit that subscribe button right now.
Trust me, every week we break down confusing topics into super simple lessons.
All right, Mr. J, so where do we start?
Let's start with the most important difference. See is passive. Look is active.
Passive? Active? What does that mean?
Great question. Passive means it happens without effort. You don't try to see, you just see. Your eyes are open and you see things around you.
Oh, like right now I see my coffee cup on the table. I'm not trying, it's just there.
Perfect example. You didn't plan to see it. Your eyes just naturally noticed it.
Okay, so see is automatic. What about look?
Look is active. It means you're directing your eyes somewhere on purpose. You're making an effort.
Oh, so if I say, look at my coffee cup, you're telling me to focus your eyes on it.
Exactly. You're asking me to pay attention to something specific.
This is making sense. So see is like no effort just happens. Look is like I'm choosing to focus.
You got it. Here's a simple trick for you. Think of look as having a target. You look at something.
Wait, so I always need at after look?
Most of the time, yes. You look at a picture. You look at the sky. You look at your phone.
But with see, I don't need at?
Correct. You see a picture. You see the sky. You see your phone. No at needed.
Okay, let me test this. I see a bird in the tree. That's correct, right?
Perfect.
And if I want to tell you to focus on it, I say, look at that bird in the tree.
Brilliant. You're getting this fast.
I'm trying. But wait, Mr. J, sometimes I hear people say look without at, like, look, it's snowing.
Ah, sharp observation. When look is alone, like an exclamation, you don't need at. You're just grabbing someone's attention.
Oh, so look means pay attention, but look at the snow means focus your eyes on the snow specifically.
Exactly. The first is general attention. The second is specific direction.
This is vital, so I can't just swap these words whenever I want.
No, you can't. And here's another key point. See is often used for understanding, not just vision.
Understanding? How?
Think about this sentence. I see what you mean.
Oh, you're not using your eyes there. You mean you understand.
Precisely. See can mean understand in many contexts, but look never means that.
So I can't say, I look what you mean?
No, that sounds very strange. Only see works for understanding.
Okay. So see has two meanings, vision and understanding, but look is only about directing your eyes.
You're on fire today, May.
I am, but let me ask our listeners something. Quick question for everyone.
Oh, this should be good.
Pause the podcast right now and answer this in the comments. Which is correct? I can look you or I can see you?
And tell us why you chose that answer.
We'll wait. Take your time, think about it, and type your answer below.
All right. Hopefully everyone's thinking. May, while they're answering, let's go deeper.
Yes, I want more examples.
Let's use a real-life situation. Imagine you're walking down the street.
Okay, I'm walking.
Your eyes are open. You see buildings, you see people, you see cars. You're not trying, you just see them.
Right, because see is automatic.
Now suddenly, your friend points and says, "Look at that cute dog."
Oh, so now I'm actively directing my eyes to the dog.
Exactly. You weren't looking at the dog before. You might have seen it, but you weren't focused on it. Now you're looking at it.
So I can see many things at once, but I can only look at one thing at a time?
That's a brilliant way to put it. Your eyes see everything in your field of vision, but you look at what you choose to focus on.
Wow. Okay, so if I'm in a classroom, I see all the students, but I look at the teacher when she's speaking.
Perfect example. You're really getting this now.
I am. But Mr. J, what about watch? Isn't that similar to look?
You're jumping ahead. We'll cover watch in part 2.
Oh, you're leaving me on a cliffhanger.
Just a little suspense. But before we move on, let's recap the golden rules we've learned so far.
Yes, I need to make sure I've got this locked in.
Rule number 1, see is passive. It happens automatically without effort.
I see things around me all the time without trying.
Rule number 2, look is active. You direct your eyes on purpose.
I look at something when I want to focus on it.
And rule number 3, look usually needs at after it, but see doesn't.
Look at the sunset, see the sunset. Got it.
And rule number 4, see can also mean understand, but look cannot.
I see what you mean, Mr. J.
Perfect use of it.
Okay, I feel so much more confident already, but I know there's more to learn.
There is, and we're just getting started.
All right, Mr. J, I've been waiting. You mentioned watch earlier. How is it different from look and see?
Good memory. Watch is actually closer to look because it's active. You choose to watch something.
So it's not automatic like see?
Exactly. But here's the key difference. Watch implies duration. You watch something that moves or changes over time.
Oh, so I watch a movie, not look at a movie.
Perfect. Movies have movement. They take time. You watch them.
And I watch TV, watch a football game, watch my dog play in the park?
Exactly. All of those involve movement and time.
But what about a picture? That doesn't move.
Right. So you look at a picture, not watch a picture.
Oh, so look is for still things and watch is for things that move or change?
That's a great way to remember it. You look at a photo, but you watch a video.
This is so clear now. But wait, can I say see a movie?
Yes, you can. See a movie means you went to the cinema or you experienced the movie. It's about the general experience.
So, I saw a great movie yesterday is correct?
Absolutely. But while you're in the cinema, you're watching the movie.
Oh, so see is more about the whole experience and watch is about the action of viewing it?
Exactly right. You're really mastering this, May.
I'm trying. Okay, let me test myself with some sentences.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, I looked at some old photos.
Perfect. Photos are still images.
Then I watched a documentary about dolphins.
Excellent. Documentaries have movement and duration.
And I saw my neighbor outside when I opened the window.
Brilliant. You didn't plan to see her. It just happened.
Yes, I'm getting this. But, Mr. J, what about expressions like see you later or look forward to?
Ah, great question. These are fixed expressions or idioms. They don't follow the normal rules.
So I can't change them?
No, you can't. See you later is fixed. You can't say look you later.
That sounds so weird.
It does. And look forward to means you're excited about something in the future.
Like, I look forward to the weekend.
Perfect. You can't say I see forward to the weekend.
So with idioms, I just have to memorize them?
Unfortunately, yes, but there aren't too many. The most common ones are see you later, look forward to, see eye to eye, and look on the bright side.
See eye to eye means to agree with someone, right?
Exactly. We don't see eye to eye on this topic means we disagree.
And look on the bright side means stay positive?
Yes, focus on the good aspects of a situation.
These are really useful, but they're totally different from the basic rules we learned.
They are. That's why idioms are tricky. You can't translate them directly.
Okay, so for idioms, I memorize, but for regular usage, I follow the rules. See is passive, look is active with at, and watch is for movement over time.
You've summarized it perfectly. Here's one more simple trick for you.
I'm ready.
When you're confused, ask yourself, am I making an effort or is it just happening?
Oh, if I'm making an effort, I use look or watch.
Right. And if it's just happening naturally, you use see.
This is such a helpful way to remember.
I'm glad it's clicking for you. Now let's practice with some real-life scenarios.
Yes, I love practical examples.
Imagine you're at a restaurant. The waiter brings your food. What do?
I see my food.
Yes, it arrives and you automatically see it. But then,
Oh, I look at it to check if it's what I ordered.
perfect. You're actively examining it now.
And if there's a TV in the restaurant showing a football game,
What would you do?
I watch the game while I eat.
Excellent. You've got all 3 words correct in one scenario.
I'm on a roll. Give me another one.
Okay, you're walking in a park. There are trees, people, birds, everywhere.
I see all of them because my eyes are open.
Right. But then someone says, "Look at that beautiful sunset."
So I look at the sunset specifically.
And if there are children playing soccer nearby?
I watch them play if I'm interested.
Perfect. You're using all 3 naturally now.
This feels so good. I finally understand the difference.
And that understanding will make your English sound so much more natural.
I know our listeners are feeling the same way.
I hope so. Now, let's do a final recap of all the golden rules.
Yes, let's lock this in.
Golden rule number 1. C is passive and automatic, no effort required.
My eyes are open and I see things around me.
Golden rule number 2. Look is active and requires at for specific targets.
I look at something when I want to focus on it.
Golden rule number 3. Watch is active and used for things that move or change over time.
I watch movies, sports, and anything with action.
Golden rule number 4. See can also mean understand.
Like, I see what you mean.
And golden rule number 5. Some expressions are fixed idioms. Just memorize them.
See you later, look forward to, and see eye to eye.
Perfect summary, May.
I feel like a completely different English speaker now.
That's the power of understanding the small differences.
And I know our listeners feel the same way.
Before we finish, we have one final question for everyone.
Yes, comment challenge time.
Write in the comments, make one sentence using look, one using see, and one using watch.
And make them about your daily life. We want to see your creativity.
We'll read them and give you feedback.
So don't be shy. Share your sentences below.
And remember, if you found this helpful, subscribe for weekly English lessons.
We break down confusing topics every single week.
Thanks for learning with us today.
See you in the next episode. And yes, see is correct here because it's a fixed expression.
Exactly. Until next time, keep practicing.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. Today is for all of you who feel like there are just not enough hours in the day to learn English.
Exactly, May. We are talking about how to master English even if you work a demanding 9-to-5 job.
It feels impossible sometimes, right? You get home, you're tired, and the last thing you want to do is open a heavy grammar book.
That is the biggest headache for beginners. They think they need hours of sitting at a desk, but that is actually a mistake.
Wait, a mistake? But how else can we learn? I thought I needed to study like I'm back in school.
Not at all. If you stay until the end of this episode, you will learn how to turn your dead time, like your commute or lunch break, into a powerful English classroom.
Oh, I love that. Dead time means the time when you are doing nothing productive, like standing in line or sitting on a bus, right?
Precisely. By the end of this, you'll have a schedule that doesn't feel like work.
I'm ready. Before we dive into the first trick, make sure to subscribe for our weekly English transformation tips so you never miss a lesson.
Now, May, let's start with the micro-learning rule. Do you know what micro means?
Is it like very small, like a microwave?
Yes, it means small. Instead of studying for 1 hour once a week, you study for 10 minutes 6 times a day.
10 minutes? That sounds too easy. Does that really work for a beginner?
It works better. Your brain stays fresh. Imagine your brain is a sponge. If you pour a whole bucket of water on it at once, most of it just spills off.
Ah, I see. But if you drip water slowly, the sponge soaks up everything.
Exactly. That is consistency. Consistency means doing something regularly so it becomes a habit.
Okay, so I can do 10 minutes while I drink my morning coffee, but what should I actually do in those 10 minutes?
Start with input. This means listening or reading. For a beginner, listening to a simple song or a short clip is perfect.
But what if I don't understand the words? Should I feel bad?
Never. Pauses. In the beginning, you're just training your ears to hear the sounds of English. It's like exercise for your head.
That makes me feel much better. I usually get stressed when I don't understand every single word.
That stress is what stops most people. Let's try a quick question for our listeners right now.
Great idea. Everyone, pause for a second and type in the comments, how many minutes can you realistically spend on English during your work break? Is it 5, 10, or 15?
I'm curious to see those answers. Even 5 minutes is a win, May.
Really? Just 5? I spend more time than that choosing what to eat for lunch.
Then you have plenty of time. The secret is to have your material ready on your phone so you don't waste time looking for it.
So I should prepare a playlist or a specific app the night before?
Exactly. Preparation is half the battle. If you have to search for a video, you will get distracted by cat videos instead.
You caught me. I always end up watching funny cats instead of learning verbs.
We all do, May. We all do. But if you have a plan, you stay on track.
Okay, so I have my 5-minute playlist ready for my morning coffee, but what about when I'm actually at work?
That is where labeling comes in. This is a classic trick for beginners to build a massive vocabulary without even trying.
Labeling, like putting stickers on things?
Exactly. Imagine your office. You see a desk, a chair, and a computer every day, right?
Right. I know those words, but what if I don't know the harder ones, like stapler or drawer?
That's the point. Write the English word on a small piece of paper and stick it to the object.
Wait, my boss might think I'm crazy if I put stickers on everything.
If you can't use physical stickers, use digital ones. Take a photo of your workspace and use your phone to write the English names on the screen.
Oh, that's smart. So every time I look at my phone, I see the word keyboard or monitor.
Precisely. This is passive learning. You aren't studying, you are just seeing.
I love that. Passive means I don't have to work hard for it, right?
Exactly. It's like a background program on a computer. It's always running while you do other things.
But what if my job is really busy? Like I'm a waiter or a driver. I can't look at labels all day.
This part is vital, May. If you are moving, you use your audio environment.
Audio environment? That sounds fancy. Does it mean listening to music?
Not just music. It means narrating your day in your head using very simple English.
Narrating. Like a movie? May is picking up a plate. May is walking to the table.
Yes, exactly like that. Even if it's just, I am tired, or the coffee is hot.
I do that in my own language anyway, so I just switch the language in my head?
Yes, it bridges the gap between thinking and speaking. Most beginners struggle because they try to translate from their native language first.
Oh, I do that all the time. I think in my language, then I try to find the English words. It takes forever.
That is the translation trap. It makes you slow and nervous.
So, by narrating my simple actions, I'm training my brain to think directly in English?
You've got it. It's a simple trick for you to build confidence before you ever talk to a real person.
I'm going to try that during my commute today. I am sitting. The bus is blue. Is that okay?
Perfect. Simple is better. Don't try to use big words yet.
The bus is blue. Okay, I can do that. Let's do another quick question for everyone listening.
Great idea. Listeners, look around you right now. Pick one object and type the English name for it in the comments.
Even if it's just phone or table, we want to see you practicing your labeling right now.
It's amazing how fast your brain learns when you connect a word to a real object you can touch.
It feels more real than just reading it in a list. But Jay, what about grammar? I'm scared of the rules.
Beginners often get stuck on grammar rules like they are golden rules that can never be broken.
I definitely feel like if I miss one S at the end of a word, the English police will catch me.
Don't worry. In the beginning, communication is more important than perfection.
So it's okay to make mistakes while I'm at work?
It is better than being silent. If you say, "I go to work yesterday," people still understand you.
Really? They won't laugh?
Most people are just happy you're trying. Correcting your grammar comes later. Right now, we just need you to speak.
That makes me feel so much more relaxed. I've been so worried about being perfect.
Perfection is the enemy of progress, May. Remember that.
Perfection is the enemy of progress. I need to write that on a sticky note.
You should. It applies to everything, especially learning a language while you have a busy career.
But Jay, I have a big problem. My lunch break is only 30 minutes. I usually just eat and scroll through social media.
That is actually a golden opportunity. We call this the digital swap.
The digital swap? Does that mean I swap my phone for a book?
Not necessarily. It means swapping the language of your scrolling.
Wait, you mean I should look at social media in English, but I won't understand the jokes?
You'd be surprised. Start following accounts that post simple English tips or short, funny videos with subtitles.
Oh, so instead of reading news in my language, I read a short post about 5 ways to say hello?
Exactly. You are already on your phone anyway. You're just changing the input from your native language to English.
That feels much less like studying. It just feels like hanging out online.
That's the secret. If it feels like a chore, something you have to do, you'll stop doing it after a week.
Like going to the gym. I always quit the gym because it feels like hard work.
Precisely. But if you make English your hobby during your break, you'll look forward to it.
Okay, so I've got my 5-minute morning coffee, my labeling at work, and my English scrolling at lunch. What about the evening?
This part is vital for your memory. Before you go to sleep, do a 2-minute recap.
Only 2 minutes? I can definitely do that. Do I write it down?
You can, or you can just say it out loud to your mirror. Just 3 sentences about your day.
Like, today I worked hard. I ate a sandwich. I am sleepy.
Perfect! You're using the past tense without even studying a grammar table.
Wait, worked and ate? Those are past tense? I didn't even notice.
See, you're learning by doing. That's much more powerful than memorizing verb plus ed.
I feel so much more confident now. It's not about having 4 hours of free time. It's about using the small gaps.
Exactly, May. Let's recap our golden rules for all the busy learners listening today.
Rule number 1, use microlearning. 10 minutes is better than 60 if you do it every day.
Rule number 2, label your world. Use stickers or your phone to learn the names of things you see every day.
Rule number 3, narrate your life. Speak your simple actions out loud to think in English.
And rule number 4, the digital swap. Turn your social media time into English time.
This has been so helpful, Jay. I'm actually excited to go to work tomorrow now.
That's the spirit.
You don't need more time, you just need a better plan.
We want to hear from you guys now. What is the hardest part about learning English while working? Is it being tired or just finding the time?
Leave a comment and let us know. We read every single one.
Thanks for listening to the Jay and May English podcast. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips next week.
See you in the next lesson. Keep practicing.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast.
We are so happy you're here because today we are tackling a classic English headache.
It's the battle of the tiny words. We are talking about so versus such.
Exactly. It sounds simple, right? But I hear students mix these up every single day.
I used to be one of them. I would say things like, it was a so good movie, and people would just look at me funny.
It's a small mistake, but if you fix it, you immediately sound more like a native speaker.
And that is the goal. By the end of this episode, you'll never have to pause and think, wait, which one do I use? Ever again.
You'll be able to express your feelings with much more power and clarity.
Before we dive into the rules, make sure you hit that subscribe button for your weekly English transformation tips.
We want to help you level up every single week. Now, May, let's start with the basics.
Okay, I'm ready. So I know so and such both make a word stronger, right?
Spot on. They are like very, but with more emotion.
Like the coffee is very hot versus the coffee is so hot.
Precisely. So is your best friend when you have an adjective all by itself.
An adjective is a describing word, right? Like hot, tired, or beautiful?
You got it. If the describing word is alone, you use so.
So I would say this lesson is so helpful.
Perfect. Helpful is the adjective, and it's standing there all alone.
What if I say this is a so helpful lesson? Is that okay?
Nope. That's where the so versus such trap snaps shut.
Wait, why? I'm still describing the lesson.
True, but look at the word after helpful. You added the word lesson.
Right. Lesson is a noun, a person, place, or thing.
Exactly. When you have an adjective plus a noun, so has to leave the party.
So is a loner. It only likes adjectives?
You could say that. So loves adjectives and adverbs. Such loves nouns.
Okay, let me try to fix my sentence then. This is such a helpful lesson.
Boom! You nailed it. Such is the bridge to that noun, lesson.
Let me test another one. If I'm tired, I say, I am so tired.
Right, because tired is just the description.
But if I'm talking about my day, I say, it was such a tired day.
Almost. Usually we'd say it was such a tiring day, but the grammar is perfect.
I think I'm getting it. So plus adjective, but such plus a plus adjective plus noun.
You're a natural. Most learners fail here because they forget that a or an after such.
Oh, like it's such a beautiful day, not it's such beautiful day.
Exactly. That little a is very important for singular nouns.
Wait, let's give the listeners a chance to try. I want to see if they are following.
Great idea. Let's do a quick quiz for everyone listening right now.
Okay, everyone pause the audio or just get ready to type in the comments.
Here is the sentence. The cake is blank delicious.
And the second one, it is blank a delicious cake.
Type your answers in the comments right now. We want to see if you can spot the difference.
But Mr. J, what if I have a plural noun, like books?
That's a great question. If it's plural, we just drop the a.
So they are such interesting books.
Exactly. You don't say so interesting books. That sounds very broken in English.
I've definitely said that before. It feels so natural to just use so for everything.
It really is, but such adds a bit of flavor, doesn't it?
It does. It makes your English sound more structured and advanced.
So, to recap this first part, so is for the description alone,
Right, she is so smart.
and such is for when we name the thing or person we are talking about.
She is such a smart student. I feel like a pro already, but I bet there are some tricky exceptions coming up.
You know me too well. There is a specific trick for words like many and few.
Oh no, don't tell me many is a noun.
Not quite, but it follows a special rule that confuses almost everyone.
Well, I'm ready for the challenge. Is it time to level up?
It is definitely time. Most learners fail here because they try to follow the noun rule too strictly.
Wait, what do you mean? You just told me such loves nouns.
It does, but words like many, much, few, and little are special.
Oh, I see them everywhere, like so many people or so much time.
Exactly. Even though people and time are nouns, we always use so with those four words.
So I can't say such many people?
No, never. That sounds very strange to a native ear.
That is a huge aha moment for me. I used to think people was the boss of the sentence.
In this case, many is the boss. It's like a package deal. So many or so much.
Okay, let me practice. There are so many stars in the sky tonight.
Perfect. Or if you're talking about water, there is so much water in the glass.
And for the small amounts, there are so few cookies left.
You got it. And there is so little sugar in my tea.
This is actually making my life easier. I just have to remember those four special words.
Precisely. They are the fantastic four of the so family.
But wait, Mr. J, I've heard people say, he is such a little boy.
You caught me. That is the one sneaky exception.
Why? Is little not part of the special four?
It is, but only when it means not much. When little describes size, it's just a normal word.
Oh, so if little means small, it acts like a normal word?
Exactly. He is such a little boy means he is a small child.
But there is so little time means there isn't much time left.
Spot on. You're starting to see the logic behind the madness.
It's like a puzzle. You just have to look at what the word is actually doing.
That's the secret to mastering English. It's not just memorizing, it's understanding the job of the word.
Speaking of jobs, so and such have another job, don't they?
They do. We often use them with the word that to show a result.
Oh, like, I was so tired that I fell asleep on the bus.
Precisely. The so tired part is the reason, and falling asleep is the result.
Can I do that with such, too?
You certainly can. It was such a boring movie that I walked out.
I've actually done that before.
It's a great way to make your stories more dramatic and interesting.
So, if I want to sound more emotional or descriptive, I should use this that structure.
Definitely. It links your feelings to an action. It makes you sound very fluent.
Let's try another quick quiz for our listeners. This one is a bit harder.
I love it. Listeners, get your fingers ready to type in the comments.
Okay, here's the sentence. I have such much homework that I can't play games.
And the second one, it is a beautiful song that I want to cry.
Which one is so and which one is such? Type it now.
I think they've got it. So much homework and such a beautiful song.
I hope they didn't get tricked by homework being a noun.
Since much was there, so had to be the winner.
This part is vital, guys. If you master the so many, much rule, you'll avoid 90% of mistakes.
It really separates the beginners from the intermediate speakers.
I feel like I'm moving up to intermediate already.
You are, but we have one more section to cover to really lock this in.
Is it about those weird phrases where such stands alone?
Exactly. Phrases like such as or no such thing.
Those always confuse me. They don't seem to follow the adjective-noun rule.
They're fixed expressions. We use them like single units of meaning.
I want to know all of them. I want my English to be perfect.
We will dive into those in the final part of our lesson.
I'm ready. Let's keep the energy going.
We are entering the home stretch now, May, and this part is vital for sounding like a native.
I'm ready. You mentioned those fixed expressions that don't follow the normal rules.
Exactly. Let's start with such as. Have you used that one before?
I think so. It's like saying, for example, right?
Spot on. Like, I love citrus fruits, such as oranges and lemons.
So I don't need an adjective there. I just go straight to the examples.
Correct. In this case, such isn't making a word stronger, it's introducing a list.
That's much easier. What about no such thing? I hear that in movies all the time.
Usually when someone is talking about ghosts or monsters.
There's no such thing as ghosts. Is that right?
Perfect. It means that something simply does not exist.
Could I say there is no so thing?
No, that would be a big mistake. No such thing is a locked phrase.
Okay, such as for examples and no such thing for things that aren't real. Got it.
There is one more, such a long time.
Wait, doesn't that follow the such plus a plus adjective plus noun rule?
It does, but learners often try to say so long time because so long is a common phrase.
Oh, it's been so long versus it's been such a long time.
Exactly. You can say it's been so long, but if you add the word time, you must use such.
English is like a jealous partner. If time shows up, so has to leave.
That's a funny way to put it, but it's very true. Okay, let's do a quick recap of our golden rules before we finish. Rule number 1. Use so with adjectives or adverbs alone.
So, you are so kind, or he runs so quickly.
Rule number 2. Use such a or such when there's a noun.
You are such a kind person, or they are such nice people.
Rule number 3. Always use so with many, much, few, and little.
So many mistakes, or so little sugar. This one is the Fantastic Four rule.
And rule number 4. Use so or such with that to show a result.
The tea was so hot that I burned my tongue.
You've got it all, May. Your English transformation is happening right now.
I feel so much more confident. I hope our listeners do too.
If you're still a bit confused, don't worry. It takes practice to make these automatic.
Exactly. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. That's how we learn.
Just remember the noun rule. If you see a noun at the end, reach for such.
And if it's just a description, keep it simple with so.
We are so proud of everyone who stayed until the very end of this lesson.
You guys are such dedicated students. See what I did there?
Perfect usage. You're officially a such and so master.
Before we go, we have a question for all of you listening.
We want to hear about your day or your life using our new rules.
Here is your challenge. Tell us about a movie you love. Was it so good, or was it such a great movie?
Leave your answer in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more tips every week.
We can't wait to read your sentences. See you in the next episode. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Jay and May English podcast. I am May.
And I am Mr. J. It is a pleasure to be here.
Mr. J, we have to talk about something urgent. I get so many messages from learners saying, May, I study every day, but my English is not improving. Why does this happen?
It is a frustrating feeling, May, but today we are going to break that wall. By the end of this lesson, you will gain the specific skill of identifying your own learning bottlenecks, the things slowing you down, and you'll learn the active output method to start speaking naturally.
I need that method too. I feel like I am stuck in the same place.
Well, most people stay stuck because they use the wrong map. If you stay with us until the very end, you'll see exactly how to change your daily routine to see real results in just 1 week.
That is a big promise. I'm ready. But first, guys, if you want to grow your English with us, don't forget to subscribe to the Jay and May English podcast. Okay, Mr. J, let's start. Why am I stuck?
Let's look at the first big mistake. I call it the input trap. Many learners spend 100% of their time listening to videos or reading.
Wait, but isn't listening good? I thought I was being a good student by watching movies in English.
It is good, but it is only half of the job. Think of it like a bank account. Input is putting money in. Output, speaking and writing, is spending it. If you only put money in but never learn how to spend it, the money is useless.
So my English is just sitting in my brain like lazy money?
Exactly. This part is vital. Your brain has two different folders, one for passive English that you understand, and one for active English that you can actually speak. Most learners have a huge passive folder and a tiny active folder.
That makes sense. I understand 90% of what I hear, but when I open my mouth, I only feel 10% confident. How do I move the words from the passive folder to the active one?
You have to force the connection. A simple trick for you is to stop being a silent consumer. If you hear a new sentence in a video, don't just nod. Pause the video and say it out loud 3 times. Use your voice.
I usually just listen while I'm washing dishes. Does that mean I should be talking to my plates?
Yes, describe what you were doing. Say, I am washing a blue plate. It sounds too simple, but you are training your tongue and your brain to work together in real time.
I guess I was waiting for a perfect conversation partner to start speaking, but I can just start with my kitchen.
Most learners fail here because they wait. They think, I will speak when my English is better. But your English only gets better because you speak.
It's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, isn't it? Oh, wait, chicken and egg, that's an idiom, right? It means we don't know which one comes first?
Spot on, May. Great use of a chunk there. And that actually leads us to the second reason why people don't improve. They study single words instead of chunks.
I am definitely a word collector. I have a notebook full of words like furious, exhausted, and delighted. Is that a bad way to learn?
It is a very slow way. When you learn a single word, your brain has to do grammar math every time you want to use it. You think, okay, the word is furious. Do I say I have furious or I am furious? By the time you finish the math, the conversation is moved on.
That is exactly what happens to me. I'm still calculating the grammar while the other person is already talking about something else.
To fix this, you need to learn groups of words that naturally stick together. Instead of just furious, learn the chunk, I was absolutely furious.
I was absolutely furious. So if I memorize the whole thing, I don't have to think about the was or the absolutely. I just use the whole block.
Precisely. It's like building a house with big pre-made walls instead of tiny bricks. It's much faster, and you make fewer mistakes.
This is a game changer. I've been spending hours on vocabulary lists. I should have been looking for phrases I can actually use at work or with friends.
Exactly. Always ask yourself, when will I say this? If you can't imagine yourself saying a word in a real sentence, don't waste your time memorizing it yet. Focus on what you need for your real life.
That is very supportive advice, Mr. J. Sometimes I feel like I have to learn academic English, but I just want to talk to people.
English is a tool for connection, not a test to pass. This brings us to the third roadblock, the perfectionist mindset.
Oh, I know this one. I am terrified of making a mistake. I feel like everyone is judging my grammar.
Let me ask you this, May. If a person says to you, Yesterday, I go to park. Do you understand them?
Yes, of course. I know they went to the park yesterday.
Did you think they were not smart?
No, I just focused on the story they were telling me.
Exactly. Most people are listening to what you say, not how you say it. When you focus too much on being perfect, you become frozen. Your brain shuts down because it is afraid of being wrong.
So being frozen is why I forget even the simple words when I'm nervous.
Yes. To improve, you must give yourself the right to be wrong. In fact, mistakes are the best teachers. Every time you make a mistake and correct it, that word moves into your active English folder forever.
So mistakes are actually progress? I never thought of it that way. I always thought a mistake meant I was failing.
Not at all. A mistake is just data. It shows you exactly what you need to practice next. If you never make mistakes, you are probably not pushing yourself hard enough.
I feel so much more relaxed now. I'm going to go home and speak broken English to my cat.
Your cat will be very impressed. But seriously, this shift in mindset from perfection to communication is what separates successful learners from those who stay stuck for years.
This is so helpful. So we've talked about the input trap, learning in chunks, and the perfectionist mindset. But wait, Mr. J, I have one more problem. Sometimes I feel like I'm improving, and then suddenly I stop. I feel like I'm not getting better anymore, even if I practice.
That is called a plateau. It is a flat area where it feels like you're walking but not climbing. It's a very dangerous place because many students quit when they reach it.
I've been on that plateau for 3 months. It's so boring. How do I start climbing again?
To get off the plateau, you have to stop doing what is comfortable. If you always listen to the same type of easy English, your brain gets lazy. You have to stretch a little bit every day.
So I need to find things that are a little bit difficult for me.
Yes, just a little bit. We call it I plus 1. The I is your level, and the plus 1 is the challenge. If you only do I, you stay on the plateau. If you do I plus 10, it's too hard and you give up. You need that sweet spot in the middle.
Like a workout for the brain. If the weights are too light, my muscles don't grow. If they are too heavy, I get hurt.
You are a master of analogies, May. That is exactly it. You need to find content that makes you think, I understand most of this, but I have to really pay attention to get it all.
Okay, I'm ready to find my I plus 1. But Mr. J, what about the way we learn in school? They always focused on rules. Does that help or hurt?
That is a great question. In many schools, we focus on knowing English rather than doing English. It is the difference between studying the rules of soccer and actually kicking the ball. If you spend all your time on rules, you become a commentator, not a player.
I don't want to be a commentator. I want to be on the field, scoring goals. But sometimes grammar rules feel like a safety net. If I know the rule, I feel safe.
I understand that feeling, but safety can sometimes be a cage. If you're always checking your mental grammar book before you speak, your conversation will never flow. It will be stilted.
Stilted? That sounds like a difficult word. What does it mean?
Good catch. Stilted means stiff and unnatural. Imagine a person walking on tall wooden poles. Those are called stilts. They move very slowly and look awkward. That is what happens to your English when you focus too much on rules.
Oh, I definitely don't want to sound like I'm walking on poles. I want to sound smooth. But if I don't study grammar, won't I just keep making the same mistakes forever?
Not if you use natural discovery. This is a much better way for beginners. Instead of memorizing a rule from a book, you look for it in real life. When you hear me say, I have been working, You don't look up the present perfect continuous rule. You just think, oh, Mr. J uses that phrase when he talks about a long task.
So I'm like a detective. I'm looking for patterns in how people actually talk.
Exactly. Detectives are much more successful than parrots. A parrot just repeats, but a detective understands the why by looking at the evidence. This part is vital. Your brain is naturally designed to find patterns. You learned your first language without a grammar book, didn't you?
That's true. I didn't know what a noun or a verb was when I was 3 years old, but I could ask for a cookie perfectly.
Precisely. You learned by listening and copying. You can do the same with English. But there is one more thing that stops people from improving, and it's not about English at all. It's consistency.
Ah, the C word. I knew you were going to say that. I'm good for 3 days, and then I get busy, and then I stop for a week.
That is the most common reason for the plateau. Most learners fail here because they think they need to study for 2 hours at a time. So when they're busy, they think, I don't have 2 hours, so I won't study at all today.
Guilty. I do that all the time. I tell myself I'll do a marathon study session on Sunday, but then Sunday comes and I'm too tired.
Marathons are exhausting. I want you to be a sprinter. 10 minutes of English every single day is much better than 3 hours once a week. Your brain needs frequent contact with the language to remember it.
10 minutes? Really? That seems too short to learn anything.
It's not about how much you learn in those 10 minutes. It's about keeping the English door in your brain open. If you close it for a week, it gets rusty and hard to open again. If you open it every day, even for a little bit, the hinges stay smooth.
Hinges? Those are the metal parts that help a door swing, right?
Correct. Keep your English hinges oiled with daily practice, even if it's just listening to one song or writing 3 sentences in a journal.
Okay, I can do 10 minutes. That's just the time I spend waiting for my coffee to brew.
That is the perfect anchor. Link your English practice to a habit you already have. Coffee time is English time. It becomes automatic.
I like that. No more excuses. But Mr. J, what if I feel like I'm doing everything right? I'm consistent, I'm using chunks, I'm talking to myself, but I still feel frustrated.
Then we have to look at your why. Why do you want to learn English, May?
Well, because I want a better job and I want to travel and, well, everyone says it's important.
Those are extrinsic goals. They're outside of you. If the goal is only a better job, English feels like a chore. It feels like homework. To truly improve, you need an intrinsic connection. You need to find something you love in English.
Like a hobby? I love baking. Should I watch baking videos in English?
Perfect. If you watch a baking video, you're not studying English. You're learning how to make a cake. The English is just the tool. When you stop focusing on the tool and start focusing on the task, your brain relaxes, and a relaxed brain learns 10 times faster.
That is a simple trick for you right there. Stop studying the language and start using the language to do something you enjoy.
Exactly. This is where the magic happens. When you are interested in the topic, you forget to be nervous. You forget to be a perfectionist. You just want to know how much flour to put in the bowl.
I'm definitely going to try that. I'll probably make a mess of the cake, but my English will be delicious.
That's the spirit. Remember, the road to fluency isn't a straight line. It has curves, it has hills, and yes, it has those flat plateaus. But if you keep your output high and your perfectionism low, you will reach the top.
I feel so much more motivated now. It's not that I'm bad at English. I just had the wrong strategy. I was trying to swim with my hands tied behind my back.
And now we're untying those hands. But before we go further into the specific habits of successful learners, let's take a quick look back at what we've covered so far.
Good idea. My brain is full, but in a good way.
Let's do a quick recap. We talked about the input trap, how you need to speak what you hear. We talked about chunks, learning phrases instead of single words, and we talked about the perfectionist mindset, how mistakes are actually your friends.
And don't forget the 10-minute rule. Consistency is key. Even a little bit every day keeps those hinges smooth.
Well said, May. You are already sounding more confident.
I feel it, but I know there's more. You mentioned something about successful learner habits. Does that mean there are secrets that A students use?
It's not exactly a secret, May, but it's a different way of looking at the world. Successful learners are active explorers. They don't wait for a teacher to give them a worksheet. They go out and find English in places they already enjoy.
So they're like hunters, looking for English in the wild? But Mr. J, what if I see a word in the wild and I don't understand it? Should I stop and look it up immediately? This part is vital because I usually lose my flow when I do that.
That is a great point. If you stop every 5 seconds to use a dictionary, you will get frustrated and quit. Here's a simple trick for you, the 3-time rule.
The 3-time rule? How does that work?
If you see a new word once, just ignore it. If you see it twice, pay attention. If you see it 3 times in 10 minutes, then it is a high-frequency word. That is the only time you should stop and look it up.
Oh, I love that. It saves so much time. So if the word keeps popping up, it means it's actually useful for me to know. If it only appears once, it might just be a rare word I don't need yet.
Exactly. You're filtering the information. Beginners often try to learn everything at once, and their brain gets overwhelmed. It's like trying to drink water from a fire hose.
I definitely feel like I'm drowning sometimes. So focus on the words that repeat. That makes the active explorer job much easier.
It really does. And another habit of successful learners is shadowing. Have you heard of this?
Is that when I follow someone around like a shadow? That sounds a bit creepy, Mr. J.
No, not a physical shadow. It's an audio shadow. You listen to a native speaker, maybe on a podcast like this one, and you repeat exactly what they say, exactly when they say it. You don't wait for them to finish. You try to mimic their speed, their emotion, and their rhythm.
So I'm like a singer following a lead vocalist. I try to match their voice.
Precisely. Most learners fail here because they only focus on the meaning of the words, but English has a melody. If you only learn the words but not the melody, people might find it hard to understand you even if your grammar is perfect.
Wow, I never thought of English as music, but it's true. Sometimes when I speak, I feel very flat, like a robot.
Shadowing fixes that robot voice. It trains your mouth to move in ways it's not used to. It's like a gym workout for your face muscles.
I can see myself doing that with my favorite movies. I can shadow the actors. I'll be back.
There you go. That's the spirit. If you do that for just 5 minutes a day, your pronunciation will transform. You'll stop sounding like you are translating and start sounding like you are communicating.
This all sounds so much more fun than the way I used to study. I used to sit at my desk with a heavy book and feel sad. Now I feel like I can learn while I'm baking, walking, or watching movies.
That is the goal, May. English should be a part of your life, not a separate task on your to-do list. When it becomes a habit, you don't need motivation anymore. You just do it because it's who you are.
I want to be an English speaker, not just an English student. I think that's the biggest change for me today.
That is a beautiful way to put it. You are not a student preparing for a test. You are a speaker using a tool.
Thank you so much, Mr. J. I feel like the wall I was hitting is starting to crumble. I know why I was stuck, and I know how to get moving again.
I am very happy to hear that. Remember, progress isn't always a big jump. Sometimes it's just a small step every day, but those small steps add up to a very long journey.
I'm ready for the journey. Let's wrap this up with a quick look at the new words we used today.
Great idea. We used passive English, which is what you understand but can't speak, and active English, which is what you can use confidently.
And we learned about chunks, groups of words that stick together. We also talked about a plateau, that flat place where it feels like you aren't improving.
We also used the word stilted, meaning stiff or unnatural, and hinges, the parts that help a door swing. Keep those English hinges oiled.
I will, and I'll definitely be shadowing you later, Mr. J.
I look forward to it. You have the tools now, May. Now you just have to use them.
I will. Thank you all for listening to the Jay and May English podcast. We hope this helped you understand why you felt stuck and gave you the spark to start again.
Don't let your English stay passive. Take one thing you learned today and use it out loud.
Before you go, we want to hear from you. What is the biggest reason you feel stuck in your English journey? Is it grammar, fear of mistakes, or something else? Let us know in the comments.